I know what it's like to lose. Feel so desperately that you're right, yet to fail nonetheless. It's frightening. Turns the legs to jelly. I ask you, to what end? Dread it? Run from it? Destiny arrives all the same. And now it's here. Or should I say, I am.
It's your boy, the Been Real the People Champ, back with another live stream. We're gonna double up tonight. We're gonna try to get a little late night session in here. I just be thinking about stuff, y'all. So we're gonna jump in. So y'all buckle up, strap on in, get yourselves comfortable. Make sure you got some hydration. Shout out to Amina. She is back and she is in the chat. Hit the like button, she says, upon arrival. Yes, yes, definitely do what she asked. I was thinking a lot of men, and this is going try to give you men some correction. And I hope that you receive what I'm about to say to you. I hope you receive this information because this may help you in your lives, in your relationships. Okay. Before I get going, if you don't want to be here, don't be here. There's plenty of places to be out here in these YouTube streets. Move around. Move around. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Smash that bell. Hit the Cash App. Send your boy $1. Help your boy out. Help your boy out. So anyway, gentlemen, gentlemen, listen good. I see this a lot, and it was something I'm not going to get into what channel I was watching, but I was watching a panel a little while ago, about an hour ago. And it's like I say, you guys are so busy trying to check somebody, particularly women, but you want to do it with men too. Okay? And there's an old saying. This is how I tell y'all ain't got no knowledge, you ain't got no experience. Because if you've ever been in management, one of the things that's a popular expression in management is to praise in public, reprimand in private. Right? Praise in public, reprimand in private. Y'all skip over the praise part and jump right into trying to reprimand, rebuke, correct, give somebody instruction, whether it be publicly or privately. You're always in that mode because that's what you perceive being a leader is. That's what you perceive being an alpha. I'm an alpha. Right? But true leaders understand you got to build people under you in the hierarchy. That's the praising part. Praise in public, and you have to do it publicly. Publicly acknowledge. Y'all want people to acknowledge you, but you're not acknowledging them. Good leaders do that all the time. They're always thanking people. They're always acknowledging people early on in the conversation. So that way, when you start trying to force a pill down their throat, it goes down easier. But no, y'all just want to jump in and start, as I pointed out, I say it all the time with the pearly things made it popular. I'm gonna red pill somebody. To me, that just showed her lack of understanding of the analogy of the red pill. Red pill doesn't represent the truth. It represents your willingness to learn the truth. Go back to the movie. In the beginning of the movie, Neo took the red pill. Did he instantly become the one? No, he didn't. He became the one to, at the very end of the movie. It took him going through experiences and training and mentorship from Morpheus and others to 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 begin to put it all together. And then he finally got it after he got shot by the agent at the end of the movie. Right? So the red pill, many people in the universe of the movie, many people took the red pill. It was a room full of people who had taken the red pill. None of them were the one. But that's the problem. Y'all think you know things you don't know. Go to the second movie, right? See, a lot of y'all haven't seen the movie, you haven't watched it in a long time, and you really didn't understand it when you did watch it. Go back and watch the movie. Second movie, um, The Merovingian. That's me, by the way. I'm the Merovingian. But the Merovingian told, he had no fear of Neo. Said, I've survived you and your predecessors. No, I've survived your predecessors, and I will survive you. He existed. The Merovingian existed before that current version of Matrix. He was a holdover from earlier generations of the Matrix. That's what it's like for me. A lot of what y'all doing, I've seen before. I've seen it. It's not surprising to me. So I'm trying to help you out. And what was his thing? What was the Merovingian's thing? Where did his power come from? Knowledge. He had been around. He had seen some things. Y'all don't understand the metaphor. And that's why you got all these million pills out here, pink pills, black pills, purple pills. It doesn't make sense when you understand the analogy. It's only two pills. Blue pill is believe whatever you want to believe. All those other pills come under that. And then there's the red pill. So we could begin to train you. So we could begin to teach you. When, there's a saying in sales: when a student is ready, the teacher shall appear. Praise in public, reprimand in private. Stop trying to check people publicly. Stop trying to show how bad you are, especially on men. That's not a good look. It's really an effeminate look. It's unmanly. That's what chicks do. Constantly trying to beat your chest and show you how bad you are. That's delta men behavior, not alpha. Leaders build people. They encourage people. They're thankful. They are humble. They're tempered. Right? I'm just sharing a little advice, man. I'm just sharing a little bit of advice. Um, because I see this dynamic play out so much in conversations, in on panels publicly. I see this like we think because we're articulate or we have a level of articulation and we mistake that for intelligence. And we overrate intelligence. Dogs are intelligent. Rats are intelligent. What are you saying? I'm intelligent. I'm in, you know, that kind of thing. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So this is another riff off of mine. I'm getting famous for these. These have kind of replaced my heavies I used to do. Um, and I do still check the heavies, people. Thank you for those of you who DM me and however you communicate those to me. Every now and then, occasional email, but I do appreciate those, and I generally respond directly, whether it's a DM or Facebook message, that kind of thing, but or phone call, whatever. Um, as I've been saying for years, I would much rather you, and I'm live. Come live. Let's go live. Talk to me live. It's more to me. It'd be more effective. It'd be a much more effective conversation. Much more effective. Um, I have dropped a link in the chat. No matter how you watch me, because I am simulcasting live on YouTube. We've been Israel, the People's Podcast. I am simulcasting live on Van Johnson Facebook. And I believe I'm also on VBen Israel, V Speaks Facebook as well tonight. So yeah, the link is in the chat. Anybody want to come up? This is kind of an open topic. Open topic, smoke, comment, whatever, however you want to do it. You know, anybody who wants to go one on one with the great one is more than welcome. More than welcome. We can go wherever y'all want to go with the conversation. I'm up. I'm down for it. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a dialogue. Let's have that dialogue. But understand something. I do my panels a little different, man. Um let me understand something. Know what you're talking about. Okay. First of all, know what you're talking about. Um, first of all, because you will get corrected. Start there. Know what you're talking about. And we're not going to ramble off 10 points, on some diatribe or monologue or something like that. Let's try to keep it one point at a time so we can have good dialogue and everybody can follow along with the conversation. Too often I see, these hosts of panels, they allow people to just go from topic to topic. I know you're trying to let people get their ish off, but yeah, as the moderator, you need to make sure they're staying on topic. That's the point. A topic don't have to be one sentence, it can be a paragraph. I get it. But they can't hit 10 topics in one paragraph. I mean, now we just have a run on sentences and it's not very good. Um, but I am checking to see or paying attention if anybody wants to participate, come up on the panel and see we can see we can get going, see we can get something going. So tonight's topic so far has been about praising in public, reprimanding in private. Again, you got an issue with your girl. The better way to handle that, love, I appreciate, how receptive you are when we communicate to things that I say. I appreciate that about you. Shut up. Stop right there. First one who talks loses. Right? Remember that. First one who talks loses. Give her an opportunity to respond and acknowledge what you just said. Oh, okay, baby. Yeah, that's good. But listen, it is something I'm kind of having an issue with, blah, 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 blah. Now get into the reprimanding, the correction. And after you do that, provide an instruction, a solution. Provide one. Go from there. Try that. But a lot of times y'all just want to try to beat a woman into submission. And I don't know y'all, but I've been talking to black women all my life. That is not an effective strategy. And I thought about this too when with Jonathan Majors with his audio when he was talking to the Edomite woman, Jabari or whatever her name was. Somebody correct me. I think that's her name. I keep calling it Jabari. This is the third video I done called it Jabari. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? The Edomite just got him in trouble, chasing him down the street like Jason. Maybe I should call it Jason. But anyway, um, he was talking to her, and he would say things, and his thoughts were incoherent. And we were trying to, like, some of us were listening to what he was saying, and like, what the hell is he talking about? And he was trying to reprimand her and offer her correction, but it wasn't a coherent, clear, layman's term. This guy was speaking in metaphor. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? You're 34 fucking years old. Again, he's trying to speak from a place of wisdom, and he don't have it. He don't have it. And that's why she was out of order, because he's out of order and double-minded. She was reflecting him. That's what he wasn't understanding. Your woman is a reflection of you. And if a woman spends enough time around you, she is going to start to reflect you subconsciously. It's going to come out. And other people will see it. Other people will see it. So you need to be mindful about this brand. And that's what he was talking about, his image, his brand he was trying to build. And Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama. I mean, to me, a better example of a wife that he should have used would have been Denzel's wife, Denzel Washington's wife. What's my other man? Blair Underwood's wife. Those would have been better examples of, as a black man in a solid marriage. I think most people would agree those two men are in solid marriages, have been so for quite long times. Their wives are in behavior. And that's what I mean, again, Michelle Obama just came out, what, last year or this year, talking about how she hated Obama for 10 years. And to mention those 10 years that she hated Obama, part of that overlapped when he was in the White House. Bitch, are you serious? He wasn't good enough as the leader of the free world, as the president of the United States. You're angry at him at that time. That's when you pick to be angry at him. Unreal. And she said this on national television. So Michelle Obama is not a good example of what I would want my wife to do. I would not want my wife to be out there saying that publicly. But I'm willing to believe Obama checked her ass in private, because I never heard her say that again. Reprimand in private, praise in public. It always applies. Good leaders do that. You don't have arguments in front of your kids. You and your lady, you and your wife, you go to the bedroom, go to the back, y'all have that conversation privately. Get on the same page. Then when you come out, you and your kids see mom and dad as a unit, as a coalition, confederate together, right? But we have to start being conscious of that. Same thing with fellas. When you checking other men, sometimes you need to praise in public, and that's what we struggle with as men. giving other men their flowers, acknowledging other men's accomplishments, admitting that another man is better than me. Men struggle with that, especially Delta men. They struggle with that. They say things like, "Oh, I'm a man just like him. I put my pants on like him." Oh, I don't see no man. I don't believe in that alpha sigma stuff, and we all just men. That's Delta man talk. We call it beta man. Beta is the wrong term. Delta is the correct term. That's Delta man talk, right? Again, leaders build up. They're gonna praise others. They're gonna give others credit. You see, look, watch LeBron James. He's very good at this. And I think he just does it instinctually. I don't think it's from training why LeBron does it, but he's very good at this. Go back and watch any interview from LeBron after game. He always thanks his teammates and acknowledges the other players, even on the opposing team. He will acknowledge what they're doing or what they've done during the game. And he can even photographic memory and replay a certain play, and he'll describe the play down to the T from the second quarter, somebody on the other team. And LeBron is always praising other people. He's never tooting his own horn. He's always praising other people. Now, I'm sure he has a lot of reprimanding that he does privately in the locker room to his teammates, but when he's on that stage, he doesn't do that on the stage. He does it. He does it publicly, as far as praising them. Denzel does it. There's a good interview you can find on YouTube with him talking about his wife. He's praising his wife. I'm sure anybody who's been married or in a long-term relationship, I'm sure him and his wife have had disagreements. But I ain't never seen Denzel talk about that publicly. That's always private. Praise first and then in public, reprimand in private. And people appreciate that. Why is it so hard to say thank you? Hey, I appreciate, even if somebody did a small thing for you, even if somebody did a small thing for you, make it a big deal. That's salesmanship. Hell, that's just being a good human being. Hey, man, I appreciate you being my moderator in my chat. Yesterday. They might not even be my normal moderator, which is Amanaz. She's always there. But if sometime other people pop up and may step in, help out, kind of thing, drop a link, I think, hey, I appreciate that thing you did. I appreciate that. If people remember stuff like that, praise in public, reprimand in private. All right, let's talk, man. I'm still waiting for somebody to pop up, man. Let's talk. Let's talk. We got ish we could be talking about. Let's talk. What's going on in the world, man? Look at what these Democrats are doing to Trump. Look how scared they are of Trump, and look how they, they're telegraphing how their hand. Right now, the Democrats have a weak hand with Joe Biden, and they know it, and they're telegraphing that shit. They so scared of going against Trump in an election. They pulling out unprecedented opposition to this man because they know he's leading in the polls. They know he's leading in the polls. They know um, Biden can't beat Trump. He only beat him because of the pandemic the last time, and barely. They don't want to go up against him again. Look at the dirty handed shit that they're doing. Colorado, a state that Trump won, I mean that Biden won by a landslide, is going out of their way to take Trump off their ballot. Why? So they could set a precedent for other states to follow suit. So other states are going to do the same now. Why Colorado? Colorado, Biden slaughtered Trump. So even if Trump was on the ballot, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. What are we talking about? The link is in the description. I mean, it's in the chat. Anybody wants to come up, go one on one. The great one. Let's talk. Whatever you want to talk about. Maybe you got topics. Something that I missed. Something that I missed. Maybe y'all want to talk about the little South African girl who went over to China and claimed she got her ass whooped by the HR man at the school. Who believes that shit? But then again, the little Chinese people to fuck you up. Let's be real about it. I told a story one time about I had took my kids. I think I was taking my daughter for high school. Imagine, right before she graduated, I was taking her to get her nails done. I had all my kids with me. We went around the corner on Freedom Drive to the nail salon, and it was a black lady who just got finished getting her eyebrows done. And she walked out to her car and come running back in there, talking shit and cussing at the Chinese lady, talking about my eyebrows is crooked. You done messed my face up. My face up. That Chinese lady looked dead in her face and said, "No, your face is crooked. Your eyebrows not crooked. Your face crooked." I almost fell out of my chair laughing in that lady's face. And then she wanted to get tough. And then all of a sudden, man, I don't know if y'all ever seen Rush Hour where Chris Rock was in the salon. He was in the massage parlor and with Danny Chan or whatever the dude's name was, and he was jumped on his wet laptop, and all the other dudes stood up out of nowhere. That's what it was like in that damn nail salon. That lady had all kind of Chinese, little Chinese ladies came out the back. I said, "Oh shit, where all of these people come?" They was gonna fuck that lady up. They was gonna roll her ass out, but she ain't want that smoke that day. She saw all of them other people came out that back. She quickly took her punk ass car again and left. Your face crooked. But that's again not understanding the culture. Y'all black women think you could travel singly and solely by yourselves to these other countries, and some would not protect it. Do you not know the Chinese people in the history of China? Moab? You not know them people? Hmm. Right. Right. You black. All they know is your skin color. You black. They don't know what black you are. They don't know if you black American, Nigerian black, Congolese black, Malian black, the Haitian black, Jamaican black. They don't know what you are. All they know is you black. And you by yourself, and you ain't gonna be talking that stupid ish to us. How many examples have we seen that in 2023? The girl in Italy, now this girl in China, the girl over there in Dubai. How many situations do we need to see where y'all going places and you're unprotected, and it's women checking women? Because she made it a point in her story to tell the story. Crimson Cure played that track, that clip. She told the story that other women were there and they would not help her because that's a hyena clan thing here in America. The sisterhood only exists over here. It don't exist other places. They will whoop your ass in other places. In Italy, it was women on women. So she couldn't even play that sexism shit. It was a woman, big Shirleyana. Remember I tell you about Shirleyana came out the back and smacked her, made her ass sit down. Sit your punk ass down. I wish I could have seen that. Sit your ass down. We ain't playing that shit over here. You ain't gonna come over here talking like that to us. The world is tired of your ish, ladies. The world is tired of it. And it's not gonna deal with it. Especially when you in their territory. No, no, no. Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. Come on up. Let's talk. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Let's talk. I'm in a good mood too. I'm in a good mood. Let's talk. Hit the like, subscribe, and share. Hit the Cash App. Send to V. Shout out to Theo 80,000K Coop. Wanna do better podcast. Yeah, hit me with a cash app on one of my previous live streams. I didn't see it till I got off, but thank you, my brother, for that dub. I appreciate you. Theo doing big things, y'all. Theo Coop. Got big things going on. I gave a shout out to Amanaz already earlier pointed out how proud and how up she was for being invited to the what are we gonna call it? I don't know. What are we calling that panel? We got to come up with a name for the damn panel. Y'all look like the damn Avengers and shit up there. We got to come up with a name for it. So I'll wait for. Hopefully, Amanaz is still in the chat. Give me a name. What are we gonna call that panel? Um, we'll. I don't know what y'all discuss behind the scenes. We got to call it something. I'll wait for a little bit. Give me a sip. Give me a sip of tea. But she expressed her pleasure in being a part of that, being an integral part of that. I also expressed my pleasure in it as well. I was very proud of what I saw. Anytime I could see us come together and achieve something. And the conversation was good. I mean, it flowed very nicely. It was very few moments where it was a lot of over talk. It was very few of those moments. Most of the moments were very organic conversation and it flowed very nicely. So it was a good thing. It was a damn good thing. Um, and it was simulcasted, I believe, on 7 channels. So that would have been Take Heed to the Message, Amanage channel. It was on RBN's channel, the Real Bravado Network. It was on Growth with Kofa. Um, I'm not sure the other. I wish they could have copy and pasted a link and maybe in the description. Maybe somebody can go back and do that. Put a link in the description. Eight channels. Okay, I'm glad you're here. What are we calling that panel? Is there a name for it? The Avengers? I mean, I'm being funny, but I'm not. I mean, what are we gonna call that collective panel as one name? Like The View, the Avengers, like that kind of thing. You got one yet? Have y'all talked about it? Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking now. I don't know. I think y'all need to maybe have that discussion privately together or amongst yourselves individually, but collectively, and see if y'all can come up with a group name, um, so that we could just refer to it as the panel. It's too many panels, but I hope it's making sense. I hope I'm articulating my thought clearly. The panel, the view. When you think of the view, those ladies, that group of women are gonna be on it. You know, um, first take. First take. Who's gonna be on it. A group of guys is gonna be talking sports. So, yeah, I think y'all need to name it something and maybe set a schedule as well. Maybe do it once a month, kind of thing, once a week or whatever, however often y'all can. whatever often y'all want to do to meet about topics or conquer a variety of topics over a time. Um, Maybe once a month. I don't know. I know everybody has their own individual schedules and channels. Maybe once a month would be a good starting point for the whatever you call it, whatever we call the panel. Um, so I'd like to see that. I'd like to see it continue. Um, the only disappointment I had, and I guess this is a function of StreamYard, I wish that the chats would have all been merged into one chat. No matter whose channel you on, I'm pretty sure in the background in StreamYard you can see it. Like when I simulcast on different platforms, it all comes up in one chat. Um, I wish YouTube could do that. Maybe that's a function of YouTube and not so much StreamYard. Um, and I wish you could see the collective total watchers. Like when I look at your channel, it's 10. When I look at somebody else's channel, it's 10. Instead of that, I'd rather look at one channel and it's total 100 people watching. You know, um, I wish there was a way, maybe in the future that'll happen. Maybe the technology isn't there yet to that level. Um, that way, when y'all are linked like that, it'll it'll flow as one channel, with all of the moderators are moderating all 1,000 people, however many people were watching in one chat. It's a way to combine chats. Um, Also, I don't know if y'all shared it on y'all socials. Like right now, I'm I'm simulcasting to Facebook on two Facebook channels right now. I don't know if y'all were just doing YouTube channels or if there was some other socials mixed in there too. Um, yeah, I'm not sure, but I would have liked to see that. Um, I know you. I know Streamyard limits you, especially in the way y'all were trying to do it. So what I did is I shared a couple of y'all YouTube links to my social. I just copy and pasted the link to my socials. So I went on to my Facebook and shared Amanaz, and I think I shared Messy Michonne's on one of my other pages. That's what I did. Yeah, yeah. I understand the limit. I understand. um, yeah. And a couple of the moderators on other channels, they dropped a couple of links because I popped in and out on different channels just to see what the mods were doing. Some did better jobs than others, but I think um they could have done a better job as the moderators of sharing the links from, for example, let's say Messy Michonne's moderators could have shared everybody else's links because her viewer and audience may have not been familiar with Kofa. They might have not have been familiar with somebody would take heed. I think it could have, did a better job of putting it in the description and in the chat. But that's just something, I mean, that's growing pains. That's something to think about whenever y'all have y'all meetings going forward. I'm not involved in a logistics, so I'm just throwing it out there. So maybe next time it could get brought up when y'all have y'all discussions, and I know you're integral in that process, developmental process. That's why I'm saying it to you. Something to think about. And I know TJ jumps in and listens to me sometimes on here, so maybe it'll get to him that way too, or whoever. I know a lot of y'all listen to me, so just throwing that idea out there. But that's just small, big, little minor things like housekeeping kind of things. Again, overall, I had no complaints about what I saw last night. I was very happy, very happy. Um, just little, and some of it may be just logistical nightmares, StreamYard, YouTube issues, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Nah, I mean, Yao Ming. um, but um, but yeah, wait a minute. Let me check and see if I got any guests popping up. Hold on. No guests yet. Okay. Remember, the link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. Anybody who wants to pop up, talk about whatever. Um, an interesting theory got posed last night, though, is the character Mister in the color purple and its upcoming color purple, are they going to make him worse? I personally believe they will. They have to. They got to get the shock value. See, what Mister did in 1985 was shocking. It was out of the ordinary. So if they do that again today, it's not going to have the same. If they just repeat it, they got to go overboard. We need a Keith Ledger Joker esque performance. We need to see Mister's character be taken to his worst to make it work. Like Keith Ledger took Joker to the next level. We need to see that from Mister. We need to see that. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Um, and I'm just rambling. I'm just throwing some things out there for whoever may be listening. I see people popping in and out. Um, see people popping in and out. But I really wanted to talk about that reprimand thing and that praising people thing because I've seen too many examples, and I always tell y'all things happen in threes. So in this time, it's over the course of 2 days, I've seen three major examples of somebody missing opportunities to praise in public before they reprimand in private. I've seen too many of that, too much of that. Um, and I think we get that wrong. We don't know how to, and that's just leadership. That's just management. That's good management. All good. Think about good managers you've had at work or in the past, wherever you've been. They all had that ability, whether they were cognitive of it or not. Some of them just organically did it. They always would praise you and, hey man, that's a good job you're doing today. Great job, you know. Um, Instead of being, I think of Hancock. There I go again with another Will Smith movie. Will Smith was one of my favorite actors before he did what he did. But Hancock, where they were trying to reshape his brand and they were telling him, you can't just come in, rah, rah, and breaking up sidewalks, even though you're saving people, you're causing a lot of destruction. And I think, fellas, we do that in conversation. You come in, rah, I'm alpha. You come in like that, breaking up the concrete. Learn how to land softer. Remember, Will started praising people. He was telling the cops, good job, good job. You know, even though you fucked up and you couldn't do shit because I had to come in and save the day, but good job to you. You did a good job. you know, um, but it's that kind of thinking, um, that kind of thinking, and just soft skills, as we would call it. You got to work on men. Us men got to work on us. There's a time and place for the rough and tough. Believe me, I'm a fan of the rough and tough shit. I can give it with the best of them. I can speak daggers into a person, but I also can speak to a person softly and uh, emphatically. And, I have soft skills where sometimes you got to be that shoulder to cry on and not that person kicking somebody in the ass. You know, you got to pick, you got to strategically, and that comes with experience, when to do one versus the other. Sometimes people do need a good kick in the ass, but that's not, can't be all the time. You can't just run around kicking people in the ass and expect people to follow you. It doesn't work that way. And some people, this may not be a message for you. What I'm saying tonight may not be for you. Share this. This may be a message for somebody else. Maybe you've tried to communicate this to somebody and you just didn't have the verbiage. Maybe my verbiage is better. Maybe they'll understand it in my voice than your voice, even though I'm essentially saying something you may have said or thought. You know, um, we can be cruel as humans and we don't realize there's nothing wrong with being stern. There's nothing wrong with being standing on frame and standing on business. There's nothing wrong with that unless it becomes overbearing and it's becoming, it's cruel now. You're being cruel for no reason, you know, that kind of thing. You're being cruel for no reason. And I think in modern times, people, I don't know. And I'm Mr. Fuck Your Feelings. I'm that guy. But do I need to say it to every fucking body I meet every day? No, I don't. It's a lot more effective when I pull it out at key moments. It's a lot more effective. It's like a carpenter. He don't use a hammer for everything. Sometimes he uses a screwdriver. Sometimes he uses a measuring tape. Sometimes he has other tools in his box. But I think fellas, a lot of times you're so busy trying to be an alpha, you're just running around with a hammer banging screws. You don't hit screws with a hammer. I hope I'm making sense. I hope what I'm saying, I'm not just rambling. I'm actually trying to come from a place because I'm thinking of a couple of scenarios where this conversation could have helped prevent it from going left field. You know, um, trials and tribulations. I said this to Lena not too long ago. Relationships are trials and tribulations and enduring to the end. You're gonna have problems. It's in the marriage vows. It's implied in the marriage vows. In rich, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, you're gonna have problems. You're gonna have them. But we've been so Disneyfied and cosmopolitized, we just think we're supposed to walk around, as Tim Wise would say, on a blue pill IV drip in a state of euphoria at all times. And when it doesn't happen, this is why we're self-destructing and we're breaking up our relationships sometimes before they even get going. Because you're looking for no problems when I look for solvable problems. That's what I look for. I don't mind a person having a problem initially, but I ask myself, is this something that can be solved? Can we fix this? Can this be fixed? And sometimes I think we focus on, nobody agrees 100%. So, if you agree with somebody 80% of the time, 80 out of 100 things y'all agree on, why are you always focusing on the 20 things that you don't agree on? You could tackle those problems one at a time, but at least establish a course of action in the 80 that you solidly agree on. And again, that's that you got it. That begins with praising. Hey, I appreciate your point of view. I appreciate what you're saying. I too used to think like that at one point. I too used to simp. So I understand it. But I've learned, and from experience, here's where I'm at now. It's easier to pull somebody up than push them out of the way. Gotta learn how to work together. You don't choose that. Sometimes you have no choice with the group of people you have to work with, or little choice. This is what you got. We got to get the job done. We are what we got. We got to get the job done. We don't have 10 Kevin Samuels. We don't have 10 Dr. Hassan Johnson. We don't got 10 Dennis Sperlins. We don't have 10 Coach Greg Adams. It's not going to be like that. Even if I put those group of guys together, there are going to be some issues. Hope what I'm saying is worth it, or if I should go ahead and cut it short. I don't know. I dropped a link in the chat. Anybody who wants to come up, feel free to come up. Hit the like button, subscribe to the People's Podcast. Amanaz is in the chat. I don't know if she dropped her link. Subscribe to Amanaz. Subscribe, smash our bells. Ring that bell. Ring my bell. My bell. My bell. But subscribe. Have a drink. Get comfortable. Let's talk. People coming in to say hey in the chat. Hey, salute. Let us know you're here. Or am I just getting trolls popping in and out? A lot of y'all be watching me. Don't want nobody to know you watching the champ. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I know y'all watch. I know y'all watch. It's okay. It's okay. Y'all, you protest too much. When I come on y'all channels, you protest too much. It shows. So it's all good. I'm used to it. I've been dealing with it all my life. Wait a minute, what did he say? RBN, ladies and gentlemen, is in the chat. See, there go that damn. I tell y'all, stream y'all be acting up. Stream y'all be acting up. RBN, ladies and gentlemen, Real Bravado Network. Please, let's get a link drop for him so we can support his channel in future endeavors. RBN says, wait. But waiting is worse. Who got that? Who is that got that sound effect? I need that shit. Damn it, who plays that all the time? Is that Do Better Podcast? But wait, it gets worse. Sticky Fingers. That Sticky Fingers sound clip, man. I love that. But wait, it gets worse. Yeah, hopefully RBN will come up. I haven't spoken to him since his successful venture last night. Again, I haven't spoken to anybody, not even Amanaz. I haven't even spoken to Amanaz, so I haven't, not directly. I thanked her when here, but I haven't spoken to her directly. So yeah, RBN decides to come up, I will thank him for what he did. I think it's important for the growth of the manosphere so we can move into that manosphere 3.0 space that's on the horizon that I keep talking about. We need more of those channels. We need more of what we saw last night going on. That's what we need. That's what we need. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Real Bravado Network in the house. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you well.
Oh, okay, good. I was actually in the bed, but I couldn't sleep, so I saw you were on, so I would jump up So I really, I know this is rude, but I really don't even know what you're talking about.
I just been running my mouth. I've been running my mouth. Honestly, I just couldn't sleep either. It just felt like talking, so I kind of jumped up here and just been hitting a couple of different topics. I
I
talked
think
earlier on my earlier stream about the successful show last night and how proud I was of all of y'all and what y'all accomplished. So yeah, definitely kudos to you. You're the first one I've spoken to about it directly. I haven't spoken to anybody else about it. I spoke about it on my stream, but I didn't thank anybody directly yet but you. So we need more of that, man. Oh, what I asked earlier, you must not have been here. I think you need to name, or y'all need to come up with a name of that panel. What are you gonna call that group? Like the View or the Avengers, or what is the? Y'all, I think
as
y'all need
far
to
as
come.
as far as I know, that was a one-time deal, but we named it the Epic Joint Live Stream. That's what we would be calling it. So
I
um,
think it needs to be shorter, something shorter, like the View,
yeah,
the
I don't know
panel.
if we'll get back together again because that was a quite a undertaking, and it wore me out.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Maybe once a month or every so often y'all do it. Maybe not even a regular thing, but every so often, semi-regularly.
yeah,
Something to
we'll
think
see.
about. Yeah, I
We'll
know,
see.
it's a lot. I know I'm asking a lot, but
Yeah,
I
um,
think we need it in this space as this black manosphere matures. I think we need more of that.
hmm
We need more
no,
of that.
it was cool when it was going down. Um,
But I know
you
the
know,
back room shit can get frustrating and behind the scene logistics. I believe me, I understand that shit. Very well. Very well. So I know it could get where and you got a lot on your plate anyway
yeah,
with
yeah,
just
yeah.
real life shit. So I understand, man. It gets hectic.
Yeah, I spent some time, venting with Almanize about a lot of the stuff that was going on,
Mhm.
behind, putting it together. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. As of right now, I'm so tired of wore out from it.
You had to
It's not even.
decompress. You had to decompress a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I probably won't even do nothing the rest of this year on my channel, and then come back strong next year. That's how much it wore me out. I might I probably will go back to the live stream and clip it up and stuff and make a couple
Right.
premieres and some clips from it because there was a lot of good stuff on there. It was just
Yes,
so much.
it
It was so
was.
much, and that in 3 hours seems like a lot of time, but when you're going through it, it went by in a blink, and we packed in so much information in
Yeah.
that time period in discussion. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that we just really didn't get to. I just got tired and wanted to get up out of there.
Hmm.
So there was some like here's what I really want to do. And maybe I'll try to get this in. I just got to kind of figure it out. If I do another live before the end of the year, basically in the next 2 weeks, I want to do the origin story of Mister. I want to talk about how Mister became Mister. I think one of the things is it's easy to paint Mister as a villain, but Mister didn't start out as no villain.
Mm. Well, like y'all brought up last night during the conversation, Mister was an upper middle class man for that time period. He was upper
Actually, I
middle
want to
class.
amend that. I actually want to amend that. I think Mister was a wealthy man,
Yes, yes, most definitely.
not
So
even upper middle
in
class. He
today's
was a
world,
wealthy man.
he would be somebody making $400,000 or $500,000 a
I,
year easily.
I think more than that. Given the size of his property, given all of the animal, he had about 5 or 6 horses, all the cows, all the chickens, all the goats. The
Yeah,
size of the land. No, we're talking about somebody who's a multimillionaire now.
yeah, easily. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Definitely. So I mean, and a lot of times we don't talk about black men just don't wake up that way. We have to develop ourselves. It's a lot of struggle and strife and failures that we have to overcome to reach that kind of a level. And we don't talk about that enough. And that kind of goes into what I was talking about, giving people praise. And sometimes as men, we struggle with that, giving other men praise. I know I've seen other men, they it's hard for them to acknowledge that another man is better than them. I mean, damn, their men are better. Some men are better. They did more. They accomplished more. But some of us amongst ourselves, we struggle with admitting that. Oh, they men just like me. They put their pants on just like me. No, they're better than you. I'm sorry. But we took competition out of schools, and that's where that thinking came from, that everybody's equal and everybody's the same. But Mr. had to be uh um and he had a wife before Silly, right? Then his
Yeah,
wife died or something.
she ain't died. She was killed.
Oh, oh, okay.
His wife was. See, this is why I probably need to do the origin story of Mister. His
Yeah.
wife, his wife was killed by her boyfriend.
Oh, oh, wow. Yeah, you definitely need to do the origins of Mister. Hell,
So
that would
with
be a great movie.
so when you yeah, I'll just get into it a little bit. But so when you think about Mister and how he interacted with Celie, and you factor in that his wife, the woman he had before, was, not only was Suge Every a hoe, but his wife was a hoe.
And that goes to my theory, as I always say, that modern woman talk is bullshit. These women have been behaving this way for quite some time.
Right. And so the hoe of a wife turned Mister, along with the crazy father, turned Mister into Mister. And then the fact that he couldn't get the new woman that he wanted, which was Suge, she was a hoe. And he had to sit around there and watch, pining after Suge,
Yeah.
and Suge run around with every man in town and having babies by every man in town. Suge didn't give him no babies. So, everywhere, every which way this man turned, where he loved somebody, where he loved a woman, each one of them women were hoes. And then he got Celie. So what the fuck you thought he was gonna do to Celie, who he didn't love?
He didn't even want Silly.
Yeah.
He got forced. I guess he
So
kind of felt forced to take Silly.
yeah. And so well, he wasn't forced to take her. He just but
Well, I
just
mean, he
look
needed somebody to take care of his kids, so he needed a woman to help him.
yeah. But
He
just
didn't
think
get the woman
about
he
but
needed.
just think about how that impacts on the man. You love your
Yeah,
first woman, she was a hoe, and then you loved another woman and
she
she wouldn't give you no kids and she was a hoe. And now you got this so-called ugly woman just to take care of your kids. And so you annoyed by the fact that the two women that you actually love didn't love you. Now you sit here with, with your fourth place choice. Yeah, he's an angry man. And then he got his daddy uh challenging his manhood every
fucking
which
him
way.
all the time.
Was daddy challenging his manhood every which
All the
way.
time.
Yeah. That 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 that
Heard
that
she
that,
got
that
that nasty
combination
woman disease.
that combination gives you Mister.
Yeah, yeah, that's
And
a
what it
very
does is, and the thing about that story, if they actually go into the origin story of Mister, it actually humanizes him. And
yes.
then the color purple becomes a different story. But see, we can't have that though. We gotta have the fact
Nah,
that
gynocracy ain't gonna allow that, brother.
well, no, we gotta have it. We gotta have black men are vicious, violent, dangerous
Yeah,
pedophiles and rapists.
that's gynocratic thinking. They're gonna do that.
Yeah, that's what we are.
Yep, all day long. Mister was the worst, huh? Mister was the worst. Whatever happened to his mom, Mister's mom?
I don't know. I don't remember them what they said.
Okay, that's interesting. I never read the book. I never read the book. I'm versed in the movie, but I never seen the book.
I played in the stream last night part of an interview that Alice Walker, because she wrote the book. Um, Part of what Alice Walker said, for so long, black women took The Color Purple as a real life story, but Alice Walker said that this story was a figment of her imagination.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that she never met anybody who actually went through it. She just heard stories that was passed down over the generations. So she doesn't even have firsthand account of this stuff. She doesn't even have an account directly from the people that it supposedly happened to. This story takes place in 1900, from 1900 to 1939. Alice Walker wasn't born until what, 60?
Yeah, that made when you said that last night, that made me think about my own family. Now, my family was historically only about 30 minutes away from where Anson County where it was filmed. But in South Carolina, crossing the border into South Carolina is where my family was. And my great grandfather in 1920 is when he bought the 16 acres of land we have. He bought it back from the family that originally owned his parents as slaves. So that's the family that we have in my, that's the land we have in my family today. And I was always fascinated by my great grandfather, how he was able to even do that. I mean, we're talking about Mr. being a successful thing, a successful man. It didn't matter. It didn't matter back then. They wouldn't sell you shit. They wouldn't put, allow you to get ahead in a lot of times during
Oh,
that time period in that part of the country.
here's something else I wanted to tell you too. Alice Walker was born in 1944, so she don't know nothing about nothing, and she never heard nothing about nothing, and she didn't become a full woman until like 1960 when she was becoming a teenage, late teen, and into
Where was she
her
from?
womanhood. So she don't know nothing. But here's the other thing that I want to tell you: that character Suge, in my opinion, was based off of her, because if you know Alice Walker's story, she was a hoe. She screwed every man and every woman she can get her hands on. She told you that.
Where was she from? Yeah.
She was from Georgia,
Oh, I didn't know that.
Eaton, Georgia, where the story took place at.
Now, do you know what part of Georgia she was from?
I just said it. Eaton, Georgia.
Eaton.
Eatonton.
Okay.
Eatonton, whatever you call it, Georgia. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that off the top of my head.
No.
Amanaz might know more about what that
is. It's rural Georgia. It's very, very rural. That's where she's from. And Alice Walker was basically Suge in the story. The town hoe.
Well, hell, wasn't Suge going up to Chicago and everything else?
What the hell you think Alice Walker was doing?
Yeah. I mean, she was more than a town hoe.
Alice Walker had a husband, and she had a husband, a couple boyfriends, and she had about 4 or 5. Alice Walker used to fuck Tracy Chapman.
Damn.
This woman has been through more women and more women. Alice Walker is Suge in the story. So if Suge's a hoe, Alice Walker's a hoe. He's a hoe.
Well, that's your theory, right? Your grandmama was a hoe. And she ain't had no drawers on. Shit. Oh, doing all that fucking. Wait a minute, let's see what Amina say. Yeah. She agreed with us. That's a story that needs to be told. She's saying when we were talking about Mr.'s origin story. She says that in the chat. Definitely, most definitely. Most definitely. I would like to see that made into a movie now. That would be a phenomenal movie, The Origin of Mr. That would be a phenomenal movie.
Yeah, wouldn't nobody go see it because that would make Mr. be a good guy.
I think black men would support it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think black men would support. Black women ain't gonna support it. They don't support shit no way. But not with their money, not really. They
do. They support Cardi B. They support Sexy Red. They support what's that chick name on YouTube?
Kendra G.
Kendra G. No, I'm talking about
Cynthia G.
There's another one. Tasha K. They support all that shit. They support Oprah. They support Tyler Perry. Black women support anything that has anything to do with some fuckery, especially when it comes at the expense of black men. Oh yeah, they'll line up for that shit. Black women support dumpster fire men. They support unproductive men. They support jailbirds and criminals. Black women support a lot.
So
what they don't support
Oh, I'm sorry.
are productive, character-driven black men, because those men have standards. Those men want them to walk and talk and behave a certain way, and black women can't have that. They can't have no man telling them what to do.
Y'all heard him, man. I ain't even got to say nothing, man. I ain't got to say nothing.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
That's all I got. That's all I got for that.
Yeah, I was supposed to call Almanac today, but I've had such a hell of a day. I ain't had a chance to do that. But I'll be talking with her tomorrow before I head to work. I know she listens.
That's what I was saying. I hadn't even had that conversation with her about the I haven't had no conversation with her today. Because earlier, when I got ready to start talking to her, I thought she was going to go live earlier, and then she had to run out here to run an errand, go check on her granddad. So that kind of took my mind off of what I was going to say to her about the show last night.
So, what did you think about the show overall?
No, overall, I was very, like I said on my earlier stream, I was extremely proud of y'all, man. I say that, and I can't praise enough. Seeing us work together. You know, usually when black men and women get on the stream, there's some arguing and debating. Last night, there was none of that. It was okay. We're just going to have a conversation about this topic, and it stayed there.
Yeah.
It flowed good. It wasn't very much over talk. Everybody, hell, we even got to see Messy Michonne for the first time with a fine ass. But it was good. It was a good show.
There was a lot of disagreement. We just didn't yell at each other over it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just going back and forth with dialogue. I mean, of course, it's always going to be that disagreement, but it was handled respectfully in an adult manner.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who wants to see a bunch of people? I don't want to see 9 people agree with each other. I mean, damn.
The only person that got aggressive on there was me when I told Almanac to slow down.
I don't even remember that part.
Yeah, she was cooking like, I mean, she was fired up and she was cooking, and everything she was saying was them but bars. I had to interrupt her to tell her to slow the fuck down so everybody can digest that shit.
she was giving everybody too much.
She up there on the stream waterboarding everybody. Like, damn, girl. Let them swallow that tea. Stop trying to waterboard them. Yeah.
I got a friend of mine who's a pastor, and sometimes she'll ask me to review her sermons. And I said something similar to her. I say, you talking so fast and you coming point for point so fast. The people in your congregation are missing what you're saying. They're missing some of it. I said, just slow it down. Put a little ad libbing in there a little bit sometime to let them put that strategic pause in there. Let them sink their teeth into what you just said sometime. I said the same thing. Yeah, I didn't hear that part. I listened to most of it, and I think at one point what did I do? I think I had a phone call or something that came in, and I stepped outside, and then that's probably when that interchange you're talking about came.
I think the ladies were the stars of the show last night.
Everybody was. I mean,
stop with the everybody shit. The women were the stars of the show last night.
No, I can't say that. I think when I think
they were.
I think everybody.
They were
so good.
That's not downgrading the men. The men did their part.
I don't think it is. I'm just giving you my honest opinion.
Yeah. Messy Michonne, Take Heed, Almanac, they were the stars. They were the spice, the seasoning, the roux. You know, they were that. You know, it was great.
I mean, I loved all of it. I mean, like I said, I was just so proud, and I gave it so much acclaim earlier when I was talking about it. I had no complaints at all, nothing to say, but good things. I was so happy for y'all, man. Because I want us to do better as a group, and I'm always talking about our image and the black image collectively, and that was a great representation of it. I would venture to say that's the best I've ever seen in the manosphere of men and women interacting with each other. That's the best representation of it I've
Yeah.
seen.
I think you need to reassess the whole manosphere thing. I actually believe the manosphere is dead. I think Pearly Gates, whatever the hell her name is, I think she killed it.
Well, I think what a lot of people think the manosphere isn't really the manosphere. It's just a lot of what a lot of people call red pill rage really is blue pill rage. It's a lot of people just they want to believe what they want to believe and they're raging about it. That's blue pill. And a lot of this stuff ain't manosphere. It's just people regurgitating and reacting to things that they got triggered by. But when I think of manosphere, I'm thinking about the work Dennis Sperlin is doing. I'm thinking about the work BGS is doing. I'm thinking about what Green Gorilla is doing. I'm thinking about what I saw last night. I'm thinking about other things. I mean, I think a lot of it is just entertainment. And it's the entertainment part of it is clouding or making it very foggy and it's draining. But behind that, there's some Dr. T.I. Son Johnson. I was talking to him late last night. Me and him was chit-chatting and on Messenger. And those brothers are doing it. There's people just really laying a groundwork of doing some hard work behind the scenes and important stuff behind the scenes. Um, and I Country Wayne I would put into that too as well. Even though he would not necessarily call himself manosphere, he laid the foundation for what a lot of people who came after him is doing, like the Big Jaws, like the C.T. Claytons, like the Daphne Springs. Country Wayne was the prototype for a lot of them, even though we don't necessarily intersect with them all the time, but we run parallel with them, with what they're doing.
My first introduction to this kind of thought process for men was Tom Likas. Because I had him when I was in college. He was on the radio station late at night,
Okay.
And that was my first. I was like, this man is wild, and I loved every bit of it,
Well, a lot of people they give Patrice O'Neal the same credit.
Yeah, black folk do.
Yeah, for the same reason. No, a lot of white folks, especially up there in Jersey, in the tri-state area when he was on the radio. Oh, them white people loved him. Mm-hmm. He was in that vein with he was filling that space that George Carlin used to operate.
Yeah. Tom Likas did. Kevin Samuels really liked Tom Likas, but Tom Likas didn't like Kevin Samuels. Tom Likas felt I listened to an interview that Tom Likas did, and he felt that Kevin Samuels stole his whole shtick, and I don't think that was true.
Well, that's why Kevin and Angry Man got into a thing. Kevin stole a lot of shit from a lot of people. And it makes me think about what comedians say we all steal from each other. And I think you see that here in the manosphere, the black manosphere.
Well, somebody stole my stream last night. Somebody did my stream today.
What do you mean they did your stream?
They did the exact thing that I did today.
With a different group of people, you're saying?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
It's called, what was that channel called? It was called the Game something. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can actually find it, because I was watching it earlier. I was like, look at these motherfuckers. And I'm glad we did what we did first, because everybody else is a copycat.
And I could truly say I haven't seen it done the way y'all did it last night, which is the way I thought it should have been done before. I've seen people do it the other way.
No, I think this is the first comprehensive conversation and breakdown, because we dealt with the themes of it. We dealt with the controversy first, and then we went into the themes of it,
Yeah, I mean, definitely that too. I mean, but just having everybody simulcast on their own channels.
Yes.
I mean,
that hasn't been done before. Yeah, Game Changer.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'm actually copied and put it in your link. They did.
Well, I mean, you're gonna see a lot of that happen, though. I mean, again, I know I've said things, and some things I've been saying for over a decade, and then people are just now saying it
And
like
then look, I went over there and dropped a message, and them cats act like they didn't know who I was. No, I know you don't know us because you guys are doing exactly
exactly right.
what I did. Yeah.
And you could tell because you say little things or you
And
have
then
little sound effects
and
that
it wasn't as well put together as me. Now they spent a lot of time talking about Mister and
Mhm.
stuff, whatever. But they essentially was doing what we're doing, but they tended to focus on Mister. But now they're going to talk about they're going to break down each character.
I think that's overkill.
Huh?
I think that'll be overkill.
Yeah, game changer. Yeah, he has a chess. Yeah, game. The Color Purple '86 movie review part 1, Mister, featuring Bernie Riley, whoever the hell the fuck that is.
Bernard Riley.
Bernard Riley.
I
Yeah.
know who Bernard Riley is. Normally, Bernard Riley is more into the political aspect of the Black Manosphere. I've been on his panel. He's okay guy. I've been on his panels.
I don't know none of these cats, but
Yeah,
they caught my attention on this one.
interesting. Interesting. 6 degrees of separation, huh?
Yeah, I put the link to that stream
In the
in
back
your
chat.
chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check it
So
out.
if you or Almond want to look at it later, you can. But I
Yeah,
still
Bernard
think
Riley is connected to
we did a better job, better concept because you had 7 or so live, content creators, do this live on their channel. Hamp's channel in real time did 1,300. Messy Machine in real time did 600. I did a couple hundred. Almond Eyes reached 100. Um, 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 what's his name? Kosher did about 400. Take Heed did a couple hundred. We all together that night we cleared almost 3K in views amongst all of our channels for that stream
that's what's up.
because
That's what's up. See,
we
I was curious
combined
about that. That's
we
what's
com-
up.
yeah, we combined forces. And one of the things I really wanted to do for Almond Eyes was make sure that she got to showcase who she was and what she was doing because she was the smaller channel. And that's why I jumped in to slow her ass down because I wanted people that didn't know her to be able to listen to what she was saying because Almond Eyes talk like she drives 130 miles an hour, like no. And then also I want her to be able to build relationships with other people up on the stream where she can go up there and help build her channel through through networking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to slow her down. I told her, take your shot, take your time, get your shit out. Get your shit out, let that shit marinate because you got good shit to say, So let the good shit roll. Don't just get on your fucking on your rant and fucking forget about that. You gotta let people digest your shit. You'll get your shit out, but always keep it back in the mind. Especially and be aware when you saying something profound too. When you saying something profound that's about to come out, you slow that shit down so they can get all of that shit. It's I mean, you like a nigga with a dick, put all that shit in the mouth, take it slow, get it all in there.
Oh wait a minute, you trying to get to the bottom of the bottom? Yeah. You talking about get to the bottom of the bottom?
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, no, definitely good advice. I mean, definitely. I think y'all should maybe at the top of the year, y'all should get together again and do the new video.
Yeah, Mashawn wants to do the new one, but I think we'll do a smaller group or on that, or just I would, yeah.
Why?
On that,
so successful. Why change it?
Yeah, so we'll see.
What we talking about?
I'll wait for people to, get some feedback, from everybody about how it went. Right now, everybody got a little red flag on their channel because of all the intros. Not everybody has, so everybody's getting their stuff situated so they can make some money and hopefully clips. I actually got to download it and send it to Black Man Unfiltered, the whole thing, because it didn't stream on his channel. So I'm gonna give it to him so he can upload it to his channel.
Right.
And I'm gonna cut it so he don't have to worry about like getting any flags or nothing like that. So I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna try to do that sometime tomorrow night while I'm at work to download it and get it over there to him so he can get it up on his channel too. Because he provided some real good shit to us too, some good comic belief. And then I hope his wife busted him in the head because he came right on flirting with Almond right away. He an old married man.
Now, Amanaz left. She dropped a comment. She says, "Heard and understood."
I don't know what
Happy
you're talking
RBN.
about.
She's talking to you.
I don't know
Let's
what
see.
you're talking about.
When you was giving her the critique on what, slowing down.
Yeah, I told her that during the stream.
Yeah,
I'm
so I mean, she's just
reiterating it.
saying it again that she understood you. Bill Wash is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Big Bill. This Big Bill says, I was jumping around to make sure that everyone's stream had hit the
I don't
like
know if he.
button.
I don't know if he showed up on the stream last night. I don't know
That's
if
what
he
he's
did.
saying. He said he was jumping around to all of the channels, making sure everybody was hitting the like button.
No, he's doing that. No, I'm talking about last night.
No,
I
he
don't know if
was.
he.
I saw him last night in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what he's letting us know, or he's letting you know that's what he was doing. Um, let's see. Did I miss any more comments? I think Bill Wash again. What else did he say? Uh, I think they just talking to each other. Him and all and Oz. Okay, hold on. Somebody left a new comment. What? What we got? Yeah. She's saying he did too. She saw him in the chat too. Yeah, I saw him. Mona D was in the chat too. I feel a lot of people was popping up. Coop, a lot of Coop 80K. He corrected me. He corrected me this morning on his channel. Coop 80K. Um, Coop is doing good. I've been rocking with him since like he was under 100. We got 5 people in the chat, so at least that's what it's showing. I mean, could be more. Anybody else want to come up and join this conversation? The link is in the description, is in the chat. Matter of fact, I'll put it again. Hold on a second. I'll drop it again. Maybe because we don't have a lot of comments since then. So let's see. Let's drop it again. Let's see if I can do it. Of course, my damn. All right. Let me come back out and do it again. Hold on. Give me a second. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for stopping by the People's Podcast Late Talk with me and RBN and just chit chatting, riffing a little bit, no particular topic.
Yeah.
Earlier, I was talking
All right.
about.
I'm gonna get up off here and try to lay back down. I got an early meeting, so
All right, brother.
I
I
just thought I'd
appreciate you
jump up
stopping
and say
by,
what's
man.
up.
I appreciate you stopping by. Get your sleep, man. We'll talk later. Ladies and gentlemen, that was RBN Real Bravado Network. Please subscribe to his channel. Masterful show last night that's simulcasted across multiple channels. It was very good. Thank y'all for stopping by late night with me. Anybody else want to come up and chit chat? This is a late night riff session. Come up here, go one-on-one with the great one, see what we talk about. I'm going to drop the link again. So y'all ain't got to go looking for it. Hold on. I'm going to drop the link. The link is officially dropped, I think. Hold on. It's taking its time. There we go. Wait a minute. No, an error occurred. Hold on a second. See, StreamYard, man, I tell you. Sometimes. All right, let's try this again. Drop. All right, there we go. Now the link has been dropped. Anybody want to come up, talk about anything? The original topic of the show was praise in public, reprimand in private. That's an important leadership quality. Reprimand privately, give instructions privately, reprimand, praise in public, give people praise. We should be hearing more praise and acknowledgement of an achievement versus instruction, ladies and gentlemen. That's what good leaders do. That's what we should be doing. Let's see what's going on here. Hold on a second. Sometimes StreamYards give me little messages or whatever. Okay, we good. So yeah, anybody wants to come up, we can talk. We were just talking about last night's stream, and we talked a little bit about the origins of Mister from The Color Purple. Very interesting topic, and I think I would love to see that being made into a movie. Let's get that. Let's get that young Mister in there. Let's. That's what we should call it, young Mister. Be boy, man. Maybe I need to write a script. I ain't never did that. Maybe I need to write a script. Young Mister. That'd be fantastic. Who could we get? I would say we get Jonathan Majors to play it, but we can't get Jonathan right now. He ain't available. He ain't available to us right now. He a little busy. But who else could we get to play young Mister? Who could be that character? Play a young Danny Glover. Who could be that guy? I mean, what y'all think, man? Drop me a line in the chat. Who could be young Mister? Or come up and let's talk about it. Let's speculate. Who would you cast as young Mister? Don't say Michael B. Jordan. He's too pretty. I mean, if I had to choose Michael B. Jordan or Jonathan Majors would have been the guy to play a young Danny Glover. But now I don't know who else I would. You know who I would get play a young. Now I know what's my man that played Antoine Fisher. He's still young enough. He could play a young, maybe. I haven't seen him in a while. A young Danny Glover, right? That'd be interesting. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, or is it just me? Talk to me, somebody. And I appreciate everybody stopping by. Appreciate y'all stopping by. We just chit chatting a little bit tonight. Just chit chatting. If you're up making pancakes or whatever you're doing, log on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about them pancakes you sneaking and making. I want some. I want some. You got Miss Butterworth, sir? You know, us nasty boys, we love Miss Butterworth, man. Nasty boys. Um, but how everybody doing? How is everybody doing? Welcome to a new day, December 19th, 2020. No, excuse me, December 20th, 2023. Let me correct myself. I'm about to repeat myself somewhere. My days is mixed up. My days are mixed up. But yeah, Bill Walsh is still here. I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear that, Bill. Where are you located, Bill? You East Coast, West Coast, Midwest? Where you at? Where are you located, sir? Where your kinfolk at? Who you kin to? That's how they say down in the South. Who you kin to? Where your people's from? Bill Walsh says, I'm in Cali. Going back to Cali. Now, what part of Cali? You LA? You San Diego? Where you at? What's going on over there in Cali? Cali is what, 3 hours behind? So it's damn, what time is it in Cali? Like 10 o'clock? 11 o'clock? Cali. We 1 o'clock over here on the eastern seaboard here. Yeah, but hey, for those of you just tuning in, welcome to the People's Podcast. I appreciate y'all very much for stopping by. Take off your shoes, strap in, get comfortable. Hit the like button, subscribe. Orange County. Bill Walsh says Orange County. Welsh. Why do I always say Walsh? I'm pronouncing shit like I'm from Boston. Welsh. Golly. Saying, Boston people, they say the words funny. So it's 1017 in Orange County, California. But Boston people say car. They can't say car. They say car. I gotta go wash my car. Like, what? What are you talking about? Baltimore people can't say roof. They say roof. Like, what? I mean, first time I heard somebody say roof. Like, roof is the sound a dog makes. The thing that's on top of your house is a roof, but they say roof. little dialectal differences. You don't see them as much now as you used to because of the internet has made everybody's speech kind of merge. But I definitely remember 20, 30 years ago where the dialects were still very strong from region to region, sometimes from city to city and state to state. The dialect was strong. I could tell what part of South Carolina people were from based on how they spoke. Most cases in South Carolina, I can still do that. Upper state versus low country. Low country will be, I would say, Orangeburg and south of Orangeburg would be low country, and anything above Orangeburg would be upper, getting into the upper state, like above Columbia. So Columbia is kind of the middle of the state, Midland. But anything above Columbia would be considered upper state. Anything below Orangeburg would be low country. Where my Geechee folk at in the chat? Where my Geechee folks? Shout out to Hollywood, South Carolina, out there, just outside of Charleston. Y'all think I ain't know nothing about that? Hollywood. They still do them car races down there every week. Shout out to my thugs down there in Geechee Heaven in Hollywood, South Carolina. It's my people's down there. Shout out. Bill Welsh says, yeah, I like when people have different accents. I enjoy listening to them talk. Definitely. I mean, I like learning. I was always fascinated by that when I first moved to the South. I'm originally from New Jersey, northern New Jersey, Newark, East Orange. That would be right outside of New York City. Directly outside of New York City. Once you cross over the river, you in my area, so that's where I'm from originally. And then I finished high school here in South Carolina. So when I first moved here 30 years ago, over 30 now, 1992, it was culture shock. It was not just the language, it was just cultures, understanding, learning about different cultures and ancestry, my own ancestry. It was all fascinating to me. All fascinating. And I've lived in Chicago, Midwest. Loved it out there. I love Chicago, and I lived on the South Side, 79th and Woodlawn, Stony Island. Shout out Cottage Grove. Shout out if you're in the chat. Happy Liquors. I know it ain't there no more, but that's where I used to get my yak from. Used to get my Hennessy from Cottage Grove and 79th right there at Happy Liquors. Yeah, see, my Chicago people know what I'm talking about. They know, oh yeah, he was here. He know all of that. He was really here. South Side, shout out. Chirac, as they call it. I love Chicago. I was treated very well. The people were very nice to me, even though I lived right in the middle of what they call Chirac. But I'm a hood dude, so I blended in fine. It was like being home for me. Treated me well. Good people up there. Good people. Yeah. But I've pretty much been traveling up and down. I used to spend summers in Virginia, Newport News, Bad News, Hampton, Virginia. Used to spend summers there. Go out on the Chesapeake with my uncle on his boat. Rural South Carolina. Shout out to my family in York, South Carolina. York, not New York, but York, South Carolina. My grandfather's people down there. Shout out to my Bowen family, Bowen. Big family down there in York. Been going to the same church in McConnell, South Carolina since slavery. Yeah, they've been going there since the 1800s. Long time. Always found things fascinating. 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 The link is in. Let me check. Make sure. No, nobody popped up on me while I was running my mouth. Anybody wants to come up? Anybody wants to come up and chat? Any topic? Anyone you got smoke? You got a topic? You got a comment? You know, hit the like button on your way in. Strap you in. Smash that bell. Give us a shout in the chat. Have respect for my chat. Let the chat know you are present. Let us know you're here. Don't be trolling. It's too late at night to be trolling, man. It's too late. Too late at night. Be trolling. And I'm broadcasting on 3 platforms right now. Too late at night to be trolling. Can't sleep? Talk to the people's champ. Let's talk about it. Ladies, you're in the chat. You want some advice? Call your boy. I'll give you that real talk. I'll give you that good talk. Let y'all know what it is. Fellas, you want some advice? We could do some Hey V's right now live. That's how I started out, right? Long time ago, we was doing the Hey V's all the time. We could do that. We could do a throwback Hey V. Hey V's are questions. People would always start by saying Hey V, and they would ask their questions. So I called it that segment Hey V's. So we could do those. Got a question on any topic, and if I have expertise in that topic or some insight, I will give it. If I don't know, I will tell you I don't know. Stump me. Some things stump me. I don't know everything, but I give you a different perspective sometimes. I used to get a lot of that. Well, my man is doing this, or why that man do this, or why my girl doing this, dog? I don't understand. And I get them kind of questions and try to give some insight. Been doing it a while. Like to think I'm good at it, but I forgot I have people on the West Coast watching, like Bill. Even though it's late here, it's not that late over there. So I always wondered why when I do these late shows, I always have a lot of viewers. When I go back and look at the metrics, and I'm like, damn, there's a lot of people up late, but I forgot we got a big country. There's people in other town. Like I got a good buddy, a good friend of mine, brother Oculus is over there in Alaska. Who the hell knows what damn time zone Alaska is, but he over in Alaska. I had another brother from San Diego on my Facebook. Damn it, I forget his name. I know it when I see it. And he's been following me for years. I like to think we're friends. We've talked several times over the years about different things. So yeah, I would consider him a friend. He's been following me for quite some time. I always find it different with the demographics of I find it the demographics of people who find me on different platforms. Like it's totally different on Facebook than it is on YouTube. And then on of course TikTok is typically different. I didn't even know I had an audience on TikTok. But my kids told me, "Hey dad, you got to start posting more videos to TikTok." I'm like, "How you know I post videos to TikTok?" "Oh, my friends follow you." I'm like, "What? I don't make content for middle school and high schoolers. Like, are you serious?" Like, "Dad, they love you." I'm like, "Really? I didn't know. I knew I was big in Japan, but I didn't know I was big in middle school. But I guess I would be, ironically, right? If you think about it, I'm big in middle school." Finally, I had to grow the fuck up to get big in middle school, because when I was in middle school, I damn sure wasn't big. I was what, 5'5" in middle school. I'm only 5'8" now, but I was 5'5" in middle school. But I could jump through the gym. They used to call me back then. My nickname was Air Van, because I could jump. 5'5", I could grab the rim. I couldn't dunk. I could dunk off a putback, but I couldn't dunk like by myself. But I could grab the rim at 5'5". I could jump through the gym. And I did in high school. I ended up going to state championships every year for long jump and triple jump, in addition to the 4x1 and the 4x4. But I could jump. I was a short dude. Every time I lined up, man, everybody else is taller than me. Them dudes be 6'4", taller, tall dudes. I'm a little dude, only dude under 6 feet jumping. And I jump out the box on him, and he be like, "What the hell? What the hell?" Damn, that little dude could jump. I hate all my trophies and medals got burnt up. I used to keep them down at my grandfather's house, and we had a house fire back in 2013, 2012 actually. We had the renovation done in 2013, but the 2012 had electrical fire, and all of my shit got destroyed, man. I was heartbroken. I work hard for them little plastic trophies. Them ribbons I got. I wanted them. Y'all looking at it. I was a playground legend, man. My little ass. That was nice. That was a different time, though. That was a different time. That was a different time. Way back yonder. It's the old folks in the country scene. Way back yonder. Yeah, that's what that was. Yeah, man. But no, we was talking earlier when the RBM was up. I'm still kicking around that concept of an origin story for Mister as a movie. I think that would be phenomenal. Um, and what I'm saying, Antoine Fisher, the kid that played Antoine Fisher, and he also played in Biker Boys. I know what I'm talking about. I'm thinking him could be a young Danny Glover. Who else? Who else? Um. Oh, you know who could be a young Danny Glover? My man Leon, that played in Snowfall. Yeah, Leon would be a good Danny Glover. He bring that passion. That would be good. I think the kid that played Franklin is too tall to play Danny Glover. He's too tall. But I think Leon might be the perfect character. That might work. Um, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see that happen. Or if I want to really go new, my man Minx, he does a lot of the videos with Big Ja. Minx has his own channel. A lot of y'all may not know that, but he's very funny. Minx might be a good young Danny Glover too. Something to think about. Something to think about. We no longer have the good brother Jonathan Majors available to us in the immediate future, so we can't use Jonathan Majors. He dropped the ball. He didn't protect himself at all times. He put the honey before the money. That's what Jonathan Majors did. He was chasing honey before the money. Right?
See, that nigga wanted the honey. All we want is the money.
Yeah, he wanted the honey. That's what he was out there chasing. He dropped the bag now. Could you imagine where he would have been in 10 years? Do you know the films they had? They was about to build the whole Marvel universe around him, around his character. He dropped the bag chasing the honey. No dick control. At 34 years old. Unbelievable. Let's see what Bill Welsh says. What? Yeah, it definitely is sad, Bill. A lot of brothers they drop the ball because they're trying to do things before, and I speak on this all the time on my channel. Brothers young men doing things before they don't have enough time on job. They ain't been off the porch long enough, so to speak, and they're trying to do things before they're ready. This dude is 34 years old. He's talking to this white woman about being bringing Michelle Obama, like he was building some kind of legacy. He hadn't done it yet. You hadn't done a damn thing yet, but a couple of movies, man. It's too soon for that talk. But a lot of times we talk too much. Just because you got a plan in your head, you don't gotta talk. You're telegraphing your plan too much, and women will sabotage you if you tell them too much too soon. He didn't even know if she was going to be that woman to play that role in his life yet. Too soon. Premature. Putting the cart before the horse. Whatever. Way too soon. He should have been focused on getting that money. The next 10 years of his life, definitely the next 6, from 34 to 40, the next 5 to 6 years, he should have been working like a fucking maniac. He should have been in Tupac mode. The hell with beast mode. He should have been in Pac mode. That's what he should have been doing. And he was in position to do it. The hell with chasing coochie. Why was he in friggin' Manhattan anyway? This dude he's from Cali. He was born in Cali and he grew up in Texas. I had to research that. Why was he in New York? He should have been on the West Coast, chilling. That's what he should have been doing. Close to his work. He's supposed to be in work mode. 34, and him particularly in that position he was in, he had no guidance, man. No wise man to counsel him, to say, hey, bruh, let these chicks go, man. Get your shit together. You got plenty of time in your life for chicks. Get this money. Establish your legacy. Establish your empire. Then worry about making kids and all that kind of shit later. You could do that all your life. The hell. Somebody should have bought him CGA's free agent lifestyle book. These young men don't understand how getting with a woman at the wrong woman at the wrong time can throw your whole life off course. And that's what Jonathan Majors just did to himself. He did it to himself. And he didn't protect himself at all times. Like I've been preaching for a decade to young men. Protect yourself at all times. Record everything. Record. If the girl asks you why you pulling out your camera, it shouldn't even be a damn surprise to her. I tell them up front. I record everything. Oh, I don't like being recorded. Well, get the fuck out. You ain't gonna spend no time around me. I'm the prize, and he definitely was the prize. He running in Manhattan like Kunta Kinte and shit. What the fuck? Oh my God. No, please don't get me started on that tangent. But that's what he looked like to me. Run, Forrest, run. You can't make this shit up. That needs to be a movie of itself.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
See, I'm the people's champ, man. I let chicks know up front, man. You know who you getting up front. Who they get up front. This is who.
I'll violate all your personal space, bitch. I'm that cousin always on punishment. I'm not the nigga you can play with.
So all of that happy life, happy wife shit these ninjas got in their head, I'm not that dude. I don't play that go through my phone shit. You go through my phone, the relationship is over. As soon as you even think about touching my phone, you might as well walk out. I don't play that. You have no rights to violate my privacy. I'm an American citizen. I'm ex-military. I'm ex-Navy. I put my dues in. What have you done? And what gives you the right to take away my constitutional right? I got a right to privacy. Give a fuck who you are. Don't no marriage certificate give you the right to overrule my constitutional right. Are you shitting me? Because you got a feeling? Well, take your feelings, get the fuck out. Don't play that shit. What did I say in my earlier video? I forget. I talk a lot of ish. What did I say in my earlier video? And I appreciate you being here for the earlier video as well. I got somebody else in here too that's hiding out, man. They ain't speaking to us, man. They don't want to communicate with we the people up in here, man. We the people. You got to speak to the people when you come to the People's Channel. It's the People's Podcast, man. Welcome. Appreciate you being here, whoever you are and wherever you may be. Waiting for Bill to get back to me. Bill keeping me going right now. Bill is charging me up with this good dialogue. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm stepping out the side for a second. We going mobile for a second. But funny thing is, a lot of people pretend to be things on the internet. I am not one of those type of guys. I am what I am. And I've been this guy for a long time. Actually, I may be worse in person. So the ish that I talk, I live this shit. I live that. So when I say fuck your feelings, I tell my mama fuck her feelings. Believe it. Have done so. Anybody, there's a couple people here who knows me, like, yeah, you do. And I don't say these things to be rude or be disrespectful, but it is what it is, because my feelings don't matter. So why should anybody else's matter? Especially when you're dealing with women. See, only their feelings matter. Yours never matter. So fuck your feelings. Which part, Bill? I'm sorry. I was rambling, so I wasn't really watching the chat at the same time. That's what I'm trying to. I didn't see when you first said. That's what I said earlier. So which part were you saying? So I know what you're talking about. Beautiful day out here, by the way. We had a lot of rain yesterday. It's a little chill in the air right now, but it's all right. It's all right. It's all right here in North Carolina, a little chilly. Let's see what the temperature is. Since I'm standing outside, I'll give y'all a little update. According to this, it's like 38 degrees. I'm pretty sure it's a little chillier than that, but not much. But yeah, when I talk about men protecting yourselves, and I've done streams on this for years, and I've given y'all recommendations on cameras, on tools, I'm a big fan of cameras. Hell, I was selling niggas cameras back in 2000 when I was a store manager with Radio Shack. I've always been a fan on wireless cameras. Always been a fan of those. And the technology they're so easy to install nowadays, and the technology is so good and it's so cheap. It's a no freaking brainer. That should be like buying a couch for your house. Like if you move into a new place, that should be on your to-do lists. Garbage cans, dish rack, and security cameras should be on that checklist. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. The bigger the house, the more cameras. So, and I've been saying this, and I think I said it earlier on the stream, you should have a minimum of 4. And they should strategically be positioned. You should have one on you're covering the front part of your house, like your walkway from your car to your front door. You should be able to have that on your camera view, right? So if you got a front porch or that kind of area, depending on your house, that's where it should go. I used to also sell and design security systems for CPI security is what I did before I retired. So that's what camera number 1 should be. Camera number 2 should be in your living room facing your front door. And most cameras have like a 180, 190 view. So it's going to cover most of your living room too anyway. The importance of that, because having a security system by itself, here's what was happening. Somebody would break into your house, run in your house, run out, grab something, and run out. And they walking down the street. The police can't stop that person. They have no evidence that they were in your house. None. So if the person's just walking down the street, they can't just stop and search that random person. So what people were doing is they were walking through neighborhoods with clipboards, pretending to do surveys. They would knock on your door, and you wouldn't answer your door. They're casing the joint. They know what time you're not home. They're writing down on the clipboard, oh, this person ain't home. They might come back again later to see, okay, this person was gone from 10 and 3 every day this week. So then they putting that information out to the other people who are going to come rob your house. But they're walking through the neighborhood free. All they need is a clipboard doing some survey, particularly around political elections, is what they always claim to be doing, signing up people to vote. That was a big thing here in Charlotte for many years. And so you put a security camera on in your living room. Now you have proof that this person was inside your house. Now you can also, it makes your insurance claim go easier when you're filing for insurance that, oh, they stole my TV, or they stole whatever. They stole the pistol and whatever. The other camera you want is facing your back door, especially if you have a garage entrance. You want it facing that entrance into the house. Okay? Because see, here's what was happening. People were breaking into houses, and this is what they would do. They would go to the mall, or they would go to the gym, and they would look in the window and see if you had that remote, that clip on your visor for your garage door. So they will break into your car, steal the clip. You got your registration in your car in most cases. So now they got your address to your house. They take your garage door opener and your registration, and they fuck up your car. So they flatten the tires, they break the windows. So you come out the gym or the mall, and now you got to wait for the police to get there. You can't go home. So you might be stuck for a couple of hours trying to get home dealing with this shit. Then you get home, they done pulled the van up in your garage and went into your house and cleaned it out. That was very popular in Charlotte and new neighborhoods particularly. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. Put a camera in your house facing your garage door, whether it be in the kitchen or however your house is angled, and put one in your bedroom. Yes, record everything. Put one in your bedroom. Make sure you check particularly you, Bill, in your state. California is different from North Carolina. North Carolina is a one-party state. I believe California is a two-party state. I don't know. But you need to check. So in North Carolina, I don't need permission for the other person to let them know they're being recorded in my house. You need to check the laws in South Carolina. I mean, in Orange County, California, to find out what the laws are in your respective state. But even me, even if I lived in California, I would still do this. I'd rather have the video footage than not have it. Hey, fine me for recording this motherfucker breaking into my house if that's what we're going to do. But at least I got the evidence that this person broke into my house. For insurance purposes at the minimum. That's why I didn't understand Johnny Depp. I'm like, who the hell is this guy's security? Johnny Depp should have had cameras every fucking way. Record. You can't record your bathroom. But you want to record your common areas in your house. You just put the camera up. These cameras, Wyze, WYZE.com. They have a whole website. They got a whole security suite of products. These were former Amazon employees that ventured out and started their own company about a decade ago, and they're phenomenal. Their products are outstanding. They don't look like it, but trust me, they are. Their cameras are better than damn cameras I was selling when I worked for CPI. Trust me. And we were selling cameras for $800 a pop. This little $30 camera was better than the $800 cameras we were selling. Believe it. Trust me. The night vision on these cameras is fucking phenomenal. It could be pitch black, and it ain't traditional night vision like where it's grainy and black and white. It is crystal clear in full color in pitch black. I remember I had a neighbor a Mexican guy. He had a van with all his tools in it, and my camera was on my porch, but because of the field of view, I caught his front yard. So I walked my kids to school one morning. I mean, to the bus stop. It was like right there, like not even a block. It's like a half a block. So I saw the police talking to him. So I walked by and said, "Hey man, something happened." He said, "Yeah, somebody broke in this guy's van last night. By any chance, did you see anything?" I said, "No, I didn't see nothing, but let me check my security camera." So I went home, got my phone, sure enough. But it was so dark and it was so far away, I couldn't see the license plate, but we could see what type of vehicle it was. We knew it was a light color Lincoln Navigator. So that gave the police something to go on. But I told that guy, my neighbor, I said, "Dude, you should have cameras, man. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" Let me see. Bill Welsh says what? Bill Welsh says, no, W-Y, not I, Y-Z-E. You can go on Amazon. Just go on Amazon. Number one camera on Amazon. Wise, W-Y-Z-E. They also have they got a ton of Facebook groups. The support for these cameras. Oh man, if you can't get customer service, their customer service is great. But you got a ton of people that have an active community that tell you different tips and tricks. It works great with Amazon Echo. It's all kind of things you could do. All kind of things. Start with one. One is like $30, and I'm sure they got all kind of specials going on right now. Just buy one and play with it and see how you like it. Wise is definitely the camera you want. Definitely. And I tell people who travel, take it with you. Take one with you. So when you go to a hotel, check into the hotel, set the camera up in your room. Set it up in the room. It comes with it's no monthly fee. It gives you free cloud storage. You can back it up to an SD card simultaneously. You can't beat this. Protect yourself at all times. Get a dash cam for your car. Because what do women like to start shit? In cars. They love trying to, when you driving and smack you or hit you or some shit. Definitely have a dash cam. We got to start using the tools that we have available to us to protect ourselves at all times. That's what Ice Cube told us in Lottery Ticket when he was playing the character Thump, right? Protect yourselves at all times, young blood. That's what we got to do. And I'd rather have it than not need it than need it and not have it. And that's what Jonathan Majors is wishing he had a dash cam in that car right now. How much money did it cost him? Think about that. Let that soak in. Let that soak in. Hold on a minute. Grab me a bottle of water. All right. Yeah, let it soak in. How many millions of dollars is it going to cost him? How much potential money did he lose out by Marvel and everybody else dropping him? How much money could a $30 camera or a $50 dash cam had saved him? Think about that shit. How many hundreds of millions of dollars could a $30 camera have saved Johnny Depp? Think about that. Hashtag bring back Captain Jack. Had to get some water, y'all. Had to hydrate. I didn't have my hydration. So we We're naive, men. We been taught that women are angels. Women are angels. How many times have women destroyed the fucking planet throughout history? Eve destroyed paradise because she wanted to skip over Adam. She wasn't trying to be equal to Adam. She wanted to be above Adam and equal to God. That's how the devil tricked her, right? He put in her, he saw what was in her mind, and he played on that need to have leverage over a man. So she wanted to have leverage over Adam. At that time, it was Adam and God. The hierarchy is God, Christ, Adam, and then Eve. She wanted to skip over Adam and Christ and go straight to God. That's that spirit. The spirit, nothing is new under the sun. That spirit has always been on the planet. It manifested itself later on in history with Diana, or Estheros, or Herod's wife, the Hellenistic period during Roman's time. It's all the same imagery. It's always a virgin woman with a son. They're all the same person. That's Diana, the queen of heaven, the Bible refers to it. That's what they were worshiping in Babylon, and that's why the women, Diana, she had a crown on her head that was shaped like the Tower of Babel. What was the Tower of Babel for? The Tower of Babel was to climb to heaven to be equal with God. That's what they want. They don't want equality with men. They want leverage over men. That's what they want. And we have it in our heads for some reason that ain't the case. They always want more. Helen of Troy, she was already married to a king. She was already a queen. She wanted more. And it launched 1,000 ships, right? It destroyed Troy. Achilles gave his life. How many men have to be destroyed? Right? How many men? Throughout history have we seen this? Men do crazy things for women. Look at King Solomon. He caused his legacy to be cursed because of his need for foreign women. David did the same thing. How many times have we seen this, gentlemen? Pay attention. Stop telling yourselves that they ain't gonna do nothing. They can't hurt you. Yes, they can. And you need to protect yourself at all times. Christ told us our greatest enemies are in our households. Hello. Hello. Oh no. I need a praying church. Y'all won't pray with me. Y'all won't pray with me. See, Pastor Pork Chop and Deacon Clapcheeks ain't gonna tell you the truth about the Bible because they don't know. They don't understand the scriptures. They have no understanding of scripture. So I keep whooping it into y'all, and I'm doing it to try to save one of y'all. I don't know who I'm talking to. Talking to somebody in the back of the church. I'm trying to whoop you. I'm trying to make you say your name.
I want to hear you say your name. Your name is Toby. What's your name?
Gunther.
Lord God help that boy.
But see, some of y'all are hard-headed, just like Kunta. Hard-headed, just like friggin' Kunta was. Some of y'all, you don't realize that you're cooking yourself. You're helping them cook yourself, thinking you getting into a bath and you getting into a boiling pot, making rabbit stew.
Say, that's a good idea, Geronimo. I haven't had a good hot bath in a long time. Wait a minute, I'll give you a hand. There, that's more like it. Oh! Easy does it. Hey, what's cooking, Chief? Something smells good. Hey, what are you having for dinner?
Rabbit stew.
Rabbit? Boy, I sure do love rabbit. Rabbit?
Some of y'all don't realize you're cooking yourself. You don't realize it. Some of you are thinking right now, I used to watch Bugs Bunny growing up. I never thought of it like that. I'm not, you're not a dot is just not getting connected. Y'all like, oh shit, right now in your mind, you're like, oh shit. That's what black people doing. We cooking ourselves. That's what men are doing. We're cooking ourselves. You get right in the bed next to your enemy every damn night with no protection. You ain't protecting yourself. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Wait a minute, let's see what we got. Bill Welsh says, I remember in one of your videos, you were talking about the right Bible was the King James Version. Yeah. In English, the King James Version is the oldest. That's where all of these other versions of the Bible come from. Okay. So when you look at these new translations that just came out, the CEV, the NIT, all of those kind of, most of those have come out in the last 50 years. And then you do the research to see who translated them. Sometimes it was businessmen. It was just 4 white guys. The original King James Version. King James was a black man. That's what most people don't understand because history was whitewashed. You got to understand historically what was happening on the earth at that time. So what was happening? England was at war with Spain. Spain had the better army and they were kicking England's ass. Queen Elizabeth I had just died. She didn't have an heir. They didn't have a strong navy. So they had to find a king. So they went to King James, who had been King James IV of Scotland. He had what? A navy. His wife was called Black Margaret because she was so dark-skinned. These were black people. They had a navy. One of the first things he did, because where is the Vatican? That's Rome, Italy. Italy and Spain have always been partnered up. So the bishop's Bible was what they were pushing at that time. A lot of blasphemy in the bishop's Bible that came out of the Nicene Christians. That's where the Catholic Church came from, the origins, right? That was during the Renaissance. Well, that image of Jesus is really Caesar Borgia, okay, the Pope's son. That was going on at this time. So he was fighting against that. So he commissioned a translation of the Bible, the original scrolls from the original Greek, Latin, and Hebrew. He got 47 of the world's best Hebrew scholars to translate those original scrolls. They divided themselves up into 3 groups. One for the Old Testament, one for the Apocrypha, and one for the New Testament. They finished their work in 1611. That's why it was the 1611 authorized version. It wasn't the King James Version yet. It was the authorized version. Okay. Now we call it the KJV, King James Version. 47 black men translated that book. That translation remained the same from 1611 to damn near 1865, 1866. What happened here in America during that time? What happened? Civil War, 1865. Now they took the Apocrypha out of the newer translations from there forward. Why? Because they didn't want Negroes to know who you are. They took all of the scriptures out that told you who you were. King Solomon, the Wisdom of Solomon, Sirach, Maccabees. They took books like that out. That's the Apocrypha. They changed scripts. They took certain scripts out. They didn't want you to know who you are. What did Solomon say? I'm black and I'm comely. What does that mean? I'm black and I'm pretty. Right? What did Job say? My skin is black upon me. So that whole mythology that, oh, they were talking metaphorically, they weren't talking about skin. Job said right there in the New Testament, I mean in Old Testament, in a King James version, my skin is black upon me. What color were the Jews? Judah, dark as the soil, the scriptures say. That's how Judah, the Jews for short, described themselves as black people, as dark people throughout the Bible. So they started changing stuff. They started replacing words with like love and like. Like and love don't mean the same thing according to the Bible. What does the Bible say love is? What does God say love is? New Testament. For this is the love of God, that you keep my commandments. And they are not grievous, meaning they're not hard. They change it to like, because they want to confuse you. Because as long as you're confused, Judah, black man in America, they remain in power. The Bible tells us the world was given into the hands of the wicked. That's who has power now. Look what the so-called Israelis are doing now. You think that's God's people doing that? No, they're doing Bible prophecy. They're doing what Ezekiel and other prophets warned us would happen to that group of people, the Palestinians. This is all Bible prophecy. They didn't want you. They don't want you knowing. They want you to believe lies, right? They want you to believe John 3:16, that the whosoever means everybody on the planet. That's not what it means. If I say right now, whosoever wants to speak to me uh offline, my phone number's in the back chat. Does that mean everybody in the world, or does that mean the people who have access to my back chat? Think about that. If you're talking to a room full of people and you say whoever needs to use the bathroom, just raise your hand and excuse yourself. Are you talking to everybody in the world, or are you talking to people in that room? So, Bible tells us who should get knowledge. It tells us how to get the knowledge. It's a specific way you have to read it. Precept must be upon precept, line upon line, a little bit here and a little bit there. That's Isaiah, 26:9, right? You got to be weaned from the breast, right? So, what's the precept that goes with John 3:16? Acts 2:21. It tells you who the whosoever is. Acts 2:21 almost repeats John 3:16 word for word, but it adds one thing: ye men of Israel. It's telling you who he's talking, who the whosoever is. The whosoever is ye men of Israel. Even put John 3:16 in context. Who was speaking and who were they speaking to? Israelites were speaking to Israelites. They weren't talking to everybody. My grandmother, Bill Welsh says, my grandmother had a black Jesus in a glass case. And says I need to find that one, V. I guess I'm assuming the King James version. Just go on Amazon. Just get a 1611 edition. They've been updating it ever since 1611. So as the English language has improved and standardized, that edition is still available. You can go right on Amazon and buy a 1611 edition. It has all of the books in the Bible in that one Bible. The brothers out on the corners every Sabbath day teaching the scriptures. They're out there. The prophets are back on the earth. They're wearing purple and gold. You can find them in most major cities. Maybe not Orange County, but you might have to go into LA to see them, but Compton or something, but that's where they're going to be. They're going to be on the highways and the byways as prophesied. They're out there. They're all over the internet. They teach classes 7 days a week. 24/7. It is a class available right now where the brothers are teaching this. Search for Israel United in Christ, IUIC. Search for Bishop Nathaniel, Deacon Atan. These brothers, they do classes 24/7. They even have an app on Roku. They got an app on most the Play stores and Apple Play and all of that. IUIC, where you can get this information. They talk. They do classes in depth on history and scripture. Yeah, if you want that information, you want that understanding. But yeah, Bishop Nathaniel. If I could, one black man. If we want to name a black man who's taken more black men and made them into stand-up husbands and got them off of drugs, who has done that for more black men in the last 20 years than anybody else? Bishop Nathaniel. Bishop Nathaniel has done that. Brothers teach schools nationally and internationally. Over, they probably got a school in almost every state, all 50, almost all 50 states. The brothers is putting in that work, but the powers to be don't want you to know that. They're gonna call them hate groups. They're gonna always try to distract you. Even though the brothers have never said nothing hateful. There's no video, there's no evidence, nothing. Nothing. But the truth is out there. As they say, X-Files, right? The truth is out there. But yeah, 1611 edition, right on Amazon. The story I just told of the Bible, if you want a citation for that, you go to Zondervan's Bible Dictionary. That's the most popular Bible dictionary on the planet. Zondervan's Bible Dictionary. And you you search for Bible, and it will give you the story I just given you on how the Bible was written, the King James Version was written. I'm sure you can find it online too. But if you want a citation, I gave it to you in a book, the Zondervan's Bible Dictionary. Also tells you that's where the definition of the Negro is. Because everybody, we were told we're African. We're not. First of all, Africa is a made up word that came about in the 1500s. It's a made up word that came from European colonization. It's actually a white man's name, Leo Africanus. He was a Greek Bibber, meaning he was a white Arab. That's what the Bibbers were. He was a white Arab. And his name was Leo Africanus. And he first started calling Lebanon what we call Lebanon, the Lebanese. He started calling them African after himself. And then that word caught on to the whole continent. That's where the word Africa, we're not African. So the Zondervan Bible Dictionary tells you the definition of Ham. He was the one of the three sons of Noah who survived the flood. One of the one of those people who survived the flood. He's the progenitor of the dark races. I'm paraphrasing. He's the progenitor of the dark races. The Egyptians, the Canaanites, the whatever, the Hamites, not the Negro, the Bible says. Not the Negro. So the Zondervance is telling you there's a difference between them and us. Those Hamites and all of those people, they're different from us. Yes, they look like us. We're dark skinned. They look like us, but they're not us. Not us. Zondervan's Bible Dictionary. So I don't want nobody going, Fee, no, Fee, that can't be real. Pastor Pork Chop ain't never tell me that. Deacon Clapcheeks ain't never tell me that. It's right there in the book. The white man wrote that book. I didn't write that book. The white man wrote that book in the 1800s or whenever it was written. It's the white man's book. He's telling you the truth. Because guess what? We couldn't read in the 1800s. It was for white eyes only, right? They didn't have no fear of telling the truth back then. It wasn't until we got the ability to read or the legality to read where they started changing shit. In 1865, going into Reconstruction, they started changing shit. But you go back and read them older white only books, they tell on themselves. Not the Negro. The Africans weren't called Negroes. Only here in America was they called Negroes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on a second, y'all. But hold on. But yeah, testing. Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, cool. But yeah, we don't know who we are. That's a curse that was put on us. Our heritage was taken from us as prophesied. We don't know who we are. We don't know where we come from. And we love the glory of the Grecians best of all. We always want to be like other people and be something other than what we are. Does that not describe us? And the Bible warns us that the so-called, they call themselves Jews, but they are not. They are the synagogue of Satan. The Bible says, Book of Revelations, New Testament. They call themselves Jews, but they are not. That was written in the 1600s. Who was calling themselves Jews back then? The same people that's calling themselves Jews today. The so-called Israelis now. Bill Welsh. I keep wanting to say Walsh. He says, I mean, hold on, I got a guest. Hold on, I got somebody popping up.
Hey, Izzy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have lovely Lena entering in. Hello, Lena.
Hello. Hi,
Hold
Izzy.
on one second. I was responding to Bill's question or his comment. Bill Welsh leaves a comment. He says, I like how you explain things. You're not just telling me you explain to me. I appreciate that compliment, Bill. Yeah, I mean that's my training to be a teacher, to be a trainer, and so I try to articulate in a way where I'm giving you understanding, not just information. I'm not one to just give you raw information. It won't make sense. I want to explain it in a way that it makes sense, that you can hold on to it. So yeah, I appreciate that compliment. Lean, I was doing a live stream earlier. Welcome, and we was talking about praising in public and reprimanding in private. That was what this live stream was. I started it based on. And now I'm kind of just riffing. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I have the painful, excellent podcast is in the building. Drop your link, sir, please, if you can. Please drop your link. Excellent podcast. Painful podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Or you can search for it on YouTube directly. It's, it's spelled just like he spells it in the chat. But yeah, Anyway, that's what I was talking about earlier. Praising publicly and reprimanding in private. And I think too often, men particularly, they always trying to check somebody. They want, that's that delta man energy, not beta. We confuse the words. It's not beta. It's delta energy. And they're always trying to check somebody and beat their chest and let somebody know I know something you don't know, and I'm out for my way. That's that energy, and that's not a good way, especially when you're dealing with women. Like, for example, if you and I have a disagreement on here, I'm not going to air you out in front of everybody. If anything, I'm going to say glowing things about you. I'm going to praise you publicly, and then when we get offline and we're talking privately, I may say something to you privately, like, hey baby, you could have did this different. But too often people are trying to reprimand publicly instead of praising, and they skip over the praise part. They go right into the reprimand. They never say nothing nice. It's always they're trying to check you or degrade you or bring you down a notch when they should be trying to offer you some praise or encouragement. That's how this podcast started tonight. This stream started. If that makes sense to you.
Oh, I agree. You don't have to what my mom used to say and my grandmother, what happens in this house stays in this house. And it's kind of the same thing,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Most definitely.
if you don't
Most
agree or
definitely.
if you
Most
yell,
definitely.
you sometimes like give a lot of ammo to who other people that are listening. They be like, see, I knew they wasn't a happy couple. He does this. Then they'll re-mention it. They'll get mad at you. That's why your wife don't like when you do this and that. So that's why
Exactly.
you keep stuff. You don't know what
Exactly.
type of weapons you leaving for people. So,
Exactly. And like I told you before, like even like we see this in the manosphere today, you got a bunch of younger men who really don't have experience with women, and they're just itching to be able to use a talking point against you. You're emotional. 54% of men are single and childless. They want to throw all of the talking points at you without even understanding what they're saying themselves. They just like a new driver's license. When you first get your new driver's license, what do? You show everybody. Oh, I got my license. I got my license. You itching to show somebody. But a person who's been driving for years, you may never see their license ever. They may not even have a driver's license. You don't know. I mean, but it's that kind of thing. So a person who has experience is going to handle or behave a different way than a person who's just getting new information. There's a difference between wisdom and information. And a lot of these young guys, they don't have enough time on job yet. They don't understand. They have no experience to put with the information to develop knowledge, and they haven't had enough time on job to apply the knowledge to their lives to develop it into wisdom. Unfortunately, And I see these things happening, just in my observations on men interacting with, it's not even just young men, but mainly it's the young men. I've seen men our age do it too. They don't know how to interact with women, and then they wonder why they're having difficulties with women. Like you you coming in the door, uh, you know, raging at her, and we know women are emotional. So I'm that's gonna cause me to give you an emotional reaction. I'm not appealing to your logic by doing that. I'm appealing directly to your emotions, and it's gonna be anger. It's gonna be resentment. And then you're not gonna hear nothing I'm saying. But if I give you praise, justifiable praise, I ain't talking about just random flattery, but justifiable praise, like you did something that's worthy of me praising you and I acknowledge it, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I just
I made sure my mic was
I
working.
don't I didn't want to be too loud because like I'm at work. I don't want to. I could talk, but I just didn't want my background to overpower your
No, no,
show.
yeah, I don't hear nothing in your background. It's quiet to
Um,
me.
oh, you don't hear the call like that ain't mine though.
Nah, I don't hear it. I don't hear it.
Mhm.
But then RBN came up earlier. Me and him had a good conversation. They did a show last night, and it was 8 different content creators, and they were
Mhm.
simulcasting on all 8 channels live.
Mhm.
And it was a collaboration, and they were talking about the color purple.
Have they seen it? I don't know.
It was a good show. It was very good. It was a very good panel. Men and women were on the panel. Amanaz was up there. Taki was up there.
Mhm.
Messi Michonne was up there. Um, a few people were up there. It was a very good channel. I mean, very good show last night. So anybody who hasn't seen it, definitely go to one of those content creators channels, respectively, and definitely go and view that podcast from last night. And we
I
talked.
thought,
Me and
I thought the original Color Purple.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
what we was
good.
talking about.
It was good for what it was. Like it made me look at DV different. It let me know the DV is a learned behavior. Definitely, that's what I got from it, and that um, women can, like sisterhood or whatever, your friends, family, however you want to say, can kind of bring you through it. That and God, that's how I felt about it. A lot of people like look at how they uh how they portray black men like they're bad, but only one set of black men were bad. It was just his family. It was other ones that were good. Like you had the when Suge got married, she got a husband, and then you saw when what's her name what's her name Miss Sophia. She got married again, and even though she went to jail or whatever, her husband took care of her kids and stuff. If you really pay attention, you can kind of see, you know, it wasn't completely that bad, but
See, I find it interesting the men that you're saying were good men, quote unquote. Right?
mhm.
Harpo, you just pointed out. Harpo, you're putting in the good man category.
Oh yeah, I forgot he did beat her.
No, no. But he was good because he took care of her kids while she was in jail.
Oh,
He
their
was an
kids.
idiot. He was a simp. But that's the man you're saying is the good man.
Their kids. That was their
And then
kid.
the other man, you're saying Suge's husband was a
Mhm.
good man. He and Mr. Albert had a whole conversation of both of them sleeping with his wife.
Mhm.
And that's a good man. You you think I'm gonna sit down with somebody and drink with your baby daddy about both of us sleeping with you? You think
I
I would
just
do that?
mm-mm, I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her since I got here. Um, I don't. I find I could overlook it. I know that's wrong, but I
Would that
figure
put
with
me
her,
into good man category? Or would
that
that
was
make you think
it was
less of
her.
me?
I think it was her track record. Her track record. I felt like once he married her, kind of, it redeemed her, restored her. That's the way the movie made it out to be. Remember, she goes, "I was married now," like she's no longer a sinner. You understand? And she's not, you know, a woman of the night or performing and sleeping around. I think he kind of redeemed her. So that's why I look at him like a good man. She changed because of him.
So I want to explore what you just said. So a hoe goes down to the courthouse, gets married, and the very next day she's redeemed.
It seemed like not just because he married her, but I guess their relationship, you noticed she wasn't out doing all that stuff. She wasn't sleeping around. She wasn't getting
She
drunk.
slept with Celie in the house where her husband was at.
You said what?
She's turned around and slept with Celie
Not in the
and
movie.
Albert.
Not in the movie.
Yes, in the movie.
Where she was done.
You better go back and watch Color Purple. She slept with Celie. Should just like honey, and I like a bee. Why you think Celie said that?
I don't know.
Because they had just had sex.
Mm,
Because what was they talking about? They were talking privately, and
mm-hmm.
she was asking her about her having sex with Mister.
Right,
And
I remember that.
Celie said it's like he get on me and go to the bathroom on me. And then Suge said, "Oh, you still a virgin."
Mm-hmm.
And then right after that, they had sex. Of course, in 1985, they're not gonna show the sex scene. And then
Mm-hmm.
very shortly after that, Celie was glowing and smiling, and ooh, Suge is just like honey, and I like a bee. That was alluding to the sex they just had. She was still sleeping with Albert at that time. And that's why Albert and her husband was talking. I had it your way, you had it my way. That's what they were talking about.
I totally missed that. Now I'm gonna have to rewatch that movie.
Yes.
But you
Yeah.
gotta think about it too. I was watching this movie like I was like 14 or 15, I think, when I seen it.
Hold on one second, Lena. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we have the angry snowman in the house, my brother. Shout out to the angry snowman. Definitely subscribe to Angry Snowman 2 channel. Make sure you go to Angry Snowman 2 on YouTube. Subscribe to his channel. Lots of good conversation over there. I was over there the other night, so I got sleepy. Definitely subscribe to the Angry Snowman, ladies and gentlemen. My man. Nah,
Did
but
you
he ain't
feel
bad for light. He
did you
ain't bad
feel
for light skin, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Lena. I'm sorry.
that's okay, I'm so
You were saying something while I was talking to Snowman.
hold on, I'm sorry. They was talking to me at work. That's all. Um
Oh.
mm,
Well, yeah, there was a lot of, but what we were talking about,
mhm,
and I'm gonna give you something to think about Mister, right?
mhm.
Do you realize that Mister would have been considered a high value man for that time period?
Yes. I would say that. And the reason why um I felt like the dad, remember Celie's dad? It was arranged, and I think that was the best option. Like, okay, he got a farm, he got money, a house, and he can provide. This the best option. She ain't the best looking, so and he got kids. She'll be perfect for him. I thought that's how he looked at it.
Well, Albert Mister was high value. He was a landowner. He owned many animals, lots of land.
Mhm.
So he would be like, in today's world, this guy would have been making like $500,000 a year. He would have been like the
Mhm.
top 1% of the 1% for black men.
Mhm.
He would have been there. That's what Mister would have been.
Mhm.
He wasn't no scrub. But
Mhm.
it's interesting how that narrative of always villainizing. I mean, it's Tyler Perry made
See,
a whole career on this,
I never thought of
villainizing
him. You
the
know what? I
dark.
never thought of him as a scrub or poor
Hmm?
because I knew he couldn't have been poor. I've never thought of him as poor
No, it's the
because
difference between being poor and being top 1% of the 1%. There's a
yeah.
lot of in between in there. So we ain't talking about poor or regular. This dude was the top of the top for
Mhm.
that time period.
And I think we get like a little we get little like hints at it because remember he had the money in that little tin box.
I'm sorry, Lean. I'm laughing at Snowman. He said something in the chat. Hold that thought. He said, "Who you calling light skin? You cracker?" It's an inside joke between me and Snowman. We talk like that. We're
Yeah,
good friends.
no man's my favorite light skinned dude. Not just kidding.
uh,
Um,
but go ahead, Lean. I'm sorry.
do you think that like okay, this is how I thought he was rich, or not rich or had money. I thought he was like a well off. I didn't think 500,000. You put me on. I was thinking more like 100,000, 200,000,
Uh,
because
in
he had.
today's world, 100,000 puts you in that middle class category. You're not even upper middle class. In
Oh yeah, you got
today's
one.
world, to be upper middle class, you're making half a million a year minimum. So
Mm,
the equivalent of what he was doing, most black people in the there was like 1905, somewhere around there,
mm-hmm,
didn't own their own land. They
mm-hmm,
couldn't buy their own, not even an acre. This man had like probably like 1,000 acres of land. Hell, if you got 1,000 acres of land today, you would be wealthy. That ain't normal. That is not normal. I mean, I was
mm-hmm,
looking at the property values down there in Ruby, when which is very close to where Color Purple was filmed. Color Purple was filmed in Anson County, North Carolina, which is about 30 minutes away from where my family has land in South Carolina, right by the
mm-hmm,
border. So I was looking down there at where Dream is, and some of that land is like 50,000 an acre.
mm-hmm.
50,000 an acre.
That's
So imagine
expensive.
if you had 1,000 acres.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. So
Yeah.
plus, just being able to acquire that kind of land at that time period would have been unheard of. Would have been
Mm-hmm.
unheard of. Um, uh, hold on. Yeah, 1,000. Angry Snowman 2 says the 1,000 acres is a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 1,000 acres is a fucking lot. We
Mm-hmm.
talk about ranches in Texas or in Iowa, North Dakota, Montana. That's where you see that kind of land. You got to be in a rural place to see that much land at one time. We
Yeah, it's
talking
true.
about so much land where you could take off on a horse and not come back by the end of the day. Like it take you a day to get to the end of your land and come back. That
Mm-hmm.
like that's how far we're talking. 1,000 acres is a lot of damn land. Like
Mm,
you look off into the horizon and you don't see the edge of your property land, like
all
we
right.
we that's a lot of land. I know, hell, that's 16 acres we got down there in South Carolina is a lot, but it ain't nothing compared to 1,000 acres. So yeah, Albert, Mister, had a lot of land. And I'm just guessing about 1,000, but he had a lot of land. And what I found, what we also talked about earlier, RBN and I, was this concept of doing a young Mister, like an origin story of Mister. That's the movie I would like to see. The hell with remaking Color Purple. Let's do an origin story of Mr. Because you understand his wife, he had a wife before Silly,
Right,
right?
because it's couple of them parents.
What happened to her?
I don't know. Did she die?
She got killed by her boyfriend. She was cheating on Albert, and the boyfriend killed her.
That's
I
probably
didn't
why
know that
he.
either. I learned that tonight.
Mm,
So his wife cheated on him, and then Suge was cheating on him because remember he was always in love with Suge because they grew up together. So
mm-hmm.
he always had women cheating on him. So part of this, how women treated him, is why he became who he became later.
Yeah, his wife cheating on him, but he was
His
cheating
wife,
on.
Suge, right?
Yeah.
So we gotta. I would like to see that origin story because again, to become a high value man, it's not something you wake up to. You know, a man just doesn't wake up high value. He has to build himself to that. It's not
Mm-hmm.
easy. He has to overcome a lot of failures in his life. So for Albert to have done that and to achieve
Mm-hmm.
what he achieved at that time, Albert was a phenomenal dude. He was just a fucking asshole to Celie. He was an asshole specifically to Celie. Everybody else liked
Mm-hmm.
him. Suge still liked him. Right? He was able to get a wife before Celie. So he was a likable person to other people. He was just mean as hell to Celie. And I think he
Mm-hmm.
resented Celie because he didn't want Celie. That's like if I want you and I go to your dad to get you and he give me your sister.
Mm-hmm.
But I need a wife, so I'm gonna take your sister because I need help with my kids, right? But she ain't really what I want. I wanted you. That's gonna create some resentment between me and your sister.
Sorry.
You
Sorry about that.
understand?
Sorry about that.
So I think that origin story, I would love to see that movie be told
Mm-hmm.
or be made. And I was talking about it earlier on the stream. Who could we get to play a young Danny Glover? Who could we get to play that? Who could play a young Danny Glover?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm asking the question, like, who would
I'm
you?
thinking.
Oh, okay. And y'all in the chat, man, y'all still with me? Who could play a young Danny Glover? Who could play Mister? Silly fitting shade, Mister.
Oh, Michael B. Jordan.
No, too pretty, too light skinned. No, absolutely not.
Mm,
I said it early. I knew you was gonna go to that.
I don't know how young he is. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. Mashallah Ali.
What did he play in?
Moonlight. He was
Moonlight.
a drug dealer.
I'm not familiar with him. I'd have to go look at it.
Green Book.
Green Book. He was
Mm-hmm.
the piano player in Green Book.
Yep.
Um, hmm, that's interesting. I have to go back and look at that. What else has he done?
Those are his two best good movies. Um.
Green Book, I know. I just haven't seen it in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he could play Mister though. I don't know if I haven't seen enough of his body of work to see if that translate. You may be right. That may be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the person that I came up with earlier was Leon, the guy who played Leon in Snowfall.
Oh, that's a good person. But he kind of short to be playing him.
He is. I think he could pass off. I think we could get by the shortness of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because
I think Franklin will do better. The person that played Franklin
Franklin's
will do.
too tall. He's too tall. Franklin Saint he's a string bean. He's tall as hell,
He
like
only like
basketball player
I
height.
learned he's like 6 feet 6'1". He ain't that tall.
Nah, he's taller than that. Look it up real
Mm.
quick. I thought he was taller than 6'1". I
If
thought he
I
was
look
more
at,
like Kevin Samuel's height, like 6'4".
mm, mm, mm.
But look it up. I'm not sure.
I have to. I leave the stream. I might. Um, what's the channel? Can I connect you from YouTube?
Huh?
Can I connect to this on YouTube?
Aren't you on YouTube?
I just hit StreamYard.
Oh, yeah. It's on my channel.
Okay.
Why, you dropping off?
Yeah, to find it, and then I have to drop off to order my food.
Oh, okay. What you getting?
Tacos. I think tacos. If they answer, I'm getting tacos.
We
If
getting
not,
tacos just late. I'd be getting White Castles, man, if I was there. Well,
yeah, White
if I
Castle
was just
down the
driving,
street
White
from me.
Castles would always be my answer.
White
You
Castle's
wouldn't even have
actually
to
down
ask
the
me
street.
what I wanted. I would just be like, you already know what I want. 2 double cheeseburger combo with the fries and the chocolate shake. Thank you. And get 2 extra double cheeseburgers. Yes, ma'am. That's what I need. So it'll be
Um,
4 double cheeseburgers, an order of fries, and a chocolate shake. That's my standard order.
I'll chocolate shake. You like your chocolate shake with the meal instead of vanilla? Because I know vanilla ice cream is your favorite.
Yeah, I'm weird like that. Vanilla ice cream with rainbow sprinkles is my favorite. But when it come to White Castles, I gotta have that chocolate shake.
Now you're gonna make me want one.
I gotta have it. It just goes perfectly with the fries. It go perfectly with everything from White Castles. Is just perfect.
Mm.
White Castles can do no wrong. Even the surf and turf, I get surf and turf sometime. I love a surf
Mm.
and turf. Hold on, Angry Man left a comment. Let's see what he says. Go ahead and read it for me. Can you see his comment? Read that comment for me.
Push a rope twist. Put a rope twist on it, and have Juicy Smollett do it. He bogus.
Yeah, Juicy Smollett. It's funny you
He's
say that.
pretty. He
I'm
can't claim.
actually, and you may be surprised by this. I was a fan of Juicy Smollett when he was on TV. I liked his acting. I thought he was a great actor.
I did too.
And it's unfortunately what happened what he became later. His sister's a good actor too.
She's very good.
Yeah.
CHANNE.
And she got prettier as she got older because she was weird looking when she was a kid. But as she got
That
older,
middle stage, I liked her as a little kid, but that middle stage, yeah, she was kind of rough.
she was awkward. She had an ugly duckling stage, but she came out to be a fox later.
That's what they told me. They told me to do two. Oh, they told me to do 201 down. It's up to you. They said you had the back. It's up to you. I did, but they said you started. Oh, okay. I'll take that side. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm at work.
Yeah, you got to mute yourself when you do that.
Okay.
But anyway, I thought you was talking to me for a minute. I'm like, what am I missing? That's why I got quiet. I'm like, what the hell am I missing right now? Something is happening here. But yeah, Juicy Smollett. No, I'm also thinking a guy who played Antoine Fisher, and he was in Biker Boys. You know what I'm talking about? I can't remember his real name, but the guy who played in Antoine Fisher and Biker Boys, I think he could play a young Danny Glover. But I'm interested in this guy from Moonlight. Come on, chat. Somebody help me out here. Who else could be a young Danny Glover? I think that should be the movie. That should be the name of the Young Mister should be the name of the movie. Young Mister. That shit will break the box office, man. That would be an excellent movie if it's written right. What do y'all think, chat? Talk to me. Y'all can't be trolling me, man, and not talking to me, man. You got to come in here talking like Angry Man know what to do.
Okay, I'm trying to think who else could play Danny Glover.
Young Danny Glover, young Mister.
Danny Glover, the other Danny Glover. What's his name? Childish Gambino. Danny Glover is his name, don't you? Childish Gambino. His name is Danny Glover.
Donald Glover.
Donald Glover. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes, Donald Glover could play that part. That's a good pick. Yes, Donald Glover could carry that. He could direct it too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, wow, yeah, that's a good look right there. Donald Glover could play the young Mister. Donald Glover. Shout out to Donald Glover. He need to get back to making ATL though. That's what I need him to do. I need another season of ATL right now.
I've never watched that. And
ATL
you
is
know, I'm from Chi-Town. Do you know I don't watch any of the Chicago series? Like, um, what's that?
The Shy was good. I love the Shy.
I didn't watch that. I didn't watch the
I
Shy.
loved it.
Chicago
Now Angry
PD.
Man says 50 Cent could play it. Now, here the problem with 50 Cent,
He's too
as an
big, too
actor,
rough.
he's limited. His acting ability is limited. So he couldn't portray a character like Mister and really pull it out. I don't think that's in 50 Cent's range.
Yeah, I don't think so
I
either.
think Jonathan Majors could have done it, but he ain't available to us no more. So we can't
Yeah,
use Jonathan
that was
Majors.
another pick. Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, he's played enough here. He went to Yale.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, this dude was an established dude, man. He
I'm
was,
mad that his career is over.
he fucked himself up. It's his fault
Why you said that?
because he didn't protect himself at all times. He should have been listening to the people's podcast and he would have known how to protect himself. He didn't do that. He's 34 years old. Why is he out here worrying about pussy? He should have been worried about building himself up.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
that's what he should have been doing. He could have built a legacy for himself. I mean, we seen this man at the beginning of his career. That's like, think of all of the famous black men at the beginning of their careers. The Denzel
Hmm.
at the beginning, Will Smith
Hmm.
at the beginning in 6 Degrees of Separation, Denzel in Glory. I mean, these guys, they had their whole careers ahead of them.
Hmm.
They're not running like Forrest Gump in Manhattan, like running from. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. And if I bring you into my life and I'm building an empire, I'm building a legacy, and I realize early on, because it's early on for him and Jabari or whatever this chick's name is, it was early for them. They hadn't been together years, they just got together. And if I realize early on, you ain't on my program, you got to go.
Oh yeah, because I understand. Like when he said what he said, I wonder. It make me wonder. Once you saw that she has a history of can't control her liquor, her emotions, she was too toxic and negative
Yeah, so
to.
why didn't he this ain't red flag stuff. This is automatic ejection for him. At this stage in his life, you don't have
Hmm.
time to bring that kind of element around you because it's going to
Hmm.
derail your whole program, and it just did.
Hmm.
We've we've seen too many men go through this throughout history here in America.
Hmm.
Because they chasing coochie. You're not protecting yourself at all times. Who do you got to
Hmm.
protect yourself from first? Yourself. Yourself. Why was
Oh.
he in New York? He's not from New York. He's from California. Well, he was born in California and raised in Texas. Why was he in New York?
Hmm.
Running down the street? I mean, come on. He should have had a house in Hollywood. He should have been laying low.
Hmm.
You ain't never heard of Denzel running down the street, getting into fights in public? Are you shitting me?
Oh, I can do it.
I think we got another comment. Hold on, let's see what we got.
Okay,
I'm gonna
I'll
get you
do
to
it.
read. Hold on. Read that for me, please.
Mm-mm.
Lena's gonna be my co-host, y'all, so I'm gonna use her
Okay.
good eyesight to read for me when she can. We got a few people watching us, Lena. Lena, she might got me muted, y'all. Give her a
What's
second.
the?
I highlighted it. You see it?
I'm good night, V. Uh, okay, I am. I'm off to bed. Good night, V, and everyone here. Thank you for the information, V. See you at the next live stream.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Welsh is exiting stage left. California representing Orange County. Appreciate Bill has been a regular viewer of mine. I appreciate it. I actually met him on somebody else's live stream. We kind of travel in the same circles. Not sure which one we met on, but me and him be on a lot of live streams together. A lot of them. A lot of them. Thank you, ma'am. Got my co-host, lead attorney, got his. He got AV. I got Lena. I don't give a shit. Don't be mad. Don't hate on me, lead. Lead attorney can keep AV. She cute though. I ain't gonna lie. She is cute, but she ain't my type.
You said who cute?
AV. That's she always be on with the lead attorney. He always call her his co-host. He really got a crush on her, but whatever. He ain't gonna man up. Lead attorney ain't gonna man up and admit that.
Well, I think out of content creators, I love what's her name? Irene Levette.
I don't know who that is.
She's the what is she? Something the conservative. She has a conservative channel. What is her name? Her name is what is? It's something conservative, but her name is Irene Levette.
Black conservative?
No, not black conservative. It's the radical conservative or something like that.
I don't know. Snowman might know who that is.
She's very pretty.
Snowman travels in them circles.
And you will not believe her age. When somebody told me her age, I was like, what? Maybe they have to be wrong. There ain't no way that woman is that much older than me. Well, she's not a lot older than me, but I definitely didn't think she was older than me.
You'd be surprised, man. Some people, they age very, very slowly. Like vampires and shit, you know? Yeah, but like I said, lead attorney, he got AV, he can keep AV. I got Lena over here.
Oh.
She ain't my type. She too skinny.
Oh, wow. I was in up here talking about eating White Castle.
Yeah, and Lena got White Castles on her side. Lena, I don't know if they got White Castles in Boston. She in Boston. I don't know if they got White Castles up there. So you got the advantage over her. Girl, he ain't going to Boston. I know exactly where that nigga going. He coming to Chicago. I got his White Castles waiting for him.
With the chocolate shake.
I know exactly what he wants. She ain't got nothing on me. I know how to feed him.
You just talked me out of tacos. I think I'm about to give me some White Castles.
Oh, you just want to throw it in my face. That's all. You just being mean. Just being mean.
It is Tuesday. Taco Tuesday.
Probably going to chew extra. It is Wednesday now. Wait a minute. What time is it here? Yeah, it's definitely Wednesday.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Most definitely. But thanks to everybody viewing. If you haven't already, hit the like button, subscribe. Welcome to the People's Podcast. Make yourself comfortable. Smash that bell. Hit the Cash App. Support independent Black thought. Definitely do that. My moderator is asleep right now, so she ain't on. Support her channel. She dropped a link earlier. Go back through the chat. Support everybody's links. Drop their links earlier. I don't know if Snowman ever dropped his. Definitely support the Angry Snowman's channel.
Let me call you back. I mean, not call back.
All right.
I'll be back. I gotta get back. This is my resident. I'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Lita, aka Positive Vibes, coming out of Chicago, Chi-Town. The lovely Lena. Her fine self, Lena fine, y'all. Y'all just don't know. That's how I like them. That's how I like them. That's how I like them. But anybody else want to come up? The link is. Wait a minute. Do I have somebody? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who is this? Who's this?
Who do you think this is?
Who? Oh shit! I got the angry snowman.
What, you don't recognize me?
Man, I wasn't even looking good, man. You know I can't see.
Is my beard growing in that good now?
Well, you know you're getting pretty in your old age, you know.
Yeah.
The beard coming in, you're looking more mature, you know.
The wife tells me that too, man. She keeps telling me I need to stop dyeing my beard, and I told her it'll never happen.
Why? Let your grays come in like the rest of us, man.
Because it's all gray, and when I let it come in, I look too much like that piece of shit sperm donor of mine.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand.
Nothing like looking in the mirror and being reminded of the man who helped birth you.
You know, punch the mirror, right?
Right.
Thinking the wrong person ran
every
up on
fucking morning, dude.
Why you keep breaking mirrors? I'm sorry. I had a flashback. Yeah, I can dig it, man. How long did y'all stay on? Was that last night? Because y'all was still going, man. When I got tired, man.
Fuck, I can't remember, dude. I'm probably going to go live here between 4 and 6 or 7 anyhow today or tonight to tomorrow, because I ended up seeing some content on Anton's stream last night that I want to address.
Anton Daniels?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Well, nothing he said. It's what the ratchet ass fucking clowns he had on his fucking channel said.
What was the topic?
What you guys were talking about, Jonathan Majors.
Oh, and somebody came on with some ratchet shit to that?
No, so 3 bitches somehow turned a stream that's topic was about Jonathan Majors into white black race racism shit.
Of course.
And the only reason why I'm going to address it is because all it does is prove the point that I've been trying to make for a while now, and that is that 90% of this race shit is being perpetuated by black women and liberal white women.
Of course. I mean, I remember you said that one time about a year ago, and I agreed with you when you said it then. I mean,
yeah, dude, and the more we watch and listen to what's going on, the more I keep getting proven right. And that pisses dirty folks off that I've been right one too many times.
Yeah, I mean they're stuck on a loop, man, and nobody's saying racism doesn't exist. Of course,
right.
It does. But they don't understand why it was created, why white privilege was created. It was created to keep us divided.
Yep.
So because the wealthy, rich white men, they'd rather have us poor whites and blacks fighting each other and not unifying to compete with them.
Hey man, them
of the wealth goes to them.
Yeah, them wealthy, rich black men feel the same way about you brothers too, though.
Well, it ain't that many of them.
But there's enough of them. Look, there may not be that many of them, but if you look at the black population per capita and you look at the number of wealthy black 1%ers, the statistics actually equal up with the population density.
Well, let's put it in another way. You got 2 wealthy white men who have more money than all of the black people combined.
I agree. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't exist. All I'm saying is that, you know, when let's say what do they estimate the black population is what
43 million.
No, what percentage wise is it
13%.
13%?
Yeah.
So if you make up 13% of the population and you have 15% of your population as part of the 1%, then
but they're
really,
not.
really,
That's
you're being
the thing.
represented.
So that 13%, the black population is only responsible for 0.5% of the country's wealth.
Well, and I understand that, but what you got to
Point.
look at it
That's a
when you're
half a
doing
percent.
what I'm saying is you got to look at it. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got me. Yeah,
So that half a percent, here's the other interesting thing, right? That half a percent was the same today as it was in 1865 at the end of the Civil War.
well, that's
That
fucked up.
number hasn't changed. It's the same half a percent
That's
because
actually an interesting
black
figure
people
if you
are,
think about it.
it's scary because black people are too dumb to realize they gotta work together and they gotta
Well,
work with other poor people to get ahead.
well,
They too dumb to realize that.
the other thing to look at too at that is to if you look at what you say it stayed the same percentage wise since when?
1865.
So basically, what I'm hearing is all this stuff about black people not being able to have anything or acquire, not having any property or rights. Apparently, there was at least a small percentage of it that did.
Oh, there's always been
Right,
examples of black people who owned other slaves.
right, but
Black people who owned. That's what we was talking about today on The Color Purple. Mister owned all his land in 1905. He did it. He was an example of that guy who did it. So there was always examples and small things, but we didn't build on that. So
right.
even with my family, who in 1920, my grandfather bought them 16 acres. My family has added on to it since then. And I'm always disgusted by my family. All of these educated people in my family, all of these middle class people in my
They all
family,
victims.
they're all playing the victim card exactly. And I call bullshit on it.
That's sad, man. Too
I call you goddamn right.
when you're
I
successful and
call
you still
bull.
try and play the
This is why
victim
me and
card.
you can be friends, because we can talk honestly and openly about this shit. It pisses me the fuck off when I look at my family. Ain't nobody. There was no white person oppressing my family in the last 50 years to
Shout out,
stop my family from buying land.
shout out to
The
you and your
land is
family,
being
man.
for sale right now. Right adjacent to my property, there's hundreds of acres that are available for sale right now. I get curious and go looking at it to see what's available every so often. So I just looked at it last week. Hundreds of acres are available. Some of it is very inexpensive, like below the average cost is about 30,000 an acre right now. I've seen acres that was as cheap as $10,000 an acre down
That's
there.
actually pretty cheap for today's prices.
Yeah. Yes. So I'm like, why isn't my family collectively doing this?
Because
Because
they want to stay in the stay marginalized status, man. They can't get rid of that.
because of, you pointed it out earlier, because of the women. Because of the women. Remember, my grandmother and grandfather had four daughters and one son. Their son was a fuck up. He was a crackhead. So he ain't doing shit. And my when I look at the generation before, which was my grandmother's generation, she had more sisters than brothers. So it was two or three generations of women, the gynocracy as we call them today, running shit. And women don't think about legacy. They
Right.
don't think about none of them thought about increasing their father's legacy. So here I am, the great grandson. I'm the one that's thinking about it.
Okay.
But luckily in my generation, we outnumber the women, but we haven't been able to get control as a group of men of the land, because the women who had it before us, they willed it to or it got left to their husbands. So it's not in blood control. So I would have to spend the money to reconsolidate that land.
Is there any way you can challenge the ownership on it without doing that?
No, because it's been going that way for a couple of generations now. I've thought about it different ways. Luckily, they can't do anything with it. They can't sell it to anybody outside of the family.
Oh, there is that
You got that
disclaimer
in
on that.
place. But like my grandfather should have never had control of the land.
Right.
It should have skipped him and went to my uncle. And if my uncle wasn't available, it should have skipped him and went to me. Now, part of it did, but all of it should have. The way my great grandfather wanted it to be, he never wanted it to get out of blood control, but he didn't have the education and the know-how to how to craft the trust or create a trust to ensure his wishes. So his daughters got out of control. And then my
Hmm.
grandmother's daughters got out of control. That's my mother and them.
Right.
And two of her sisters, so that her part of the land is in her husband's name. Um, it's just it's a mess. So if I ever had the opportunity, I would just reconsolidate all of that land under one name, so I could fix the problem. That's the only way to fix the problem, and then I would.
Can't hear you, Israel. I don't know where you went. Well, I don't know where Israel is.
How about
Can't
now? Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay. Too much of this has gotten out of control. So I would reconsolidate it and do it the right way, the way it should have been done, and recreate the trust that my great grandfather wanted. But this is common in the black community. This is
Right.
common, especially in South Carolina, where a lot of that old property is located, and
Mm-hmm.
why a lot of the property was lost because wasn't nobody paying the taxes on it. Again, that white man didn't do that.
Right.
Black men didn't do that. Sometimes it was other black people that came in and took the land because the family next door didn't pay the property taxes, and the family who was aware of it came in and stole the land. So a lot of that happened. We blame it on the white man, but it wasn't white man. It was another black man. We got to tell the truth. We got to tell the truth.
Right. Right.
All you got to do is go down to the state, to the county, and see who ain't paying their taxes. And a lot of times the auction ain't that big. It's only one person showing up for the auction. So you get the land for you don't even have to pay the cost of the land. You're just paying the back property tax, which is nothing. So you're getting the land for damn near free.
Well, how's that old saying go? Skin folk ain't always kin folk.
Oh hell no, definitely not. Um, and then we don't educate each other because we don't work together. We work as individuals. We don't do what other groups of people do. You don't go to your neighbor's kids and say, "Hey, I knew your father. I known y'all all your lives. Go pay your property tax. It's only $100, or I paid it for you." I know I've done that for family members. I've gone down there to pay my mama's property tax, and they'll tell me, "Oh, well, your aunt's tax is due too. It's only $50. You want to pay hers too? Yeah, I'll go ahead and pay it." I've done that plenty of years. Plenty of years. But some people are selfish and we're always competing against each other.
Right.
Every slave rebellion was defeated. And do you know why?
Because the slaves would fight amongst themselves.
They told on each other.
So you guys
Harriet
been snitching
Tubman,
each other out since the beginning.
Harriet Tubman said it best. She says, "I could have freed more people if they had only realized they were slaves."
So has there ever really been a code in the hood?
No, not really. That you got that stupid hood talk for it may work for a block or two, for a neighborhood,
Right.
but in large scale, no. That's why we don't own the neighborhoods today. So those what we call the hood today are our grandparents when they migrated out of the south into the north, and they gentrified those neighborhoods, and they became black neighborhoods
Right.
because then white flight got created. Our grandparents owned those houses, but their kids, the baby boomers, them bastard baby boomers, inherited the land and sold it back.
You know
Whereas,
how I feel about boomers.
yeah, I hate me. We both hate boomers, so
Rightfully so, too.
and they fucked everything up. So now we call it the hood, but we don't own that hood. Somebody else owns it. Those neighborhoods that I grew up in up north when I was a kid in the 80s, we don't own those neighborhoods no more. The so-called hood. Brooklyn and all of that, and Harlem, all that shit is being gentrified, and rich white folks live there now.
Interesting.
Harlem is Harlem Heights now. Is a fucking $1 million. You got to be a millionaire to live there now.
I know, like in where I'm from in Ohio, the Lima area, the south end of Lima was always the area where most of the black folks lived.
Yeah.
And now, within the last 20 years, you've seen a lot of the black folks move out of the south end.
Yep.
Because it was all destroyed. Properties dilapidated and fallen down, and white people have been going in there and
buying it for cheap.
No, they've been buying up whole blocks.
Yeah,
dude.
buying it for cheap.
Tearing everything down and building a house in the center of that block.
And guess what's happening? That's happening here in Charlotte. That's happening in Indiana. That's happening all over Tampa, Florida, St. Pete. That's happening all over the country.
Right, man. I mean, like there's people going in buying the shit dirt cheap. Like all they got to do is pay the back property tax on it. Now they own all this property, dude. And like I said, building their own fucking compounds, man.
Yep. Detroit is that way. Charlotte, here in Charlotte. Yeah.
I mean, imagine owning an entire city block.
Yeah. Well, what got popular here in Charlotte the last 5 years, they would buy a lot of these houses was built on big lots, but they were small houses. So it would be like a small 3-bedroom ranch. They buy the lot, tear it down, build 2 or 3 houses where that one used to be. And now each of those houses are $400,000 or $500,000.
Right.
When you only paid $150,000 for the original house 5 years ago. That's what's happening here in Charlotte. And I've been talking about it. I've been doing videos and telling people, hey, this is happening. Why are you moving outside of your neighborhood when you grew up at? Buy your own neighborhood. And the same house that you're going to go buy 10 miles away, you could build that house here, build 3 of them here, rent 2 of them out.
Right.
Somebody's going to do it anyway, and sure enough, that's what's happening. Whole neighborhoods, historic neighborhoods are gone. They were there 5 years ago. They are gone.
But let me ask you this: do you really miss them? I mean, is it a net positive or a net negative that
what
they're
I'm
gone
saying
now?
is the original people who were there, who have been there for the last 100 years or 50 years, they missed out on the opportunity.
Right.
They sold out for quick money. So that $150,000 house, somebody offered them $200,000 for it. But if they had used the land and took a loan out for the land, they could have built 3 houses there and they could have made $1 million.
And you know what's interesting, Israel, is the people that you're talking about will be that went ahead and sold out real quick will be the same ones that will bitch and cry about gentrification.
Yep. And or their kids, or they'll be coming back 5 years later trying to buy back into the neighborhood for double the money. I mean, why did they do it to begin with? So they could buy a car with some fucking rims on it. We spinning, nigga. We spinning. What Chris Rock tell us? I'm spinning, nigga. I'm spinning, nigga. That's what Chris Rock was talking about years ago. I think that was Bigger and Blacker when he did his comedy show. They were buying rims for what? On a fucking piece of shit car that ain't gonna last.
Yeah, the rim's the only thing on the car worth anything.
Right.
The rims are worth more than the car is.
And when they come repo your car, they're taking the rims with it.
Yep.
Every tax season.
Hey, how many of them rims do you think are actually bought and paid for and aren't rent to own?
Oh, none of them. They go to the buy here rim, the buy here, pay here, the rent-a rims.
Right.
They got little stores like Rent-A-Center, but they rent rims. So you're
I know.
renting your tires and your rims.
Usually you find them places right next to a used tire and cell phone place.
Exactly. So you're describing Charlotte right now. You're describing Charlotte.
And then right next to that'll be a small strip mall church
Strip mall
and a
kind of
liquor
place.
store and then a divorce lawyer next to that.
Ain't it funny how this keeps happening everywhere over the country?
Right.
You're
Everybody
describing
suffers from
Charlotte
the
and you ain't
same
never
shit.
been here.
Dude, I'm describing every city in America that I
Right.
ain't been in.
That's funny to me. But somebody else would say, "Oh, you're being racist." No, man. Bullshit. You're
Of
telling
course they
the
will.
truth.
You know, anytime you speak truth and speak things that are actual reality, it's racism, you know.
No, Snowman, it can't be real. That ain't right. That ain't right. That's the bullshit you want to hear.
Racism always the fallback.
But they're right. It is racism. It's not prejudice. It's not bigotry because they don't know what racism means. Racism is economics. It is gentrification. It is building a buy here, a rent and ride damn place in the hood. That is racism. They just don't understand it.
Right.
Racism is about economics. They don't understand that.
Yep. Racism is bought and sold to us every day.
This country was built on bullets and racism. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I mean, me personally, I'm to the stage now. I think we all should just embrace our racisms.
No, we need to call it for what it is. We need to identify it correctly. The things that they call racism ain't racism. It's prejudice. It's bigotry. I'll give you that. But it ain't racism. Racism is about money. It's an economic term. It's about that money.
But see, the thing is well, that's the thing is I actually did a stream just specifically on that, and I pulled up definitions from what is it, Webster's, Oxford, Cambridge, Wikipedia, Dictionary.com, and the thing is you are right to a degree on that when you say it's about money and economic privilege, but that's only the second definition. See, there's a first root definition too, and the reason why I point that out is because I'm a firm believer that as time goes on and as the human race evolves itself, that the definitions are going to have to evolve as well to meet with the times.
Well,
But
that's what's happened. So the definition.
hold on, let me land real quick. All right.
All right.
But with that being said, though, my contention on that is just because a definition, it it will sit and evolve along with society. We add to definitions. We don't take away from them. You know what I'm saying? We add things to make it relevant and meet the criteria of today, but we also still recognize the old definition, the root definition for what the word was to begin with. You know what I'm saying? And it's been that way with words since the beginning of time. So I don't understand why people want to just focus on one aspect, one definition of a word that is multifaceted.
Well, it's called the illusion of validity. And in psychology, illusion of validity is a concept. Basically, you fill in the blank with whatever makes sense to you to make your world make sense. So whatever you can put in that blank to make it make sense, you put it in there and it only makes sense to you. So now when I look at definitions, I like to look at the etymology of a word. How was this word created? When was it first used? So and the reason I do that because Webster's and modern dictionaries, they kind of reflect where we are today. They don't always give the archaic meaning of a word,
Right.
so to speak. A lot of times you can read Webster's and you go all the way to the bottom, it'll have the archaic meaning, what it originally meant, versus and you can compare that to what it means today. But racism, the root word meaning race, what was the race? What race what are they talking about? Well, they're going back to the 1400s. So when it was the Pope created a race to see who could get to the New World with the most slaves first. essentially is the race between the Portuguese, the Spanish, the English, the Arabs. All of those powers, those world powers, were trying to get here first. Who won the race here in America? What language do we speak? The English. They
English,
won the
but we
race.
got to also remember
What language? Hold on. What language do they speak in South America?
Spanish.
Who won the race down there? The Spaniards.
Spaniards, which
Who won
they
the
were
race?
technically the ones that started the race.
Well, I mean, they all kind of did it at the same time.
Well, I'm saying as far as the New World goes, because the Spaniards were the ones that actually were out seeking if there's any land past the New World, trying to find a new trade route for the West India Trade Company or East India Trade Company.
Well, I mean, that's the lie. They weren't looking for India. They knew where they were going. They were following a map.
Right.
They were following a map. They knew where they were going. That's why they went down south to the Caribbean first and up here later. They were following a certain migratory pattern that had been documented. They knew where they were going. They knew what they were doing, but that's the lie, that got told here, later on, blah, 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 whatever. But, regardless.
And that's the thing that I'm sick of that I was talking about on the, on the He Said, She Said podcast earlier.
Okay.
As far as history goes, I'm tired of all of us in America. We've all been lied to about what our history is.
We've been lied to and manufactured a version that suits a certain narrative. But when you start reading history books outside of America, written by other people, you start getting a different understanding. Like, wait a minute, something just a little bit different. Right. And the people who wrote our history knew that information. They had that information available to them. It wasn't like they didn't know what they were doing. They purposely misled us. That's why it's a lie. It's not like they just had a certain understanding that was incorrect. They knew what they were saying was wrong.
Well, and see, my problem with the people of today when it comes to education, there can't be no middle ground with it for them for some reason. It's either got to be so fucking graphic starting in kindergarten that it makes kids start hating each other right from socialization, or it's got to be so fucking watered down that, where it is today, where kids think that, these friendly little pilgrims came over and had a Thanksgiving dinner with these friendly fucking Indians and everything went on just hunky dory. There can't be no middle ground where we're teaching our kids an age appropriate understanding of what our history is.
Yeah, that we were some savage motherfuckers for 150 years. As I'm saying, us Americans,
right?
We were savages. We didn't send nice people over here. We sent the most vicious motherfuckers that we have, the criminals and the low down, dirty scum dudes, mercenary type dudes over here. We sent some tough ass white boys over here. Let's call them that. Okay.
Well, we sent people over here that could get shit done.
Right. The motherfuckers, like, again, look, when you want somebody in the Marines, you don't go to New Jersey. You go to fucking Alabama. Okay. You go down to South Carolina and get one of them good old boys.
You ain't lying.
You go get one of them tough motherfuckers, okay? And I know some of them dudes. They tough as shit. You don't get no punk ass dude from the suburbs in Long Island.
No, you don't want somebody that's been softened by urban fucking life.
Yeah, you go down to Georgia. You go to Mississippi.
Yeah, you go to somewhere where people are working in coal mines or out in the tobacco fields that actually understand what hard work is.
Working in the chicken factory all his life,
Dude, chicken factories suck too, by the way.
Yeah, that's hard work.
No, it's not only hard work, but it's mentally taxing. Killing something every day.
Yeah, you're seeing death every day. That's hard work. Factory work in general is hard, But you go get one of them dudes who've been doing that for generations. His father did it before him. His grandfather did, Go get one of them dudes and put him in the military. That's a tough dude.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy that he has he has no feelings anymore. That's the type of dude that doesn't say anything unless it's something of value and doesn't cry about shit, and it seems like he has no emotion. He's that old man that everybody thinks is a dick, but really he's seen so much he just don't want to talk about it no more.
Hey, speaking of that old man that you're picturing, I was in Food Lion in Albemarle, North Carolina, and a young boy was ringing us up. He was right in front of me, old guy like that. And the young boy kind of said something smart to the old man. And the old man said, "Now we're gonna have to step outside."
Uh-oh.
And the young man didn't understand what the old man was saying. He said, "Now you ain't gonna be talking to me like that." He was, I think he had like a Vietnam type of vet type of dude. Now we gonna have to step outside. Old man wasn't playing.
Right.
He's like, I'm gonna step outside. If you don't bring your ass outside, I'm gonna come back in here and get you. Is what the old man said to him. And so the young
How
man
old was this young
like,
man? In his early 20s, I bet.
yeah, about 25-ish.
So he was feeling
He
himself.
wasn't like 30, if I
Thought
had to
his, he
guess.
thought he was feeling himself and thought his balls finally dropped. Wanted to challenge
Yeah,
an old man.
he said the wrong shit to this old man. This old white man was not playing no fucking
He said the
game.
wrong shit to the wrong old man.
That man said, "Look, if you don't come outside, I'm gonna come back in here."
And
So the old
drag
man
you
come out,
outside.
and the little boy, the young man was looking at me like, "What I'm supposed to do?" I said, "If I were you, you either take your punk ass outside and man up, or you better haul ass to the back of the store
Fast.
I
With
said, "That's your
quickness.
choices. All I'm getting is a pack of cigarettes, man. So you ain't gonna spend no time with me. I'll go to another aisle and get my cigarettes, but you about to get your ass beat." That's what's about to
Hey,
happen.
dude, there was one time that there was this cat that was running his mouth. I mean, this was back in my mid-20s when this happened. There's this cat. He was running his mouth about me for about 6-7 months. I'd packed up and went out of state for a little while. And while he was running his mouth about me, it was about something that had happened right before I left. But at the same time, I had nothing to do with it, but he was telling everybody I had something to do with it. Well, I heard about it, and I was told where he was at. So I went over, and I knew the girl, so I went over to confront him. Well, I get ready to fucking cold cock this dude right in her fucking living room, and she's like, she calls me out by my name, and she's like, "No, please, will you at least take it outside?" And I looked at it, I stopped, dead in my swing, and I said, "Look, you got two choices. Either you can fucking walk outside willingly, or I'm gonna drag your ass outside."
And that's what the old man was saying.
This motherfucker made me drag him outside.
And that old man, he wasn't like he looked like he was still in good shape. He looked like he was in good shape for his age. Like,
well, what was
I
it?
had no doubt in my mind that he could still whoop ass. There was
Well,
no doubt in my mind.
Well, what was funny about this situation was me and him. I drag him outside. We get into it, all right, and I'm whooping his ass. And the neighbors, we're in a trailer park. This was back in my Pookie days when I was white trash still. So we were in a trailer park, and the people in the trailer right next to us end up calling the cops because we're fighting next door. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, by the time the cops get there, the fight's pretty well over, but we're still breathing heavy because we just got done fighting. All right. Well, the cops try and get us to fucking rat on one or the other. Neither one of us will. So what do the cops do? They go and they run our information, so see if they can get something on one of us, right? Well, his name pings, and mine doesn't, and he gets arrested for a warrant that he's got. All right, but the one thing I will give the dude is after he got his ass beat, and after he got put in check, he got arrested. And mind you, this is 2 days before Christmas. He still didn't rat me out and say that I was sitting there fighting him. He still didn't try and get me arrested with him. So I'll give him that, at least that much respect. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I tell these dudes on panels all the time. They say things, and sometimes I'll say, if we had been in person, you would have got punched in your face. And they don't understand it. And that tells me they've never been around men. Because men just don't behave a certain way. We understand there's always a threat of violence.
Mm-hmm.
Men understand that. If I say certain things, I might get punched in my face. But these new dudes, these younger guys, they just, they just talk and they have no experience. And I remember Vin Diesel, he got a movie called Knockaround Boys, right?
Yeah, I've seen it.
There's a scene in the movie where he's in the bar. He goes to the town because they're trying to get the money back. And they go to the town, and Vin Diesel's like, well, I know how to find out. I know how to get our money back. I'm going to go find the toughest guy in this town, and I'm going to throw him a beating. So they go to the local bar, and they start asking around, who's the tough guy? Who's that guy? And the guy finally stands up, and he's standing toe to toe with Vin Diesel. And Vin Diesel said, okay, he'll do. So Vin Diesel proceeds to, he tells him 500. That's what he says. The dude was like, 500 what? Asshole. Vin Diesel said 500 fights. That's the
Oh
number
yeah.
I thought you had to go get to be a legitimate tough guy. And
Yep.
he says, the funny thing is on my way to 500, you develop a thick skin, and he's telling him that his journey, and it stopped even being about being a tough guy. It's a so it becomes a seriousness to it.
Right.
These guys, again, you got to be hit a few times. You got to lose a few fights. He didn't say you had to win 500 fights. You just had to have 500 legitimate street fights. It develops you a certain way. These guys have never been in a conversation with real men and seen anybody get punched in the face, let alone for it happened to them.
Right.
I've been places and I've seen it happen where a dude said the wrong shit and he got punched. He got knocked the fuck out.
Hey, I've been one of them guys that got knocked the fuck out.
And it don't matter how big you are, how tough. I've seen big dudes get knocked out by the smallest dudes.
Well, there's no such thing as a fair fight either, man. And people seem to think that when you get into a fight, there's some kind of
Rules.
mutually agreed
Rules.
upon
Yeah.
set of rules that people.
That's hood shit. Ain't no such thing as a fair one.
Nah, dude, because I got
I done seen dudes carry blast knuckles in their pockets.
Bro, the day I got beat up, man, how it happened was so I was new in this town, and I was a white dude living basically in the ghetto, and some black folks said some fucking choice words to me, so I responded back with some choice words. They pulled their car over, and this one dude picked up a fucking piece of brick that was laying in the road and hit me in the fucking jaw with it and knocked me the fuck out.
But I always tell dudes this: don't underestimate that white guy, especially if that white guy grew up in a black neighborhood. You don't know what the fuck he's been through.
Dude, he doesn't even have to
what
necessarily
that
grow up in a
white
black neighborhood, man. A lot of the white guys, all they have to do is, like me, I didn't grow up in a black neighborhood, but when I became an adult, because I was poor, I was forced to live in a black
But
neighborhood.
that's what I mean. If you came up around black people at any point, you built a different way than a white guy who hasn't gone through that per se. And sometimes people underestimate you. Oh, he's a white guy. He ain't tough. He can't fight. I'm like, man, he's probably the toughest guy in the group. Like my son's friend, for example. My son's best friend's name is Landon. Landon is like my son. He's like one of my kids. Him and my son Dream have been friends since kindergarten. Landon's mom was a piece of shit, abandoned him. His stepfather ended up raising him. His stepfather worked construction. So Landon was always at my house. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I fast forward to when they were 14 years old. Dreaming and Landon was going around the corner. They were skateboarder kids. But I had always taught them how to box. Always taught them how to fight, how to box. And I grew up boxing in the gym. So I always gave that skill to my kids. So anyway, Landon's just like one of my kids. So they go over to Dream's girlfriend's house. And he had got the girl pregnant. So he was going to see her and check on her. Her stepfather was there. And the girl wasn't there. And her mom wasn't there. So the stepfather, the mom's boyfriend, lets the kids in because it's summertime, it's hot. But he proceeds to start trying to bully these kids. They're 14. He's a grown man. He thought because they were skateboarder kids and one of them is white, one of them black, they're a bunch of punks. So he proceeds to try to bully him, and he slams one of the doors on the back of Landon's leg. I mean, Landon still has a gash on the back of his leg to this day, and this is 10 years ago from that situation. So Dream and Landon proceed to tune this motherfucker up. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
they fucked him up real nice. And we had to go to court. I mean, these boys, they was about to go to jail over this shit. Luckily, I got a lawyer for them and I kept them out of jail, but they was facing jail time because this punk ass, he asked where I'm from, you ask for an ass whooping and you get it.
You will get served up.
You get that ass whooping, you can't complain and play victim afterwards.
Not when you asked for it.
That's exactly what he did. But them boys, they fucked him up, man. They broke his ribs, his nose was busted up. They was only 14. They served him up nicely.
You don't ask for a fight if you don't know
Well,
how to
he thought they
fucking.
was punks, and that's where he underestimated them. He underestimated both of these boys, and they big boys. Like if you ever meet them, they're nice sized men, and they've
Right.
always been this size. They didn't just get this way now. They're 24. They've been this way, bigger boys growing up.
Right.
And they can fight, both of them. But he underestimated them, and he got that ass handed to him.
Well,
And
isn't that usually what happens? Is we as men, we're always sizing everyone up and we underestimate people.
yeah, especially at that age of 14, you're starting to develop your man strength. Your testosterone is at full speed, and
You're constantly challenging yourself.
yeah. You know what it is like to be 14, ninth grade. You're starting to feel yourself a little bit. You don't grow into your body. You're growing into your body.
Right.
I mean, take my youngest son. I mean, Jesus, he's 15 and he's 6'2". So I mean, god damn, he's bigger than Dream. I mean, so I don't know what the hell. Like, it's funny. I saw Landon over the summer. He always called me Papa. He always called me Papa John's. I don't know why, but anyway, so he was asking me about beating somebody up. I said, Pop. I said, look, he called me Pop. I said, Landon, I'm at the age where I only got one good ass whooping left, and I'm saving it for somebody. I'm not wasting it. I'm gonna save it. That's what I got y'all for. I said, what the hell you think I've been training y'all to fight all of these years for? So if I got a problem, I just call y'all. My nephews and my sons. I don't handle shit no more. I let y'all handle it.
Right.
He said, Pop, man, just let us know if you got a problem. I said, I already know. I already know that. I don't do it no more. But if I got to give out one last ass whooping, I got one left in me I can give out.
Right.
For an emergency. Tommy, let me see here, 340.
See, I think that's the problem with a lot of today's young men is that they aren't willing to sit and take advice or even entertain the idea of listening to any of us older cats that have lived life. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, man,
you gotta blame
it
it
was
on
the
what
older
he said.
dude. It was the older cats that kept me out of jail when I was a young adult.
Of course. But the women fucked that up for the generation coming behind us, because you got the women behind the scenes telling them they ain't gotta listen to us. That's what's been happening. So that's how these millennials have come up. Well, like I said, like you just pointed out, the older cats used to take us under the wing. Even and an older cat was anybody that was 10 years or more older than us.
Right.
If they was just 10 years older than us, we respected them dudes. We had mad respect for them.
Yep.
But these guys that are 10 years behind us,
They don't even have
they have
respect
no
for themselves,
respect.
dude.
They have no respect. Like people like Jay's age or something, he's in that age group, like 34-ish, 30,
Right.
34, 37, somewhere in there. Them dudes don't respect us the way we respected the older guys that was 10 years older than us.
That's
Even though we were
facts.
close to them in size or even close to them in strength, They just had a knowledge that we didn't have. They had
Yep.
skills we didn't have, man. I didn't fuck with them dudes.
Well, a lot of them cats, man, that were in the bars when we were young men going in the bars, they were cut from a different cloth.
Yeah.
You know, just like a lot of us from Gen X, you know, we're cut from a different cloth.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why a lot of these younger kids, they don't relate, nor do we relate to them.
I relate a little bit because, you know, because of my kids, and I've seen them and my cousins. I've interacted with them enough where I kind of can get it, but they still don't give me that respect that we gave to the older dudes, you know. And Jadakiss said it best. The new generation is what did he say? The new generation is missing it. When I was young, I was listening to you. The new generation is missing it.
Is what missing in?
Missing it. So
Missing
when
it.
I was young, I was listening, but this new generation is missing it.
I can
Jadakiss said that.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, because Jadakiss is our age. He's our age. So he's speaking our story. That's exactly right, you know. You know, we had sayings, you know, pull your coat. That's what the old cats like, come here, young blood. Let me pull your coat. Let me school you. Let me give you, let me educate you on something, you know. And we would listen to them. But these young cats like Jay's age, they think they know more than us. I told Jay on a back chat one night, I said, look, man. I said, you would get knocked out so quick. No, man, I'm trained. I said, Jay, you talk too much and you were busy be running your mouth. And if you know anything about knockouts, you know who get knocked out the most?
The person that runs their mouth first.
Exactly. I said, that's why you would get knocked out. You would be too busy talking, and the old cat would have just slid your ass.
And look, Gen X was split 50-50. There were half of us that like to play that push and shove game, and then there was the other half of us that played the knockout game.
Just fucking rock your ass.
You know, and there were some of us that actually took pride in the fact that we didn't have a glass jaw. And would stick that motherfucker right out there and beg you to hit it. You know, but at the same time, we could get into fights and we wouldn't be trying to fucking shoot up the fucking school or the neighborhood the next day if we lost. You know? I mean, I'm not saying that everybody I ever fought turned into one of my friends, but quite a few of the people that I fought ended up becoming best friends with.
Yeah, that's how I tried to tell my wife that one time. My son used to fight the neighbor's kid all the time. The neighbor's kid was a little older than Dream. They used to always get into fights. And I said, let them fight. They'll be all right. Now they're friends.
Yep.
That's how it works.
That's how men find their place in life, man. They got to challenge each other.
It's a rite of passage. Let men be men. But they, you know, they want to micromanage and interfere and shit. Now they done raised a bunch of pussies.
And don't want to accept the responsibility for it. They want to put that responsibility on us men.
Well, you know why that is, right?
Well, they can't take accountability for what they've created.
Well, even deeper than that. I mean, it's
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
You know where that clip comes from, right? So this chick, Jermaine was her baby daddy, and Jermaine was taken to this woman to court to get custody of the kids. Okay. Jermaine was winning in court. So she went home and killed her kids.
No way.
And right after she killed her kids, she made that video.
Wow.
Blaming Jermaine. It's always Jermaine's fault. True story. Yep. Everybody uses that clip, but a lot of people don't realize where it came from.
That's
crazy. The psyche of them. It's never their fucking fault.
That's crazy.
It's somebody else's fault.
Isn't it funny that here lately?
That shit, white women do it too.
I was going to well, haven't you noticed here lately that there's been like this uptick in the last decade or two of women killing their kids?
Oh yes, black women murder more kids than anybody. Oh yeah, man.
I'm just saying, but I'm just saying overall, you know, the women that
Oh
are
yeah,
killing their kids
just
is
in
fucking
general. Yes, you're
it's
right.
insane, dude. And most of them are doing it just to keep their fucking kid's dad from being able to see them.
Crimson Cure was doing a series on this shit last year, and I was helping her. I was shooting her stories in the back chat. Every day she had 2 or 3 stories of somebody killing their kids. The girl here in North Carolina that chopped the kids up and had them in the freezer, and her mama helped her. The girl who drove the kids off threw them off the bridge, and one of the boys survived, and one of them died. It was story after story after story. None of these stories made national news. Not one of them.
Well, that's because it wasn't a white person that killed them.
No. Democrats are never going to fucking go against black women because they need black women for the elections. So this is why it's not a coincidence. Bringing it back around for those viewers who are watching, bringing it back around. This is why Color Purple is coming out this year right now. It's not an accident.
Dude, I was going to ask you, what
It's
do you
not a fucking accident.
tell me? This doesn't have political fucking implications
yes,
written
sir.
all
Yes,
over.
sir. Yes, sir. I'm glad you came up. Hold on a second. Let me put my jacket on. We're gonna talk about that. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette.
Look, yeah, dude, because look, you notice they're talking
right
about
up your
race. They're talking about race, but they're taking a different path or different direction through to it now than what they normally do. Normally, they're more direct about how they address the race issue. Now they're going to do it underhandedly through video and shit.
Hold on, I'm walking out the door now. So here's my theory on this shit, and I've seen it multiple election cycles. Okay, every time we get closer to election, what are the Democrats? What is their game plan to get black women excited? And then once they secure the black women's vote, they go for the LGBT's vote, because black women and gay people run together. And then after that, they're gonna slide to the Mexicans. They're gonna try to go to DACA people and get them on board. Watch and see. So we're starting with the black women. Last election, what was it? The last election was a non-presidential election.
Right.
So who did they go after then? They were trying to push Stacey Abrams down there in Atlanta.
Isn't she still an election denier too?
Huh?
Isn't she still an election results denier too? Did she
bitch,
deny the results of the Alabama election?
That bitch is crazy. I don't follow Atlanta, Georgia politics.
Or Georgia. I'm sorry, Georgia.
Yeah.
Because well, I'm just saying, doesn't she still refute that she lost? Doesn't she still claim that she won?
Yeah,
and it was a rigged election.
He actually even tried to blame it on the manosphere. She tried to blame her loss on the manosphere, and she took a shot at Kevin Samuels and all kind of shit after he died. He was dead.
Are you surprised?
No, not at all. Because that's their game plan. That's what I'm saying to you. So before that election, going back to the Trump's election, when Trump was running against Biden, what did they do for that election? It's Ketanji Brown. No, was that the?
Yeah, that was the
Supreme
Court. That was a Supreme Court.
That was after Biden had won that election cycle. They started pushing. Biden came out immediately and said, "I'm gonna pick a black woman," and I went the fuck off. I remember making streams on that. I'm like, wait a minute, you're just gonna randomly pick a black woman over the qualified white men and black men who might be more qualified? Is that not discrimination?
Well, think about what's her name? Jeanette Jean-Pierre or whatever her fucking name is, the White House press secretary. The only reason why she's got that job is because she's a diversity hire.
Yeah, of course. But Biden, Biden's.
She didn't get it because she actually, was qualified for that position. No, she got it as a DIE hire.
And neither was Kamala Harris. Well, Kamala, whatever the bitch name is.
I call her Cum Swallow.
Same thing. She wasn't
Come swallow
qualified.
Harris.
She never held a political office.
Well, she was attorney general of California for quite a few years.
Yeah, but she got that job how? Locking up.
She sucked her dick all the way up to the top,
right,
man.
and locking up poor people.
Well, the thing is that's how she became
because she was dating Montel, right?
Right. That's how she became a successful attorney general, is by using the 3 strikes law to lock up as many black men as she could.
It wasn't just black men. She was locking up the parents. She was locking
up
kids.
But if you look at the numbers, she locked up more black men as attorney general than any other attorney general in America at that time.
Because that was Biden had pushed that all through the 90s. Biden had been pushing the 3 strikes and the crime bill. She benefited from it later on. So they were a match made in heaven. These two pieces of shit. But my point is, the Democrats have a standard playbook: black women, gay, and then Mexicans. Make no mistake. Watch it happen. And we're gonna talk about it when it does, because it'll be in effect before August. Between now and August, this plan will play out. They do it every fucking election.
Every 4 years, like clockwork.
Hell, they doing it every 2 now.
Yeah, but if you noticed with the whole race narrative, they're pushing that they're abandoning the black community, and they're hyper focusing on the Latino community now.
Well, there is no black community. So
I know I said that facetiously.
No, listen, they've successfully split it down party lines. So black women are fully behind the Democratic Party, where black men have been leaving the Democratic Party. And this has been happening since Obama's second term. Black men started leaving Democratic Party in droves, starting with Obama's second term, because we were dissatisfied with him. We were not satisfied with what he did. He did nothing. All of the promises that he made for us, he did not do. But he kept all of this shit for all of them other people I mentioned.
I was going to say, he sure as hell did an awful lot for the fucking alphabet community.
That's my point. He did a lot for black women, a lot for the the LMNOP people, and he did a lot for DACA. He did nothing for working class men, white and black.
He did promise you a change you could believe in, sir.
And then, the change was him changing right away from that as soon as he got in office.
Well, he did promise you that change. He just didn't specify what it was.
Yeah, that's true. That is fucking true.
So he did deliver on that promise.
And he was masterful at it.
Oh, dude, if you want my opinion, Barack Obama is like the quintessential definition of a Manchurian Candidate in my book.
Mm-hmm.
He was raised and groomed to do what he did.
So what did he do? So what did Biden do? He did the same. He told you what he was going to do, because Biden talked too much. He tells the quiet part out loud. He was in Vegas. They had all 15 candidates on stage, and he said, "No, we're going to go back and do things like we did during the Obama years." That's what he said, and that's what they're fucking doing. Even though the majority of the people on the stage was against him. They was against his ideas. They was more in line with most Americans think, Republican or Democrat. They were with the majority of Americans. Biden said, "Nah, I'm not raising my hand to none of that shit. I ain't doing none of that. I'm not giving y'all health care. I'm not paying student loans off." Which I agree with that.
I'll be honest with you. I've always been baffled how at the time the communitas, so to speak, got behind Obama when he chose one of the most racist fucking senators on the fucking planet to be his running mate. Well, that should have said a lot.
He did it for one reason, because that motherfucker Biden that you're talking about, I'm gonna say his name, Slow Joe could deliver the one state that Obama couldn't get on his own, which was Pennsylvania.
And look,
that's the whole reason.
For me, I'm with quite a few other of us white folks, man. We're even confused, even more so now, how black folks in general, the vast majority, can't see through this fucking Biden shit. It fucking baffles me, because He's literally everything they bitch about.
Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you. Hold on, let me go back in the house. Hold on 1 second. It's a little chilly out here. Hold on. And I gotta plug in before we get cut off. Hold on.
I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying is true. I mean, he is literally everything that they say is wrong with America.
So I'm gonna explain it. You about to get me started. You about to energize me and get me revved up.
That's what I'm here for.
I'm about to slow down. You got me pumped up now. Hold on, I don't get
You ever make sure you take some blood pressure medication, man. Keep your heart rate down.
I done took it. I'm good. I done took my nightly meds. I take them at 11 and 11. But anyway, so the phenomenon that you're speaking of is these old ass civil rights Negroes still hanging around, and they're still in leadership positions amongst the quote unquote community, right? They're your church leaders, they're your politicians in these small towns, the Democratic Party, and most of them they're heavily influenced by black women now. Okay. Those are the people counting the ballots. Those are the people on your election committees and boards, heavily into politics. There's always old black women. Civil rights ninjas, I call them. So it ain't the majority of black people, you're right, are against Biden and what he believes in. But those ninjas, so what did the Democrats do? What did Obama do to save Biden's ass? Democrats have never in the history of this country have they ever picked a candidate that didn't win one of the first 3 primaries. Never has it happened until Biden. Biden didn't even come in the top 5 in those 3 primaries. He was horrible. Remember, we didn't know where he was because he wasn't campaigning. He was
Right. Hiding in his basement the whole time.
Him and Kamala did horrible during them first 3.
Right.
So fuck did he? So now we going into South Carolina. South Carolina has never picked a Democratic candidate. Never. South Carolina typically don't matter. So he called down there and talked to catfish cookout having James Clyburn, and that's what Obama did. He called in that favor, and James Clyburn delivered South Carolina to Biden. And that's when Biden came out and said, if you don't vote for Joe, you ain't black. Remember, he made that statement.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that was heavily offensive to me. Nick, what? I said, what? Are you shitting me?
Nope. Dude, my jaw hit the floor when I heard that shit.
To me, the truth is Trump was more the black candidate than Biden ever could be.
He still is. He's more of a black candidate than Obama was.
Black people loved Trump. Listen to hip hop songs. I'm at the Trump International. Ask for me. Rappers always shouting out Trump. He hung out with Mike Tyson. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Trump was that dude that was in black culture. Black people love Trump. Until recently.
Yep. That's facts.
So what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, it has Trump has always been crazy as cat shit. We know this.
Yep.
We looked at Trump like Vince McMahon. Black people love Vince McMahon. We looked at Trump like Don King. We love Don King, crazy ass. We love those eccentric people. That was Trump's boys.
Yep.
Don King and Vince McMahon. We love all of them crazy fuckers.
Well, and the thing is everybody forgets all the things that conveniently forgets all the things that Trump actually did to help the black community.
I'm talking about before he even gets into office. Trump was that.
No, so am I. I'm talking about before he gets into office, like the fact that Trump was the only person that was actually given business loans to black entrepreneurs in New York for I don't know how many decades when banks wouldn't. And then when they and the way how he set it up was set up that they were given a specific amount of time to pay him back. But when they paid him back, they were to wait until they had all the money. That way they could pay him back in one lump sum. And then when they would go back and pay him back, he would tell them to keep the money.
You know, Trump was operating like a mobster for a long time, and you're right, that benefited black people.
It did. Just like the people want to say that he wouldn't let anybody black live in Trump Tower. Well, he let a homeless black woman that was squatting there have a fucking one of the upper room suites in that in his fucking Trump Tower. So don't so he did so many things that people don't want to give him credit for.
Exactly. I mean,
if we want to talk about the bad shit that he did, let's talk about the real dumb
let's
shit
talk
that he
about
did.
all of it. Let's talk about all of it.
Let's not sit and hyper focus on a bunch of bullshit
I mean,
that is tailored to just get an emotional response out of you.
Even Atlantic City, New Jersey is a black city, majority black. Especially once you get away from 2 blocks from the beach.
Didn't his fucking hotels and casinos make a lot of money?
He put a
people in there.
lot of money and development into Atlantic City.
Yes, he did.
Yes, sir.
I
In
mean,
the
he had full
80s,
intentions of making that the East Coast fucking Vegas.
Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. So he put a lot of money into Atlantic City and put Atlantic City back on the map. Did he do some shady shit and some fucked up shit? Of course, everybody has fuck ups.
Who doesn't?
Right, but I remember growing up seeing this.
So do I.
I know what I was seeing. When growing up. But we're so in that group of people that we're speaking about, those civil rights, baby boomer era people, they are heavily programmed by TV. They to this day, all they do is watch TV. I can't remember the last time I watched a TV show.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Can't remember the last time.
That's all my dad
cut the cord a long time ago.
That's all my dad would do was sit and fucking take in fucking television programs and constantly regurgitate the shit like some fucking highly educated fucking new age fucking intellectual and shit.
So
and I'm like, dude, I watched the same program you did. I know what you're.
That's the answer to your question, and that's how the Democratic Party, they still are programming these same group of people. Just like Biden said, I saw a commercial. I think I was at the doctor's office. That's how I caught it on the TV. The commercial came on. Biden has created so many jobs in the black community. I said, bull fucking shit. The jobs that he's created are fucking Uber drivers.
Actually, he hasn't created no jobs. The only thing that happened was people that were on furlough or laid off because of the fucking pandemic were told they were allowed to go back to work. Having people go back to work is not creation of new jobs.
But what he's counting on the new jobs is the Uber drivers. That's where he's getting his numbers from. And it's a strong uptick in baby boomers who are driving fucking Ubers because they can't retire. I'm like, y'all don't see this? Y'all don't see your friends driving Ubers and they're fucking 65 years old driving Ubers? And it's all of a sudden in the last couple of years. It's a ton of these motherfuckers, man. That's the new jobs he's talking about. It's crazy. But while he's destroying other jobs, retail is dying. Retail is going to be dead in the next 5 years. Retail is going away. And of course, they're going to blame it on a Republican, but it's Biden is starting that trend. You're seeing it now. And they're scared as fuck right now because they know they have a flawed candidate in Biden. So they're pulling out new tricks, man. Look at what happened in Colorado yesterday. Are you shitting me? Why does Colorado give a fuck if Trump is on the ballot or not? Biden won that damn state by a landslide. Why they shouldn't be? It should have been a swing state that mattered, but they wanted to get that precedent in. So now the precedent is there, and you're gonna have other states follow suit to get Trump off the ballot because they're so scared of Trump. Why? Because Biden needs to fucking retire. He's too fucking senile. Kamala can't replace him, and they have no other candidate outside of fucking Bernie, and they're scared of Bernie, and they're scared of Elizabeth Warren. So they'd rather keep Biden to get either one of them two. And they damn sure don't want, what's the black girl up there in Ohio? That they're scared of her. That's always with Bernie. Shit, I
fuck.
can't think of a name.
I can't either, but I know who you're talking about.
You know who I'm talking about. They damn sure don't want her good talking ass up there because that girl's smart. That's what they want Kamala to be her, but she ain't her. This girl is actually smart. Kamala ain't smart. So they want to keep corporate Democrats in place. That's what it's all about. Keeping corporate Democrats in place. So this is why I tell black men in the manosphere, if you want the system to work for you, you got to start participating in it. If you don't participate in the system, it won't work for you. That's as simple. This is basic fucking the way the world works. This is basics. If you want the court systems to work for you, you can't wait till the day you show up to court. You got to get involved in that process beforehand. That's what black men don't do. That's what we don't do. But if they ever going to get it together, and that's why I said the women is showing you how to do things. So you've told people about child support court, and other men have talked about child support court and family court. It's a voluntary system. Don't fucking participate in it.
It
Here's what
really
you
is,
do
dude. It
instead.
really kind of is that simple. You know,
Here's what
force them to actually go about the law the way they're supposed to. Force them to have a fucking sheriff issue you a subpoena to have to show up to court the way it's supposed to be done.
And this is why I told my son, I said, son, I moved him down to South Carolina. He's down there with my aunt right now. I said, you better not fucking tell your baby mama what your address is. You better fucking not.
Yep, all them child support papers you get in the mail, just throw them in the trash. Don't even open them.
Well, so right now she don't know his address because it's a rural address.
Child support will find it as soon as he applies
He's in
for
a
a
whole
job.
other state.
I know, but they'll still find him as soon as he applies for a job, because what they'll do is
To my knowledge, she don't have none of his personal information. To my knowledge,
he may be lucky.
No, he listened to his fucking father. That's what he did.
Because I know me, man. As soon as every time I got a job, as soon as my social security number would pop up, dude, I would maybe get one check that didn't have child support coming out of it.
So she don't know his social. All she knows is his name and his date of birth, and he's in a whole other state, and he's in a rural part of the state. He's in a town where it's a county. They don't even have it's not even a township. So he's not even in our property is like in between two small ass towns. So he's just in the county. And it's a rural postal address. She don't know what it is. So I keep it that way. There's no reason for her to know. Keep it that way. At least until the baby turns 18. Okay.
Right.
So, but what I've been telling men to do, I just said this on the stream the other night. Look how the women have found a way to circumvent the prenuptial agreements and the NDAs.
Yep.
What they've done is they're suing dudes. They're taking them to court and they're putting all of the information in the damn lawsuit. So they're finding a way around it. They're circumventing it. So men should start doing the same thing. If you think the child is not yours, go get a private paternity test and pay for it yourself and get a chain of custody. You're gonna have to pay more for it, but pay the extra $100 to get chain of custody. Then hire a lawyer to sue her especially if you've already paid money for that child. Sue her because the court is not going to give it back to you. But if you sue her for it, so that way it's not the judge making the decision, like in family court, it's a jury making the decision. Show them all the evidence. That's what men need to start doing. Do what women are doing. They're telling y'all how to play the game. Take these bitches to court and air out their fucking dirty laundry.
There it is. But you know, your advice and theory will work as long as these guys take this piece of advice too. Unless you are married, do not sign
nothing.
Any of the paperwork in the hospital.
Don't sign shit.
Don't sign shit, because all the paperwork they're giving you All it does is make you responsible for something that may
Right.
not be
It's
yours.
saying you agree to it. I
And,
remember when you first said,
it's it's a legally binding
yes,
contract because it's a legal affidavit.
I remember when you first said that. And that's what I'm saying. So yeah, don't get married. Make sure you're not married.
No, I'm saying if you aren't married. If you are
And
married,
even if you are married,
if you
well,
are
in
married,
North,
you don't have to. Well, if you are married, you don't have to sign nothing in the hospital.
well,
Nothing at
here's the
all
thing.
as a father. You're automatically considered the dad. But
In
see,
certain states,
here's the thing to that. In the eyes of the court, if you're married, you automatically have legal rights to your kids.
in
As a
North Carolina,
single person, you don't have legal rights to your children until the judge or the family courts order you parental rights to your children.
I found that
That's the
out.
difference.
I found that out. Me and my ex-wife have been separated about 3 years. And then she tried to get back with me all of a sudden, right? She was already pregnant by another man.
Also, she was trying to get you on the hook.
Uh-huh. So then she wanted to give the baby up for adoption when she had the baby. And she came to me talking about, I got to sign the baby adoption. Like, I'm not signing shit. That ain't my child. I ain't signing it. Well, the court is saying that because we're married, you have to sign the papers. So I don't give a fuck what the court is saying. Let them
The
prove
court
that
can
it's my
eat a
child.
bag of dicks.
So she found a way to get the baby up for adoption, and I never signed them papers.
Good
So
for you.
obviously that was a lie. Somebody was lying. They lied to her. She was lying to me. Somebody was telling a lie because I didn't sign shit. The baby, she damn sure gave that baby up for adoption.
Everybody involved was lying to you.
Oh yeah, I ain't talked to nobody. The only person I talked to was her. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I hadn't had sex with her in 3 years. I dare somebody to prove it. I dare somebody to prove it. And we live 2-3 hours away from each other.
Bitch, you better stop smoking crack.
Please prove that I was even near her during that time period. Good luck. I was in a whole nother relationship. I had actually lived in another state for a time period, way up in Chicago. I'm like, go ahead, prove it. Prove it. And then if you start there, we doing paternity tests on all of them. So please go ahead. I'll wait. I'll wait.
But see, that's the thing that I was saying though. If you sign that affidavit, even if you get a paternity test, there ain't shit
Oh yeah. They're
that
gonna hold me
paternity
off.
test ain't going to mean shit because you
Yeah.
signed a document saying that you were going to be financially responsible for that kid.
Yeah, I get it. So this is what men need to do. They need to say they signed them papers under duress, just like with an NDA. That's how you get out of an NDA and sue these girls. Because again, it's the jury's decision, not the courts. We
Well, then,
wanted it.
well, if that's the case, why can't you do that when it comes to signing paperwork for child support office? Because they literally they literally force you to sign that contract under duress.
Exactly. That's my point.
Literally.
But men aren't participating in the system. That's my point. Start fighting it. We're going to win a couple of cases. We're going to lose some. But we just need a couple of them on the books so we can get precedent established. And then
Right.
other men can use our cases as citations.
I mean,
That's how we.
technically, by our own legal system, the way they're doing well, first off, family court is unlawful and unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Really, in all honesty, if you're going to court for child support, it should be a jury trial because you're being accused of owing the state money. And according to your Constitution in the 7th Amendment, it states that anything over $20, any suit that is a suit that has a dollar value of more than $20
You're right to jury.
it has the right to a trial by jury,
Yeah.
which they do. Family court does not afford you.
So this is how men get around that. Stay out of family court. Don't participate in it. Start suing these chicks. They suing us for dates now. We could damn sure sue them for child support.
Well, and that's the thing is the other thing about family court is the reason why it is even unlawful and it violates their own court statutes is because in order for anything to be a legal in what they call a legal court setting, it has to be held in a court of records. And family court is not a court of records. It's an administrative hearing.
Administrative hearing, right. So that's why I'm telling men, starting this conversation. We always talk about the problems. This is the problem I have with the manosphere. We discuss problems, but we don't discuss solutions. So now I'm giving a solution for this.
Yeah, solution is not contracting with them at all.
Don't participate in it. Use what's available to you.
They can't, and they cannot by law force you to contract.
Nope.
But what you can do is force them to force them to go through the legal process correctly.
Yep.
Because the family court also is the only court system that gets away with forcing people to go into court and have court hearings without being subpoenaed or have papers being served to them by the sheriff. Which any other time you're requested to show up for court, that's how it works.
Yep.
Any other time, even for your crimes, think about it. When you break the law, do sheriffs not show up at your house and deliver you papers to appear in court?
Even for a municipal fine. Even for a municipal fine, the sheriff will show up. And we talk about something as simple as you got mismatched blinds in your house. That I know a lot of cities have that ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
You got mismatched blinds, they write you a fine. Somebody has to show up and deliver that. Or they have to send a certified mail. Somebody got to deliver it to you, and they got to have record that they delivered it to you.
That's facts.
Yep. But we're not participating in the system, and we got to start participating. More men need to start doing this shit. Here's what you do. Do this. And eventually, this wall will start crumbling down. Enough men start doing it. Enough men start doing it. But men don't participate in the system. We got to start doing it.
And men need to stop shaming other men
exactly.
For not wanting to fucking support some fucking cunt for the rest of her life who couldn't even do her part and fulfill her end of the bargain of being a decent human being.
Shaming a man for whatever reason, that's something that needs to stop. That's why I blame men.
Specifically men shaming other men. Because
yes, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
That shit's getting old, man.
Yeah.
We should
and
be
that's why I
together.
blame men. When we get to the root cause of problems, it's always men. Women, yeah, we know what the women have done, but they've been allowed to do it. And they've been helped by a bunch of weak ass men who want to simp. That's what's been happening.
I mean, trust me, you can agree with this. There's plenty of other things that men do that we can still shame them for. But shaming them for being duped by a fucking woman who started out with nefarious with nefarious intentions, when we all know women are some of the best fucking actors on the planet, is absolutely fucking insane.
If we're gonna shame each other, do it privately. Don't do it publicly. But that's the problem. We do it publicly because those simps think it makes them look better. It makes them look bigger. And I'm an alpha male because I told him he was emotional and all that bullshit that we see going on. That gay shit. That's all it is gay shit to me. I told you once before, good neighbors make good fences. Right? Mm-hmm. You and I are neighbors, right? You arguing with your wife. I'm not going to say shit to you while hey, man, don't be talking to her like that.
No, you're going to come at me after the fact when I'm trying to cool off and make sure everything's all right.
No, I'm going to wait till I catch you later. We out mowing the grass and we talking by ourselves. Hey, man, then I'm going to pull your coat to something. Hey, man, look, do it this way next time. I know your wife's a bitch. Mine is too, man, but do it this way.
Right.
Because I had a girl, let me tell you, I was working for the Dick Dyer Toyota. There's women are slick, man. So anyway, this dude was cheating on his wife with this girl. He bought her this convertible Camry. I remember that shit, a Camry Solara convertible. And he says, I was a salesman. He says to me in front of the finance manager and myself, yeah, I'm buying it for her. I'm going to take care of it and this and that. He said all of this shit braggingly in front of us. Well, they broke up a few months later. He refused to pay the car payment. She sued him. And she subpoenaed me and the finance manager. We had to testify to what we heard.
I bet you did.
You goddamn right I did.
And what you had to testify lost him the case, I bet.
He ended up having to pay. Not only did he brag about that car, he had to
The
pay the car,
house.
the insurance, and her condo.
Ain't that a bitch?
And this bitch was vindictive. She subpoenaed the wife too.
Ooh.
She subpoenaed the wife and never called the wife as a witness. So the wife had to be there.
And listen to all this,
Uh-huh.
which he didn't want her to have to listen to. He was trying to hide the shit.
Yep.
Yep.
I didn't know why I was brought to court. I was just brought to court. I found out after the fact when I put it together. They brought me into court. They swore me in. Hey, do you remember selling this car? It was a unique car. We had just started making that car, so I remembered how many. I had only sold 2 or 3 of them. So they asked me, well, how many of these cars? The defense was like, I bet you sell a lot of cars, don't you? I said, yeah. Well, how many of these cars have you sold? I've only sold 3 of these. It's a new model. So the defense looked real stupid. Remember, lawyers never ask a question you don't know the answer to. His
Right.
lawyer did, dummy. So that's what he asked on cross or whatever. And he says, well, do you remember my customers? I mean, that was like 6 months ago. You sure you remember? I said, I remember everything about that day because it was a unique car. The girl was very pretty. And the guy had a fantastic fucking tie on. He had like a $300 tie on. That shit was sharp as fuck. I
Oh, yeah.
remember that day very well, because me and my manager was talking, my finance manager was talking late after I sold the car. Man, you see that guy's tie? I'm like, yeah, man, that tie was nice, wasn't it? And then my manager was like, yeah, man, that was like a Hermes, man. Like, and he had to pay at least $300-400 for that tie. Like, this guy got some money, man. You picked a winner,
Right.
man. Good job. So I remember the whole conversation. And they asked my finance manager, how do you remember this? My finance manager testified, I remember his tie.
Ooh.
And what about his tie? His tie was a very expensive tie. And if you know anything about ties, when you see an expensive tie, you know you're looking at it.
Right. They don't
You
look
know
like
what
that.
you
They don't look like a Value City tie by no means.
This ain't come out of JC Penney's. This was a nice fucking tie. And we were in Columbia, South Carolina, so you don't see Hermes ties in Columbia, South Carolina very often.
It's kind of like when you look at high thread count bed sheets. You can tell just by
Exactly.
looking at them that this is a high count thread count bed sheet.
Or a nice suit. The
Right.
guy had a nice suit on too. It's like he didn't get that here in Columbia. There's no way he bought that suit in Columbia. There's no Hermes store in Columbia. The closest one is like fucking New York, or they might got one in fucking Miami or Atlanta now. But in the early 90s, they didn't have Hermes and close in the Southeast.
Right.
So we were impressed by this guy. And then again, he's bragging to us about this condo he had just got her downtown Columbia because she was a student at USC. And how do you remember all this? Because I went to USC. Like I remember this because me and a young lady was talking about me and her was talking about this Indian restaurant in Five Points. Five Points is a little ritzy area just outside of right outside of university. So me and her was talking about that. Like I remember this guy like very vividly. You spend 6-7 hours selling a car to somebody, you get to know them. I know their finances. I done did a credit app on him. I done seen his credit report. I know this guy. Like I know him pretty well. Like, and that's my job as a salesman to get to know him, to sell him this car. I remember this guy very well. So yeah, but talk too much. He talked too fucking much, man. He should have bought her the car, didn't bring her to the dealership. He should have just came and bought the car his goddamn self and not said a word. He would have had no trouble.
Hey, when I bought my wife's vehicle for her, I didn't take her and let her pick what she wanted. I didn't ask her what she wanted. I went up to the car lot. I bought a fucking vehicle outright for cash. And then I told her, come up here, have your mom bring you up here so you can pick up your new SUV.
Right. That's how men use. I remember my grandfather used to do it like that. I went and bought your grandmother a new car today. That kind of thing. Whatever. That's how men used to do it, man. We didn't take women to handle business. We just handled business,
Right.
you know. But yeah, man. But yeah, that's what men need to do. We need to start working together, and that's what the manosphere is supposed to be about. White manosphere and black manosphere. That was the central core of bringing men together to figure out shit.
Well,
Because
I
the
don't
thing
understand
is,
why they had to separate it between white and black manosphere anyhow.
well, so originally the white manosphere was there first. They have been there longer, and culturally, the they call themselves the kings of the manosphere. That would be Angry Man, that would be Obsidian, and that would be O'Shea Duke Jackson. They got together and said, hey, we need to do this so we can focus on the issues that are just uniquely to black men. That's what they were supposed to be doing. That's what it was 1.0 manosphere, black manosphere 1.0 was about. That's what it was. They got an idea from the white manosphere, and they were impressed with the white guys with the one. Hey, this could work for us too. It's not. I thought it was a compliment. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Right.
Um, but now it's become something else, and it's a lot of fuckery in it. And you got a lot of people who don't know the history of the fucking manosphere, and they don't even They say they're red pill. They don't know what they're fucking blue pill. They don't even know what red pill is. That's why they keep making up all of these other fucking pills. If you understand the metaphor and you understand the movie, anything other than the red pill is blue pill. You believe whatever you want.
Right.
Morpheus said. So that's the black pill. That's the pink pill. That's the white pill. All of that shit is goofy. There's
Yeah, I'm
no.
tired of all these pills. It's making me feel like a fucking pill popping junkie.
It's all blue pill. Red pill, and red pill isn't the truth. Red pill is your willingness to want to know the truth. Remember in the movie when Neo took the red pill was at the beginning of the movie. He didn't figure out that he was the one until the end of the movie.
I don't even think he figured out. If you think about it, even at the end of the movie, he still didn't recognize himself as the one
He didn't know
because
everything at that
because
point,
it
but
wasn't
that's
until the end. It really wasn't until the end of the second movie
second movie, right?
that
Where he
he
really
actually he accepted being the one.
right. So, but my point is simply taking lots of people took the red pill and they weren't the one. They weren't the one. They just got a little bit of the truth. That's what the red pill is. Your willingness to learn the truth. And then you wake up. And then Morpheus says, you got to see it with your own eyes. So you got a lot of people who haven't gotten there yet. They've heard a few talking points, but they still haven't put it together. And they don't know what the fuck they talking about. I started talking about this shit 15 years ago. I was telling somebody on a panel not too long ago, before YouTube. I said, y'all don't understand. We had social media before YouTube. I said we had a thing called Flickr at one point. Everybody was taking pictures and putting pictures on their blogs on Tumblr and
I
things of
remember
that
Flickr.
right? Flickr, Tumblr, and others. I said 15 years ago, I took a picture. I had two red pills in my hand. And I started making the analogy where of waking up, and I quoted Morpheus what he said in the movie. Some of you are so hopelessly ingrained in the system, you will die to protect it. And I was talking about relationships with black men and women 15 fucking years ago. So please remind me how, oh, so and so did it 5 years ago and now they're OG. Please remind me again. I'll wait. I said, I still got that picture. That blog is still up. That
Yeah,
post is still fucking up.
actually, there's some of us that actually went through the fire on these YouTube streets and have actually earned the place that we have been given on this platform and on a lot of these. There's a reason why some of us can bounce from panel to panel to panel, and it's because we've earned our spot.
Right. And that's what I was trying to tell one of these new guys. I said, I've been around longer than your favorite content creator's favorite content creator. And that's why when I go on different places, people acknowledge me. They respect me because they could tell by what I'm saying. And I could back up everything that I'm saying. I've been even to protect yourself at all times. I've been saying that. I had T-shirts made 10 years ago. I got it from Ice Cube when he said it in the movie Lottery Ticket. Protect yourself at all times. That's when I started saying it. I made the T-shirts way back then. So I've been saying this to y'all the whole time. I said, but y'all want to act like y'all just invented something. Y'all didn't invent nothing. I
No, you're
said,
just repurposing something that was already there.
exactly. And then but again, like we were saying, this younger generation, they don't respect us that came before them. They think they made everything up. Then how do you explain that post that's still up and it's been up for 15 fucking years? How do you explain these t-shirts that have been on sale for a decade? How do you explain that picture of me holding the 2 red pills? How do you explain it? Like, stop. Obsidian, I had to check his ass one time because he was bragging about his book, and I'm the first author in the manosphere. And I said, nigga, I wrote a book 30 years ago called Negative Acceleration, talking about the same shit. What are you talking about, man? The only reason we know who you are is because Kevin Samuels gave you a referral. That's it. Nobody respects Obsidian like he thinks they respect him.
Well, honestly, man, the only reason why I got a pass in a lot of places I did is because Angry Man co-signed me.
I was on a panel with him and Tommy about a week ago.
Where at? Over at This Might Be Risky?
Might be risky. Yeah, I was up there, you know.
Yeah, dude, I've been wanting to catch one of those panels and get up there and have a discussion with Tommy, be honest with you. Because there's been, dude, since I've been on YouTube, there's been a lot of people that have told me, dude, you need to get on one of Tommy's panels. Because they think that he would enjoy having a discussion with me.
Tommy is that dude, man. And I like to give him his flowers every chance I get. He's the OG. He is the reason. He's the architect. He's the reason why we are here and operating the way we are. He's the first person I know to do it the way we do it.
Right.
When you look at everybody's channels today, Tommy's channel was doing this same format way back when. I mean, their studios even mimic his studio in some kind of way. He was the first one. So that's why I always acknowledge him when I speak to him, and give him his love or whatever. Because I think that's important. I mean, you know, I have my disagreements with him, of course, but Tommy's that dude, man. Tommy's that dude. That's what men have to learn how to do. Men have to learn how to disagree and still respect the man.
That, if you notice, that's what I'm doing. I'm forcing people to have to do on my channel. Have you noticed that? I've went a whole new content route.
And I said that one time on another panel you and I was on together. I gave the example of you and I said, man, we get flat out mad, cuss each other out, and the next fucking day we be on the phone together. I
Oh,
mean,
dude, me and you dude, we've been so heated each other, go a couple days without talking, see each other on a panel a few days later, and everything's fine.
well, we called each other like, hey, we good.
Right.
And that's how it's supposed to be.
I think that America, and specifically men in America, they've gotten too comfortable and too complacent, and they're trying too hard to be liked by everybody rather than being matter of fact with everybody.
And I told Real Bravado Network that. I said, look, I used you as an example one time. I said, because I came to his rescue one time. He was doing a test stream and it ended up turning into like a long show. Because people kept popping up and we kept talking. And somebody came up and was trying to attack him. And I said, no. Let me take this. And I shut that shit down. And I've done the same for you. You've done it for me. When you saw somebody attacking me, you stepped in and said, no.
Right.
This is my friend. He ain't that way. He ain't what you trying to make him out to be. He might be an asshole. He might be a lot of things, but he ain't that.
Right.
You know.
I look. I'm a stickler for, keeping shit, what it is, instead of trying to turn something into something it's not.
But that's just real man shit. You know. That's just real man shit. You know. And it's not. These young guys are too much. They've been emasculated and feminized so long. They don't operate like men. They operate like bitches. And it stands out to us. That's why I was telling Angry Man. I told him I was on his panel one night. Me and him talked for about 4 hours, um, and I said to him, I said, I understand why you get pissed off. Let me explain it. He was like, V, I don't understand it. I said, well, let me explain it to you. You gotta understand. You gotta connect the dots. These motherfuckers was raised by a bunch of bitches in an environment of bitches who ran everything.
Yeah,
So
they're basically like a bunch of kids that have been raised on the Serengeti, being sheltered from the realities of the real world, that have just been set free and don't know what the fuck to do.
well, I think it's more like Crimson Cure explains it with the hyena analogy that she uses. You got a bunch of male hyenas, and what is their job in the clan?
To protect the female.
Right. So that's Crimson Cure. So that's what they do. They don't even they it's Order 66, like Angry Man said. They're programmed to do it.
Well,
Night.
right, where we all are from beginning. I mean, think about it. Western culture really is one of the only cultures where we as men are programmed to never talk shit about mama, even when mama's wrong.
I tried to explain this to might be risky, and they're younger guys, and they didn't really get what I was trying to tell them. And I'm like, because they asked me a weird question. You talk about, well, if you was walking down the street, do you have a different set of standard that you apply to women? I'm like, hell fucking yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, you gonna tell me most men? I'm like, I don't know what most men do. Your question was what I do, and I answered your question, yes. So then he wanted to switch it to most men. Well, what do you think the majority of men is doing? I'm like, dude, okay, we're talking about the majority of black men. So we're gonna compare 10.1 million black men to 9.9 million black men. That's a ridiculous comparison. That's a coin toss. That's 50-50. You're only separated by 200,000. It's only 20 million black men. What the fuck are you talking about? I said, but they get that bitch shit from their mamas, and that's why they think like that. He wouldn't let me explain it to him because I try to use my daughter as an example. I raised my daughters not to approach men like you are a man because you don't know who you running up on. And you got men out here that'll fucking kill you. You run up
Yep.
on the wrong man out on the street. My grandmother told me, hey, if a woman stepped to you like a man, you beat her like
You
a man.
better fucking knock her ass out like a man.
That's what my mother said. So I don't know this most men, maybe where you're from, maybe in bitch ass New York City, that's what y'all operate from. But across the river in New Jersey, we got a different set of rules.
Hey, my mom was a battered wife and told me that shit.
Yeah, my grandmother didn't play that shit, man.
Neither
My
did my
grandmother,
mom.
you
She was a
better
firm
not come
believer
home.
of, look, she believed that you shouldn't fucking just arbitrarily beat on a woman, but
Right.
she also believed that women shouldn't use that to their benefit and think that gives them the
Exactly.
right to fucking beat on men
That's what
and not
my
have to
grandmother
deal with
was saying.
the fucking repercussions of their actions.
That's what my grandmother was saying. If she steps to you like a man, she
Because
ain't saying just go arbitrarily beat up women.
right,
No.
everybody has the right to defend themselves, man.
And that's what my grandma, you better not come home after let one of these little girls whoop your butt. I'ma beat your ass and then I'm gonna send you back out there. Both my grandmothers, matter of fact, had that thinking. That was so I don't know what these new dudes. That's why I try to explain to him it's a generational thing. Maybe that's what your mama taught you. I'm probably close to your mama's age than you are to my age. I'm probably closer to your mama. So what are we talking about here? Like hell, I got dudes that I went to high school with who got kids in their 30s. You know what
Right.
I mean? So even though my kids ain't that, I know people who had kids early. So yeah, I may be your mama's age, man. But y'all just perpetuating that gynocratic thinking, protect the gynocracy, Order 66, and y'all do it instinctively. You don't even think, you just do it. And you then afterwards you justify, man, you don't put your hands on no female. Why? She jumped up in that man's face. We need to step back and let some of them bitches get the shit slapped out of them sometime.
You know what? Believe it or not, back in the day when
That
bitches used to get the shit slapped out of them, we didn't have the problems that we have now with women.
Exactly.
For some reason, they tended they were more apt to walk that fine line and carry themselves with a little bit of dignity and integrity.
Yeah, we always had women who were mouthy,
We
but
always had hoes.
they knew how far to go. They knew not to cross a certain
Well,
point.
there was a time and a place for everything.
Right. So now, again, starting in 1970, all the rules went out the window, and we got what we got today for the last 50 years of this bullshit. And we want to know how to fix it. You got to go back to when it worked. That's the way you fix it.
Well, and the
You
other
gotta-
thing is too, Israel, and I think you can agree with this. As men, a lot of you men out there can't continue to ask for traditional women if you ain't willing to meet her the same route and be a traditional man.
Well, I mean, the thing with that is, right, is a lot of people, when they say that, they really don't know what traditional or what it was. Historical may be a better word. They don't know what historical women were and historical men were. So they have this nostalgia and this false nostalgia, you know, um, for things that just never fucking happened, man.
Well,
It's
look,
it's, it's, it's funny to me.
the simple way that I explain it to people and tell people, I would never ask or suggest that my wife do anything that I myself wouldn't do.
Right.
And so if I'm telling my wife I don't feel comfortable, nor would I appreciate her having a girls' night out, then that's because I don't do guys' nights out.
Right.
Right.
I understand that standard.
She doesn't go on girls' trips because I don't go on guys' trips.
Well, furthermore, let's go back to our grandparents. My grandmother never went out on a girls' night out. Never. And I was raised by my grandmother. Never. Never. It never fucking happened.
But the thing that I'm getting at is if you ain't capable of living under your own rules and following the rules you set for everyone else,
no, I get that.
You have no business making rules.
I'm not that way, so I'm not gonna tell my girl, "Hey, you can't go out with your girls," but I'm going out every night with the boys.
Right.
I
mean, that's just fueling the seeds of fucking hate in your own household.
And I mean, a lot of times guys got around that traditionally, if we want to bring that word into it. They had a bowling team, so they went out with the bowling team. They had a softball team, but the guys were doing activity. They weren't just hanging out at a bar. They had an activity that they were going to, usually bowling or softball, whatever. That kind of them old men. That's what they were doing.
Right.
And there was no reason the wife, you could have went to see the man go play softball. You could have went to the bowling alley and watched supported your man bowl. Most of the time the women didn't want to do it. It was boring to them.
Mm-hmm.
So the guys would get together, we worked together at the plant or wherever we worked, and we got up, had a beer and bowled and had a good time for an hour. But that ain't the same as going hanging out at a fucking strip club or going to a bar, because that's what the girls are doing. They're going out to be around to get male attention. They're not going to a Tupperware party like grandma used to go to. That's what I remember my grandmother. If she went anywhere, she went to a fucking Tupperware party. She went to church.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what though. I'm a firm believer that some of them Tupperware parties were code for orgy.
Could be. I don't know. I can't speak on that. I remember my grandmother sold Tupperware, my father's mother, and she made good money at it. And she always, kids were present. It wasn't just women; it was women and kids. So we would be in another room playing together, Monopoly or Sorry or one of them board games, and they would be doing their little Tupperware shit. I think later on it became something else, more like what you're suggesting. That came later, like with our moms age group. I think they did some of that shit, yeah, most definitely, because they were doing cocaine. They were having cocaine parties, and
a lot of us, us Gen Xers, a lot of our moms were the first. Our generation's mothers were the first openly overt fucking whores out there.
Oh yeah, That's always, and that was something interesting we brought up with the Color Purple. We were talking about it earlier. What happened to Mister is the character in Color Purple. Did you ever see the movie?
I've seen bits and pieces of it. I've never been able to sit all the way through it because
But you know who Mister is, though, right?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
he's the
David
old
Black.
black man that everybody hated.
Yeah. So his first wife died because her boyfriend killed her. She was hoeing and got killed by the dude she was cheating with.
Also, she had a side dude.
That came out earlier when we RBN was talking. And what else came out that I didn't know? So his first wife was hoeing. Then he goes to this old man because he wanted Ceely's sister, Nettie. He wanted, so the dad wouldn't give him Nettie, he would only give him Ceely, which was the ugly one. So but he also loved Suge. Suge was a girl from his past that he grew up with who was a hoe. So he had the two women he loved in his life were both turned out to be hoes. So then he gets with Ceely. Of course, he has resentment towards Ceely. He didn't want it in the first place. And the two women he had before her were hoes. So that puts Mister in a different light, right?
Mm-hmm.
You start looking at Mister, you humanize him a little bit. You look at him a little bit different. Like he ain't this asshole villain that everybody made like he just mean for no reason. He was mean because of the way he was treated by women.
Well, and not only that, the way he acted it, from what I gathered, it was all done with purpose anyhow. It was to keep order.
Yeah, I mean, he was laying down the law. I mean, he definitely had a he was a tyrant. He was a dictator, no question. Nobody, I don't think
But
anybody
you
ever
need that.
disputed
You need that in a household.
And because of what he had been through before, he wasn't going to recreate that again. Hell yeah. Hell fuck. I got some shit in me that because of the shit my wife did to me when I was married. Hell yeah, I'm never going to go through that shit again.
Yeah,
So
I'll put people in the grave. I'll make my kids orphans before I go through that shit again.
So they would look at us as villains too. We would be Mister, in today's world, to make the analogy, but there's a reason.
And see what you just said. I think that right there is why they're remaking it. They're going to make Mister an even bigger piece of shit than what he already
That's
was
what
to
I
completely seal the deal and
That's what
destroy masculinity.
I said. And they're doing it because they got to get black women on the Democratic side again.
Dude, you know what? The only thing that could make that better than what it already is if they made Mister a racist white man.
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to slip some liberal democratic ideas into the motherfucker too.
Watch this. Think about this plot twist. The possibility that they're going, rather than him being a full-on black dude, he's a mixed dude with parents from both sides.
Well, the thing about Mister's dad Mister's dad was mixed. He was a mixed.
And then that would lend credence to that being a possibility and them pushing on that.
Most definitely. So it's a lot of layers in that movie. So,
but see, the thing is, isn't it funny? I ain't watched it all the way through, but I've paid enough attention to black counterculture that just from what I've observed on.
Well, they've been recreating it with Tyler Perry this whole fucking time.
Oh Jesus Christ! It's going to be another Medea movie.
Yeah, the Medeas, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Watch it, dude. Watch fucking Nell or fucking her sister be a fucking a dude in drag.
So you also seen this in even Sanford and Son with Fred Sanford and Lamont. They slipped those that this is why I say I don't agree with that whole modern woman talk, because there are too many examples from the older women where they were acting the same way. Look at Aunt Esther from Sanford and Son. And then even Fred was dating a woman one time. So Fred would have been his age group would have been silent generation. Fred was that old, Red Fox. So he was dating a woman, and I remember she was talking shit to him. You ain't gonna be talking to me like that. And Fred said, wait a minute, you ain't gonna tell me how I could talk in my house. Fred was checking her ass. Fred had some red. We would say Fred was red pill. Fred was checking her ass way back then. So this argument and this idea that this is some new shit on the planet in quote unquote modern women, bullshit. Men have been dealing with this the whole fucking time.
There ain't nothing new under the sun.
Nothing is new under the sun. I proved that in the Bible. You can see examples of this shit in the Bible. And women didn't want see feminism. We always blame it on feminism, but that's wrong. It's womanism. See, womanism came first, and womanism is about having leverage over the man, not being equal to the man. We don't have a problem with equal. Most men say, "Oh, okay, you want to do the shit I'm doing, fine. Go have at it." Because we know they ain't gonna do it, they're gonna give up. So men don't have a problem with equality. We have a problem with women trying to hold things over our heads. So starting with Eve, and I gave this example earlier, but I'll give it again. Eve didn't want to be equal to Adam. She wanted to be equal to God. Okay. So what did that's how the serpent got in her head. What did the serpent say to Eve? You will know what
you will have the knowledge of God himself.
God's. Adam didn't have that. He had some knowledge, but he wasn't equal to God. He was in God's likeness, but he wasn't equal to God in Christ. Right?
And what are the B-dub? What do they call themselves all the time?
Queens and goddesses.
Yep. And they got their simps constantly preaching the black woman is God.
Let me stop you right there, because that's where I was going. Where does that come from? That verbiage ain't new either. So we're gonna fast forward a little bit. We're gonna get to Babylon. We're gonna get to Diana and Esteros and Easter and Nimrod's wife. They always portray these women in history as a virgin woman with a son. In the sun image behind their heads. You see this throughout history in multiple cultures, that image. It all comes from Diana. That was the goddess of fertility.
He'll be back in a minute, folks.
Okay.
You still there? You just fell off. So
I'm sorry.
said also and then fell off.
Also known as the Queen of Heaven in the Bible. It's only mentioned a couple of times in the Bible, but when you get into the history of that, they were worshiping Diana in Babylon. Diana had a crown on her head. The crown was in the shape of the Tower of Babel, right? That's what her crown resembled. What was the Tower of Babel for? They were trying to
climb a stairway to heaven
to be equal to God.
Yeah, it was a stairway to heaven, basically.
To be equal to God. Purposely. That's what they were trying to do. To be honest. So this is what the women were all.
And the thing is they were actually accomplishing it too.
So the divine order is God, Christ, the husband, the wife. The women they want to skip over the husband and Christ and be equal to God. So this is why they're calling themselves goddesses. This is that thinking from Diana. So when Paul was going around Asia Minor and trying to bring, because the church, the nation of Israel was split at that time. Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom was a split. God had cut off Northern Kingdom. Why? Because they were worshiping the other god.
They were worshiping the other god.
Right? So during the time of Christ, they were Christ and the disciples. What was their job? To bring back the lost sheep, to reunite the nation. That's what Christ was trying to do. That's why he was going from town to town, and so were the disciples. So Paul was going through Asia Minor, which would be that area right there by the Mediterranean. You had the city of Corinth and all of them, the Gaza area and all of that, modern day Israel. It was right there. You see the old maps. It's right there. So anyway, Paul saw how they were behaving, and he saw that the women were worshiping Diana. So they were trying to preach in the synagogues. The women would come into the church bringing that womanism talk from the Diana church into the synagogues. So Paul told them what? He said, y'all need to listen and learn in silence. I do not suffer a woman to teach. See, women hear that, especially in the black church, and oh, well, that's because they were patriarchal. That's why that happened. No, he was talking not to all women. He was talking to a specific group of women, the women who were worshiping Diana. They built temples for this bitch. Okay, they was buying her statues and keeping them in their houses and shit. Little silver statues. The silversmiths would make them. She had all of the titties all over her.
Right.
That's that statue. That's where the Easter eggs come from. They represent her breasts. Rabbit is fucking like a bunny, fertility. That Diana. That's all Esteros. That's where it comes from in pagan times. So Paul was writing letters back to them when he got back. He was writing letters to the churches telling them what they needed to do.
Right.
I do not suffer a woman to teach. What were they teaching? Feminism and womanism. I don't suffer.
They were teaching heresy. That's what they were teaching.
Which is blasphemy and heresy, right? So, but specifically, what kind of heresy? Womanism. So is that spirit of Diana is still on the earth today. Later on, the Romans practiced it before they converted to Christianity. Before the Council of Nicene, they were doing what? What did they worship? Helen. They were Hellenistic. They were worshiping Helen, which is Diana in another form. Okay, the Egyptians worship her in Isis. So we've always seen this imagery. There's nothing new under the sun. It keeps coming back around. Same shit. So we're
Pagans, it was Esther.
Huh?
The pagans, it was Esther.
And no, I mean you have multiple pagans. So when you look at any of them pagan cultures, you've seen all of them. Esther, Esteros, Easter, they all come. That's that same shit. Goddess of
Yeah.
fertility.
If
The
you think about
queen-
why would they have Passover and Easter in the spring when new life is supposed to be around it? And that was when all the fertility
well, now you go
all
into a
took
later
place.
time. So now you go into the when it became the Roman Catholics after they converted after the Council of Nicene. So what they were doing at the time, they were merging the pagan customs that they were already practicing. Christmas and
Right.
Easter, they merged that with Christianity. And they created this new Christianity. They got rid of the laws. See, before that, the Council of Nicene, it was the laws. It was always about the laws. That's what the prophets all teach, the laws of God.
Yeah, and there aren't just 10 commandments. There are hundreds
There's
of commandments.
613.
Hundreds of commandments in the Bible.
613. Exactly. And so and now I mean, of course, we've done away with the sacrificial laws. Those are no longer in effect because Christ was the final sacrifice. He told you, I'm the final sacrifice because God had displeasure with the sacrifices that we were doing. So we got rid of that without going too deep into that. We got rid of that. Now Christ gave us what instead? He gave us repentance. See, before you got put to death instantly. If you did some shit and you murdered, you committed adultery, you got stoned to death immediately.
Right.
So now you got a chance to repent for certain things. Certain things like willful sin, there is no repentance for that. You're gonna burn because you're willfully.
Well, I thought the only unforgivable sin was blasphemy.
Willful sin is adultery is under that. Murder is under that. Things you're doing, knowing willful sin is basically any sin that you know is a sin. Now, if you committed the sin before you knew it was a sin, or you knew it was a law you wasn't supposed to break, that you still can repent. But if you know for a fact you ain't supposed to do adultery, you know the law, and most people did back then, They knew the law. You you can't repent. That's willful sin. They just didn't put you to death instantly. That's why Christ said to the woman, when they brought the woman, when Christ was walking through the town, and the Pharisees tried to trap Christ up all the time. So they brought the woman and said, look, we caught her in the act of committing adultery. And Christ kneeled down on the ground and he started writing in the sand. This New Testament. He started writing in the sand. What was he writing? He started writing the names of the Pharisees. How the hell did Christ know that? He had never been in that town before. He started writing their names. And they started paying attention to what he was doing because he said to them, he without sin cast the first stone. So he knew their sins. That's what he was telling them. He started writing their names one by one. When they started realizing what he was doing, they left. And then when he stood up, it was nobody there but him and the woman.
Right.
And he stood up and said to the woman, where is everybody gone? They've gone, she said. I'm paraphrasing. And he says, well, you go to and sin no more. That's what he told that woman. Because first of all, the old law says if you commit a woman committing adultery, you need to bring her and the man. They both need to be stoned. So why didn't the Pharisees bring the man too? Why did they only bring the woman? My theory, there's no answer to this question, by the way, but my theory is one of them was the man. Because how did you find this woman committing adultery in broad daylight? It was broad daylight. It wasn't dark. You didn't see nobody sneaking into a house at night.
That is a good goddamn point.
Uh-huh. So that would explain why they didn't bring the man. They brought the woman because they was already sleeping with her. Something similar happens to David during David's times. One of the elders during his time, they kept sneaking to see this woman taking a bath. You know, they had public baths. And they kept sneaking into the garden where she would take a bath every day. And then one day she caught them. And then they tried to had her put to death for being lustful or something to that effect.
As they should.
And David was wise. So David asked the question, how did y'all know she was going to be there at that time? And they had no answer for it.
That's a good question.
So David being wise, he was very wise. So he spared the woman and he put those men to death.
Well, wasn't David the youngest king in the Bible?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, David was smart.
And what he wasn't even a king through blood. He was a king through didn't one of the kings actually gave him the kingdom when he died. What didn't correct?
Well, he came through blood, but he wasn't a direct descendant as far as the lineage. He wasn't an heir, in other words.
Right.
But he was of that house, of that family. He came through blood, you know, but he wasn't a direct. There was people that should have went way before him, you know. He was like a cousin of a cousin of a cousin.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, wasn't he like a half child?
Yeah, he was.
He was like a side bitch's fucking kid.
He was something weird, you know, and that's why he was like a stable boy. You know, that's how he started out. He was a stable boy, but he had heart. He says, y'all ain't gonna fight this big motherfucker Goliath? No problem. I got it. Line me up. I'll go get him. I'll go get him.
Imagine that fight. Ooh, buddy.
Oh, I watched it, man. When you go back and watch them old movies, like, you know, when they portray it, it's fascinating because David was a little dude, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically like a midget fighting a fucking 9-foot tall basketball player.
Yeah, that's exactly what it must have been like, you know. But he had that, or better yet, a more recent image would be Achilles. If you ever see the movie Troy,
oh yeah, that's one of my
was
favorites.
fighting the giant,
yeah,
it was more like that. Because Achilles was a regular sized man, he was just a hell of a swordsman.
The only difference is when David did that, he had no actual military training. Everything he did was all on the faith that God was going to allow him to win.
And he had that slingshot. He was nice. He was nice with that slingshot. And he had faith in God. That's why he didn't back down. He had no fear. It's like, hey man, look, I'm not budging, man. And that giant was steady cutting closer and closer to him. No problem. I'm gonna stand over here and I'm gonna pick you off. I'm gonna snipe you. But yeah, but going back to what I was saying though, but this spirit that's on the earth today is nothing new under the sun. So this spirit, they still today, women, they want to skip over us in the art in divine order, skip over the husband. They want to skip over Christ and go straight to God. That's why I'm a goddess. How dare you? That's blasphemy. That's sacrilegious. That's heresy. You're putting yourself over Christ. That's what they're doing now. Even women, you don't hear women say, "Oh Jesus," too much. Every now and then, the old women, but these young girls, they go, "Oh God, oh God." They say that. I find that very interesting. I listen to them talk, and they tell on themselves. They tell on themselves all the fucking time, man.
Well, like Dirty Folks says, if you let a toddler talk long enough, they're always going to tell on themselves.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Somebody else just joined us. Hey, if you're here, hey, let us know who you are. Give us a little, hey, we up late. We doing this late night talk on Taco Tuesday, just riffing a little bit with my main man, the angry snowman. But let us know who you are. You're welcome to come up. If you find the link in the chat, it is in the chat. If you want to jump in this conversation, you're more than welcome to. You know, but we're talking right now. Right now, the conversation we're just talking about nothing new under the sun, and we're talking about the spirituality origins of this thing we're calling feminism, but it's really womanism. That's what we're talking about. Where it
This is
comes
that evil black vagina magic they were talking about women casting in the good book.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. But it's always been here and it's always manifested itself in different, even in the pagan cultures. It skipped from any of them pagans. I mean, they all, no matter where they were, it's amazing how the spirit spread and that image in different time periods. People who never connected with each other had the same imagery. That
Mhm.
shit is fucking amazing when you study that queen of that queen of the heavens. But that was Paul. Paul again, the disciples. Paul was attacking that shit back then. New Testament. He was going after that shit. I don't suffer them to teach because we don't want to hear. Christ had to go against them. Same thing. New Testament. Christ was in the synagogue trying to preach, and a certain company of women, I'm paraphrasing, lifted up their voices. He said, or it says, Paul is telling the story at that point, and
So even back then, you had women trying to interrupt
yep,
productive discussions with men.
they were interrupting fucking Christ, dog. Think
Well,
about that.
right, but what I'm alluding to is even back then, anytime women saw men being productive and trying to do something as a collective, they did everything in their power to prevent it from happening and to try and sow seeds of mistrust
Yeah,
and dissension between men of different faiths and different
most
ethnicities.
definitely. Here, read that comment for me.
What up? Just listening, Maine.
Who is that?
Shine Jedinobi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with you, brother. I appreciate you joining in and jumping in with us early this morning. Somebody else just came in. I guess people starting to wake up. Um, but
It
yeah,
is
we
5
definitely
o'clock.
appreciate you. Definitely appreciate and have a good conversation here. We appreciate the comments. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share to the People's Podcast. We definitely appreciate you. We're here for the people. But as Snowman said, this shit has, and again, as I'm emphasizing, I'm going with what he's saying. I'm taking it a step further. Even Christ couldn't change these bitches' minds.
That's because they demons.
Think about that shit. Think about what I'm saying. Christ couldn't change their minds. He was in the middle of preaching in a synagogue and they lifted up their voices, a certain company of women. Who was the company of women? The same women who was worshiping in the temples, the temple of Diana, the queen of heaven. Diana, Esteros. So that's what they were trying to bring that womanism talk that existed back then into to counteract what Christ was talking about. And then what did they say next? What did they say to him? What about your mama? Don't black women, ain't that the first thing black women say? Well, your mama black, right?
Yep, they say that, and then they follow it up with, "Are you married? Are you married to a black
So
woman?
this
Do you
is
have a
what they
black
were.
girlfriend?
This is what they
Are
were
you black?"
saying. This is what they were saying to Christ. They did this to Tommy. Tommy was on the channel on Might Be Risky, and they were asking Tommy these questions. Same thing. Are you married? Um, um, are you dating black woman? Or they were asked, what fucking difference does it
And
make?
really, well, look, and really, the thing is it's none of their fucking business.
And that was the point, because it was not relevant to the topic at
Well,
all.
even if it was, it's none of their fucking
But
business.
this is me. This is why I'm making that correlation to what Christ was dealing with. Same shit. Well, your mama black. This is what it says in the Bible. I'm paraphrasing it and making it modern talk. They lifted up their voice. What about your mother? What did Christ say in response to them? And this is what I recommend that men do. Here's Christ's response. Christ said it's better to listen to the words of God and keep them. And he walked the fuck off. There was no more talking after that. See, the problem that's going on today is these new men, these younger men than us, these millennials and younger, they want to argue with fucking women. You can't win.
Or argue like women.
Like women and with women. You're never gonna win. They've not known women all their fucking lives. No man has ever won an argument with a fucking woman. It's never
Ever.
fucking happened.
Ever.
Like, why are you doing this? And guess what? Not women have. Oh, they're gonna hate me for this, dog. I'm about to go there. I'm about to go there. Hold on. What else is said? Wait a minute. Another comment. Um, so annoying. What's annoying?
Who knows?
Oh, man.
Probably listening to guys talk about the truth. That's one of them comments that could go either way.
Yeah, so is the one right before that. They said, when you look in the mirror, you know you black, right? No, you don't. See, this is when, and please don't take this the wrong way. I'm going to take this as a learning moment. Take this as a learning moment. I'm gonna get serious for a minute. Listen and learn in silence. Sometimes people are too eager to speak when they should be listening and learning. So looking in the mirror, you know you black? No. It's a lot of melanated people on this planet that are not black. They're not black is more than just having melanated skin.
Well, and
So
everybody has a little bit of melanin in them, no matter
and
how
even
white
the
they are.
plants have melanin, even animals got melanated, but so black is more than just looking in the mirror and determining you're black. So no, I wouldn't agree with that statement. I think I get what you're trying to say, but I don't see the relevance, is what I'm saying. I'm not sure what you're saying is so annoying. This is why I invite people up to actually have the dialogue so we can get understanding and I can respond more accordingly to what you're saying. But just making random comments in my chat, we're not going to do that over here, because we try to have a certain dialogue. So, because there are other people listening, and when you make it just random comments that nobody knows what you're saying, it throws the chat off too. And you're typing in all caps, so definitely chill with that. It's
Yeah,
rude.
that's troll shit right there.
Yeah. So hopefully your next comment is not all caps. So we're gonna give you a pass now. I've been as polite as I can be. Okay, but it's a little suspect right now, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, and you just derailed 3 minutes of my airtime for me to have to explain that. I shouldn't have to explain this shit to grown people, but
Yeah, here we are.
anyway. All night, I have not had to do that all night. Now, how many hours have I been doing this?
5 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, I've been doing this a while tonight.
And me and you've been up here going
A couple,
rapping for
right?
a good
Yeah.
couple 2 or 3 hours now.
So this is the first time I've had to take time from the conversation to do that. That's how weird it is what you're doing right now. Okay. So listen and learn in silence. Everybody's not meant to teach you. You got need that one teach you again. That's what you hear listening to the People's Champ and the Snowman tonight for. That's why you're here listening to us.
How's that saying go? It's better to be silent than open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Yeah, exactly. Or the other one that goes with that, where some people only open their mouths to switch feet.
Yeah.
So
Oh no,
you
the saying goes, it's better to be silent and be perceived as stupid than to open your
remove
mouth
all that.
and
Open your
remove
mouth
all
and
doubt.
remove all doubt. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, it's a lot of them little sayings that go in that vein. You know, them old men we used to listen to that we was talking about earlier. They used to do that. But anyway, so yeah, that's what Christ did. He said what he said and he stepped off. There's no argument there. He didn't go back and forth with them and debate them. He shut that shit the fuck down and left. So this is what I'm urging. I wish men would get back to. Stop arguing with women. Women have built nothing, nothing, nothing,
Nope.
nothing on a societal level in history.
They benefit
Any
from the luxuries of things that men have created for them.
anywhere on this planet at any time in history. Trust me, I've been teaching this for over 30 years. Nobody's proven me wrong yet. There is no society built, no town, no house, no city, nothing on a societal level that's ever been built with women. Now, what people will do to make their argument, they'll bring up inventions that when women have made inventions. Ain't nobody talking about inventions. We're talking about building shit.
What have women actually invented though?
They've made a couple of significant inventions through time. The woman built the stoplight or something like that. That's one
No,
of
I'm
them.
pretty sure that's a man that did that.
No, I think it was a woman. If I'm correct, I think I was surprised to learn that too.
I'm
And
gonna Google
it
that right
sounds like a
now.
woman. And if you think about it, dog, it sounds like a woman. They want to control shit. They control freaks.
Yeah.
Think about that shit. Who better to control shit than women? Oh, these men got these cars. We got to find a way to slow them down. We're going to use a
And
light.
it was a man that invented it. His name was J.P. Knight.
Didn't he get the idea from a woman, though? Do the research. I could be wrong. Somebody told me. I don't know. So I'm going by what somebody told
Garrett
me.
Morgan was the first person to patent the stoplight. That's another man, and it was a black man, as a matter of fact.
It's supposedly a woman is in there. That's what I was told. Supposedly, you may be debunking it right now. So
That's what I do.
I'm gonna go with what you're saying right now. So
You
I
know
never.
me, and if I don't, you know me, and how big of a stickler I am about actually looking into it. If I don't know,
Yeah. So I'll go by what you're saying. But they've made a couple of inventions here and there here in America, but nothing of any real significance.
Garrett
Nothing
Morgan is
that
from
was
Ohio too.
nothing was a lot of shit was invented in Ohio. Yeah, Ohio was that state, man. A lot of inventors came out of
Well,
Ohio.
you know the Ohio's state motto is the heart of it all.
Yeah, the Wright brothers came from there.
Well, the
Hell,
Wright brothers were actually they lived in Ohio, but they
yeah,
actually did their first test flight in
in North
Indiana.
Carolina. But I mean, that entrepreneur shit started up there, though. This game of spades came from Ohio. Spades had its
Spades did?
origin. Yep, and it spread during World War II. So
That's
the
crazy.
men who went to war from Ohio taught it to the other um enlisted men when they were overseas, and then when they came home, it spread down south. But it started from those guys in Ohio. Hmm. Yep. Yeah, Ohio got a lot of little inventions like that.
Yeah, I
um,
don't see anything about a woman inventing the stoplight, sir.
all right, so we ain't going with that no
So
more.
so whoever told you that was
And I
full of
heard somebody
shit.
repeat that shit recently too. But the question ain't
Well,
inventions.
well,
What
now you know for a fact that the man who's credited with inventing it is J.P. Knight. The man
JP
who
what?
J.P. Knight or James Hogue
What's the first one's last name?
Knight.
Knight. Okay, I won't forget that.
And then
JP Knight.
and then the guy who received the first patent for the stoplight is a African American named Garrett Morgan.
I'll remember that, because again, I don't argue things I don't have the facts on, so I just kind of let it ride because it wasn't the point of the conversation.
Right.
My original statement that night is they haven't built anything of significance, nothing. And then I remember even on Jay's channel, we were talking about this about a year ago, and the feminist girl was trying to argue women have built the house. No,
You got to be
they
talking about that Jane chick.
Yeah, it was Jane, right? You cannot find it. I looked it up. When you look it up, you'll find Habitat for Humanity will come up most of the time. The Habitat for Humanity women aren't by themselves. There's a team of men out there helping them. All they're really doing is doing some finishing work and putting a few nails in, but they're not unloading the trucks and clearing the land. They're not doing it from scratch. And that was the point I was trying to make to her. Men were still involved in the process. And I had to show her the video. I'm like, look at all of the men out there doing the work. Yeah, it's a lot of little pink helmets out here, but look at all of the men out there. And then supposedly there was one in Florida where it was supposed to be a group of women who were going to build a house, but the foundation was only a foundation. And it wasn't even a foundation. It was just a lot cleared off. It was site ready. So where they were going to build the house was site ready. So the women didn't even do that. They hadn't even accomplished that. They had a group of men coming in here and clear the land, and supposedly these women were going to come in and build the house. They never have completed it to this day. And that video was from like 2018. So like my sayings, they haven't built shit. They haven't even built a one-story house. And like I was telling Jane that night, I said, nobody's saying the only evidence of that you can do something is that you've actually done it. And it hasn't been done. So there's no evidence that women can do it. You might think you can do it. You might think you're capable. You might think you're educated and smart. Show me. Because that's how men measure things, by results. Show me this house that was built by women anywhere in this country. I'll wait.
Right.
It hasn't happened yet.
And it never will.
And it's never happened anywhere in history, anywhere in society. There is no Amazonia, as Al Bundy. Shout out to Al Bundy. There's no Amazonia.
You ain't lying. We lost you again. No sound, sir. Well, when he gets back, we'll dig more into this. I don't know what's going on with the sound. He must that McDonald's Wi-Fi must not be working so well right now. That's a low blow to call him out like that and him not even be able to defend himself. That's messed up of me, ain't it? He'll be back in a minute, hopefully. Because I don't know if I can carry his stream on my own. And I kind of forget where we were going. You need to hurry up and get back on here, dude, so we can continue on. You were in the middle of a thought and you only got about a quarter of it out. Here before long, I'm going to have to put together the thumbnail for the stream I'm doing this morning, too. Anybody that's listening, if you haven't yet, man, put Angry Snowman Roman numeral 2. That's capital I in the search bar. And if you haven't yet, go sub to my channel. We have a lot of really good and thought-provoking and rather fiery discussions over on my channel. And they're meant and intended to basically push boundaries and force people to think outside the box, and it challenges them to challenge their own way of thinking, their own internal biases on things. We're trying to teach men how to communicate again. Hopefully it'll work. But if you haven't yet, like I said, Angry Snowman 2, that's Angry Snowman Roman numeral 2. Come check us out, man. It's a very, my platform is very, very multicultural, multi ethnic, multiracial discussion panels. The one thing that I don't do very often is I try to for the most part keep all my panels male only. Every now and again we might invite her, allow a woman to come up, but for the most part, like I said, my channel is more so tailored towards men, and men learning how to have discussions about things that are contentious, that are fire starters, and for them to learn how to have those discussions and disagree and do so in a healthy and productive manner. And hopefully young men will catch wind of watching some of us older cats actually have discussions and disagreements, and they'll see how we conduct ourselves, and maybe some of these cats will start following suit. I don't know where Israel went, though. If you don't make it back here soon, I'm going to have to hop off here, though, and go start getting my stuff put together for my stream. Because I don't know. His phone might have died too, which is a good possibility. But well, there he is. Did your phone die? You there, sir? Still can't hear you.
All right, how about now?
There you are.
Yeah, my device got hot. I had to switch devices.
The way it kind of just went dead and dropped, I figured your phone died or something.
Yeah, that's exactly. It got hot or something. So I've been on it for hours. So I mean, I figured something goofy was going to happen. Luckily, I keep it back up.
So while you were gone, I just plugged my channel and what we do.
Oh, I appreciate it. I figured you would, so I figured that's what would happen. I appreciate that. But yeah, we're talking about nothing new under the sun, man. And this shit is just, again, they don't want to be equal to man. They want to skip over man, and they want to be equal to God. And they want to always have leverage over us. That's what they want. You know, I was talking to a girl recently about the family court and child support. I said, okay, the man is supposed to pay $500 in child support every month. That means that's his half for the child, correct? She says yes. So where's her half going?
Right.
How do we know she's paying her half? Well, she's taking care of the child. Do we know that? We know she's spending $500 on this child every month, like I'm required to. I said exactly. So I said, if we want to make it fair, we already got the EBT card. They already got that. So I'll put $500 on it, and she puts $500 on it, and we're both required to. We're both required to put our 500, and that way it can be tracked. We can see what the purchases are. That would be fair. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I know you don't want it because you don't want it fair. You don't want a fair system. That would be fair. And then you would stop complaining about how much money that man got to pay. Because I've had 4 kids, and it don't take $500 a month for a child.
It don't take
What-
$400 a month to raise 3 kids.
Exactly. So what are you spending? Because again, if you got child support, what we do know is 98% of women with a court-ordered child support also have at least 2 government services in their lives. That's probably going to be food stamps and Medicare most of the time.
Or Section 8.
Possibly Section 8 or some kind of housing voucher. It may not be. There are other housing vouchers.
Yeah, there's
So
you're right.
there's a whole bunch of them. Some of them is in the they're private and state run, not feds.
Right, they're
So
subsidized housing.
there's all kind of shit. That's let's not go there yet. So we know they got food stamps. We know they got Medicare, the insurance, because they're gonna make sure the baby got insurance. The child has insurance and can go see a doctor, and they're gonna make sure nutrition. So that means the woman's not paying any insurance for the baby. More than likely, she's not even working a job that offers any significant insurance. That's how she qualifies for food stamps and Medicaid to begin with. And that goes with when you look at the median salary of women, particularly black women, then the median salary is only $36,000 as of a week ago. They're not making all of this big money that they claim to make.
Bro, just wait until the stream that I do here in the morning, man. You're going to hear some. Well, it's probably not going to be anything you haven't already heard, but like one of the comments that's made on last night's stream is one of the women tried to say that black women are the most underprotected people in America, and Anton pushes back. He pushes back hard on that. He tries, I don't know how many times, to get them to answer that and give him examples of how that is, and they never do.
I'll explain where their thinking comes from. So that way you know how to counteract it, right? So here's where that thinking comes from, because women like to change the meaning of words. This is why I always used to say words matter.
They do.
Okay. So what they mean when they say protection, what they mean is retaliation. They don't want to be protected.
They want revenge.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, they want revenge.
They want retaliation and revenge, right? So they don't want somebody to stop something from happening. They want somebody to attack somebody else for even thinking about doing something to them. That's what they mean by protection. They want to, Dr. Hassan Johnson calls it pit bullying. They want to pit bull black men. They want to turn black men into pit bulls that they could just sick on somebody. That's what they mean by protection. But the way the rest of the world means protection, black women are the most protected women on the planet and have been the entire history of America. No other group of women has been more protected at any time than black women. Not even white women.
Now, I will have to say that I can't find any flaws in that statement.
On the plantation, especially.
Well, look, you know me. I've always been a firm stickler and believer of the fact that white women were the most, and specifically liberal white women, were the most racist people on the planet. And the more and more that I keep involving myself and having discussions in black spaces on the internet, I keep finding out it's actually black women, and they're the ones that always fall back and resort to a racial narrative anytime they start losing any discussion.
Well, this is why you got to go with Dr. Claude Anderson's definition of racism. This is how you dispute all of that shit. Dr. Claude Anderson, he was an economist for the state of Florida, and later on during the Clinton administration. He's written several books. He's all over YouTube. He's an old guy. Brilliant. Dr. Claude Anderson says racism is a competitive relationship between groups of people. They're competing for wealth, power, and resources. And when one group has so much wealth, power, and resources, they can force another group to act against its own interest. That is his synopsis on racism. So let's apply that shit to black women to verify your statement, right? Because see, black people have been taught to make racism always a black and white issue. That's prejudice, that's bigotry, not racism. So, and who are black women most racist against?
Other
Black
black
men.
men.
Uh-huh. They're using their wealth, their power, and their resources to force black men to operate against their wills. And they've been doing that since fucking the plantation, man. They've always operated that way.
But these black women that own plantations, they were trying to save the black man. They were trying to give him a comfortable, safe place
Remember,
to
I
be a
told you
slave.
earlier. I told you earlier, every damn slave revolt was always thwarted. Who you think was talking the shit and telling master what was happening? Who was closest to master? The black women,
the
the
mammy.
mammies, right? Oh, master, them they gonna run tonight. Them is gonna run tonight. Who? And she'll tell them exactly who. And then what'll happen after that? Oh, I'll show you. Ooh, I'll show you that. Let me get the people imagery because everybody might not have my knowledge base. So wait a minute. Let me get everything loaded up here. I'm on a new device, y'all. Here we go. This is what would happen. They would string them up like this, ladies. Oh, of course, this one ain't working as fast as the other one. There we go. Oh, Jesus, this is slow. Hold on. Oh, my God. I don't like this.
I want to hear you say your name. Your name is Toby. What's your name?
Gunther.
Lord God help that boy. They're gonna whip him dead.
What's your name? Say it. Toby. Who are you? Say your name.
I got the Dave Chappelle version of that. You still with us, sir?
What I find fascinating when you read the Willie Lynch letters.
You know, I
Willie
have
Lynch.
I have yet to read those, and I need to.
Oh, you gotta read them. When you read the Willie Lynch letters that was written in 1772 or whatever, this movie came out in 1986, by the way. When the movie, the book, the Willie Lynch letters were written in the 1700s. He was describing this exact scene in the book. He described it to a T, but they will whoop the slaves in front of the old slaves in front of the woman particularly. That was called the breaking of a slave. That was the section of the book. So that's what we just witnessed on that video.
Is that what
that video was from Roots?
Is that what they mean by, is that what that buck breaking was that they talk about?
That's buck breaking. Well, no, buck break, that's bull whipping. What we just saw. Buck breaking is different. That's when the overseers was having sex with the men.
Ooh,
and they would
nasty.
make them sag they would sag their pants afterwards as a sign that he was broken.
That's some
That's what
nasty
sagging the
shit.
pants comes
That's some
from.
nasty shit.
Well, understand the overseers. Remember, I told you earlier, they was the worst of the worst that came over here from Europe. They didn't have women. These men didn't have women. They was just horny ass mercenary type dudes.
That's no excuse.
I'm just saying this. I'm
what they were
painting the
doing.
picture of what was.
I get it, but what they were doing was just barbaric
Of course it was.
uncouth, to say the least.
But guess what? That happened back in the Roman Empire was doing the same thing.
Yeah, but we expect that out of the fucking dirty ass Romans.
Well, it's the same group of people. It's just Western culture evolved from that. So all they did is change their name over time. It's the same group of people. Right. Same group. Same group. See, we give Rome credit for language and science and all kind of, but we don't give them credit for that debaucherous shit that came too. That fucked up shit that came too. Yeah, they were vicious bastards, and a lot of this shit. When they conquered the pagans, they absorbed those pagan practices. They didn't convert them; they became them. That was called syncretism. That's how Rome was able to spread its wings so far, because it didn't try to convert the people that they were taking over. They just wrote themselves into the local culture.
Now
that's what they did, time and time again. Time and time again, that's what the Romans did, over and over and over again, because you couldn't manage an empire that big in those times. So they couldn't oppress the people by what's the movie? Damn it, the Fast and Furious movie, is it 10? No, it's not 10 because we're at 10 now. I think it's 9 when they were in Brazil.
Shit, that's
whatever movie they was in Brazil.
I think
and they stole from.
No, go ahead.
So when they stole from the drug lord in Brazil is what I'm talking about. But that guy had a very interesting conversation. And he was telling the history of Brazil. And he says, yeah, you ever wonder why they speak Portuguese and not Spanish? And he was explaining it. He said, well, the Spanish came here first. And they tried to force the people against their will. And the Spanish fought, and the natives fought back. He says, but the Portuguese came and we offered them gifts. And we made them our friends. So that's what the Romans were doing. They gave people running water and modern technologies they didn't have, and similar to what they did here in America by giving natives certain trinkets and stuff. But they actually gave those groups of people over there, in that part in Asia Minor and all of them places, they gave them technology, and made them citizens of the Roman Empire. And they got, so the people got benefits and got power and prestige. And so they didn't fight against us. That's what the Pharisees were. The Romans put the Pharisees in place to control the Israelites. But they were appointed by the Romans. And that's why they were always against Christ. They were always trying to trap Christ up and rally the people against Christ. So it wasn't the Romans that killed Christ. It was Jesus' own people did it to him.
Ain't that about a bitch?
And mainly his own women, and that's what Willie Lynch says. Why did he said we got to destroy the black male image? Why? And then he goes into a tirade on explaining how to do it and why he did it. Because once you do it, it's going to take the black woman or the nigger slave. It's going to take her from her natural dependent state, and it's going to make her into a frozen independent state, meaning she's going to be independent from her man. What does independent mean? Free from authority. Okay, so that's what we saw when Kunta was getting whipped. They showed that image of that black woman looking down. As soon as he said, Toby, Toby, she looked down. That was the moment he was broken, and she had no more respect for him. So mentally, that changed her. And by changing her mentally, she would do something to her kids. She would put her daughters out front. They would be strong and independent. But the sons would be physically strong but mentally weak. Why was that important? Willie Lynch explained, you do this for good economics and good sleep.
Say what?
Ain't that some shit?
Good economics and good sleep.
Yeah, because long as the niggas is fighting each other and y'all
They ain't
poor
messing with
whites is
you.
fighting each other, they could sleep good at night.
And they ain't messing with you.
Exactly. This is the plan. That's why I tell people, oh, America is broken. No, America is working exactly how it was designed to. Keep poor people fighting because they decided that, hey, we're outnumbered. If these poor whites and poor blacks really continue to stay unified, because in the beginning we weren't against each other. In the beginning, we were all just kind of working and functioning together.
That is true.
We were just poor people trying to survive. But the rich white man, they're ingenious. So they said, you know what? We're gonna give them something more valuable than money. We're gonna give them privilege. Thus, white privilege is born. So no matter how poor you are as a white man, guess what? You're better than a nigga.
I want to know where this white privilege bank is.
Well, this is what it was at that time. It manifests itself differently today. But at that time, no matter how poor you were, even though you were sleeping in a fucking barn, you had no woman, you had no money, you were still better than a nigga. Back then, that was the thinking.
Because today, man, the white male specifically can't say shit.
Well, white men are realizing the same thing black men are realizing. That this American dream that we were promised, that we went to school and did good in school and went and got a good job and worked hard, we would have certain things. That's what we were all promised. That's the American dream.
We were sold a lie, sir.
But exactly now we're realizing, because we watched the baby boomers, we watched our grandparents, our grandparents may have had a slight piece of it. They had a shot at that. But we watched our dads get fucked up with drugs, and the plants were closing and moved and shipped to Mexico and all that other shit, and dreams just fell apart, and nobody came. No, and we realized that we have no safety net. There is no safety net for poor men. If you're a poor man, you are on your own. You got to figure that shit out.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
now
it.
in today's day and age, a poor man can't even get help through welfare.
It's gotten worse. Exactly, it's gotten worse. So my son, who's a Zoomer, is finding that out now because he didn't listen to fucking dad when he could have did something about some things. He didn't listen to dad. He listened to mom.
Some of this stuff he believed was true until he
mom
got
got
into the
him
real
fucked
world.
up.
Until he got into the
And
real
mom
world,
got him
found out
fucked
dad
up.
was telling him the truth.
And what happened because of his failures? Where has he come? Back to me, because he couldn't live with his own failures. So my son didn't talk to me for 3 years until he just, the truth hit his ass, and he had
Like
to come back to me.
Hit him like a ton of bricks, didn't it?
And
Huge
his
way.
mom threw him out in the street. His mom threw him out the street. He had to come see dad. Said, I told you, son.
Well, once a boy starts questioning his mom's authority, then of course she's going to get rid of him. They always do.
Well, and usually that's when they cross 18, when she has no legal authority over him no more. She has no use for him, and that's what happened. That's what happened. I told him, I said, son, I'm all you got. I told you that I've been telling you that all your life. I'm what you got. Women and my ex-wife is a perfect example of that. And that's Breford's law. There has to be a benefit or an associate, or there will be no association that a woman doesn't see benefit from. That includes men, her kids, anybody. She got to get something out of it. And that's something we may not understand what that something is, but she understands or believes she's going to get a benefit. So when she didn't see no more benefit from my son, she cut him loose. She made an excuse up to get rid of him, tried to get him sent to jail for nothing, had his child taken away from him because he had custody of the child.
So
Had the
she
child.
tried to do what I theorize some of these black women do. She tried to cash your son in for her payday.
Yep.
Because
So
I firmly believe that young black males that live with single black moms are nothing more than a lottery ticket waiting to be cashed for them.
yeah, well, here's what they do, and it's been going on for generations. So what they do is, she was using my son as a babysitter. Um, so she didn't have to pay for daycare while my youngest kids were not quite of age yet. So once they got of age and my son got older, she didn't need him no more. So then he was working. She was charging him rent. So he was paying the rent. She used my daughter to help qualify for the apartment. So my daughter's name is on the lease. She did all kind of crazy shit. And but once she didn't have no need for my daughter or my son for that matter, she wanted to get rid of him. So, but what a lot of black women will do is if they can't get money directly from the son, they'll get money from the baby mama. They'll food stamps, money, they'll whatever. They'll get money from like you said, a lottery ticket. It's got to be some kind of benefit. Robert
So,
Brieford
well,
was an
the reason,
anthropologist who lived. Uh, he wrote a book 100 years ago. That book is on Amazon. It's called The Mothers, and he's talking about women, and he has his three laws. Nothing. They don't do nothing unless they get a benefit from it. Without a benefit, they will not associate with you. Then he further says, once they get that benefit, whatever promises they made to get that benefit, they will not honor them after they got the benefit. So that's why we've seen the problem with divorces, right? They're promising, oh, I'm gonna be this loving wife, I'm gonna be this, I'm gonna be that. And once they get that marriage, the game flips. Coach Greg Adams calls it the marriage wheel. It's the same thing. Usually it takes about 5 years for that to start happening. They'll because the first 1 to 5 years is the honeymoon period anyway. Once you cross that fifth period, they're already planning their exit strategy.
mm-hmm.
They're already planning to leave. They say that a woman, if the marriage lasted 20 years, she had been planning the divorce for 10. Ain't that some shit? By the
Man.
time she comes outwardly and tells you she wants a divorce, she had at least been planning it 2 or 3 years at the minimum. She was trying to get as much as she could get from you on the way out the door. Yeah, they're vicious, man. They are fucking vicious. There's books on this shit. So that's why
Right.
when these niggas be talking about this modern woman shit, I said, how do you explain Robert Brieford defining this shit 100 years ago? That book came out in the 1920s. How do you explain the Monahan report? How do you explain Palmar Street? Palmar Street is a documentary that the government created showing the differences in the black community between kids raised in a single family home versus being raised in a two-parent home. How the women would create dysfunctional boys. They were showing that shit. That shit came out in the 1940s on TV. Are you shitting me? So modern women, my ass. The only thing that's different is the environment. Now they can be outward. They don't have to hide it, what they were doing. They can do it openly. That's the
Oh,
only difference.
so now they can actually really act like the Democrats and the alt left and alt
Yes.
right that they all worship.
Yes. And guess what? It's all Diana. It's Diana over. That's what democracy is. It comes uh from the womanism
You
too.
shut your dirty whore mouth.
Uh-huh. Yes, it's all connected. I brought it right
You
around. I
shut
landed
your
that plane
dirty
like
whore mouth.
Smitty.
I don't like this ride. I want off.
I landed that plane like Smitty.
Dude, that was a fucking bumpy ass landing, dude.
That's the truth, man. It all comes from Eve, man. That equality shit, that ain't that what the Democrats believe? Ain't that what democracy is supposed to be?
No,
Equal
democracy isn't.
votes.
No, democracy isn't equality. Democracy is mob rule, sir. You know that.
Well, I mean, that's what it's become. But in its early, when what they sold us on was this idea: hey, every man has a right, and we're all equal under the law, right?
Does every man have a right, though?
That's my point. In practice, because Dianaism and the goddess of earth, it's always about her. She wants to have leverage. Women outnumber men. So if we give everybody a vote, they would win every time. Mob rules, as you said.
Well, see, the thing. Go ahead. I lost my thought for a minute. Oh, come back to me.
I'll say what I said again. It might trigger you. If it's about everybody has a vote and the majority wins, they would win because they are the majority. Women have always outnumbered men. Why would men create a system that benefited women knowingly? We wouldn't. We wouldn't do that. The system that men created, what did we create in the beginning? You have to be a landowner to vote. Right? That's the man system. That's what men believe.
That's actually a sound fucking
It makes sense. You got to have some skin in the game. That's what men think. You got to show your accomplishments. You got to show us that you can accomplish something before you get a say. But women created this, and how did they do it? They didn't fight for shit. That's the other myth that women like to say. Oh, we fought for our rights. Okay, what war did you fight in? What battle? Who did you fight? When? When was it?
all of
They
them,
didn't.
sir, and that's sexist, misogynistic, and racist of you to suggest otherwise.
Yeah. What they did is they fucking nagged us to death. Who did they nag first? The daddies and their uncles and their brothers. Those punk ass ninjas who was the ruling party. They got nagged to death by their wives and they started giving up rights slowly but surely. Everybody should have a vote, not just you.
Look, man.
Never nobody with power, never in history has a group of people in power willingly given up that power, except here in the United States. It's the first time it happened. It's never happened under the monarchy.
Right.
It's never happened under the imperial systems.
No.
So that's when men created. But this democracy that they try to, this comes from that Dianistic thinking, that Hellenistic thinking, Esteros, and this is all of that shit. They were doing it back then in the pagan times. They were doing it then, trying to make everything equal and fair, as they call it. But what they really mean by that is leverage over the man, because we outnumber them. Your mama black, ain't she? Your mama a woman, ain't she?
Nope.
I mean, that's the stupid thinking they would say. That was the stupid thinking they say. Why do you think those men didn't? There were no female prophets. None. The prophetess that the Bible talks about was from the other god. They were worshiping other gods. And they were preaching blasphemy, like Diana.
Gotcha.
See, these Pastor Pork Chop don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He don't understand the context of what was happening historically at them times. Why do you think Lot's wife looked back as Sodom was being destroyed? She didn't want to fucking leave Sodom. Bitches love chaos. She loved all that chaotic shit. And she looked back because she wanted one last look at it. She was in heaven. And that's why God punished her for it. Turned her ass into a pillar of salt. See, the imagery is there. You just got to understand the context that we wasn't taught. We wasn't taught. Why would God just turn her? Why would God tell her not to look at it? Why? Why didn't he want her to look at it? And why would, well, he didn't want none of them to look at it, but why was it her specifically that looked? Why? Why was it her? Gotta ask that question. Oh, because God was a patriarchal and he was just trying to punish a woman. He was trying to flex.
No, it's because she was one of the first women that was for the streets.
She was for this. Now you're with me, my brother. It's always been like that, and it's going to get worse because it's the prophecy is it's going to get a new Babylon where we're here now in America. That's New Babylon is going to get worse than Sodom. It's going to get worse. So we ain't seen shit yet. It's going to get worse.
Hold on to your nutsack, folks.
Like I said, they wouldn't listen to Christ. They ain't gonna listen to you or me. We might be able to save one or two, maybe. But the majority of them ain't never going. You ain't never gonna win that argument. All they gonna do is have circular arguments and but. That's gonna continue to happen. That's what's always happened. You can't win. What did Adrian tell Rocky? You can't win.
Yo, Adrian.
Exactly. But you got these goofy dudes who they don't have no experience with women. They never woke up next to a woman for any period of time. They still think they can win. I laugh at them. I very rarely get into these arguments and debates with women. Now if they want to, I'll do it. I've done it on Jay's channel where I have conversations and we're really talking intelligently. But when they start that bullshit talk, I shut that shit the fuck down.
I find it hard to have an intelligent discussion with women in general because most of them automatically by default they personalize everything. They take everything as if it's an attack on them, and everything's an emotional response.
Yeah, that's a defense tactic. They do it purposely. Generalizations only matter when it makes sense.
Well,
but
see,
when it doesn't,
well, that's the thing, man, and that's what another thing that I actually caught happening in real time on Anton's stream is this weird thing that a lot of black women do, and it's this whole they don't want to be referred to as a monolith while referring to themselves as a monolith at the same time, all in the same breath, all in the same sentence.
Yep.
It's some of the weirdest shit ever.
And then, but they're used to they inherited this from their mothers and their grandmothers. What they don't understand is those women were talking to men who didn't have the verbiage, they didn't have the knowledge, they didn't know how to articulate. So now they got me, and I told them the night Kevin died, I said, "Y'all wish death on this man. Now you got me." Because I was quiet,
dude. That was some
I
of the
wasn't talking to women.
That was some of the most ratchet shit I ever listened to, too. I've never heard so many people come out and celebrate the death of a man.
Yep. A man who was actually nice to them. He was, if you really listen to Kevin, he was nice. He was polite.
Dude, he was trying to fucking help him.
He was trying to help him, right? Mm-hmm. Now you got me. Because, see, my philosophy is let him fucking burn. Because that's what the Bible says is going to happen to him anyway. So I'm like, hey, let's just go ahead and fast forward this shit. Most of them are going to burn anyway. Let it happen. So we can get some new growth in here.
You just an evil motherfucker.
No, I just believe in God. God said what was going to happen. I ain't going against him. He said what was going to happen.
Remember,
he said what's going to happen in the end. He said in the end, 7 women are going to be for every man, and they're going to be begging to carry your last name. So you got some of them that's going to be so stubborn, it's going to take the end of the world. It's going to take the end of the world, man. God told us that. That's the prophecy. Revelations.
He also said that when he comes back the second time, he's coming back with a sword.
Right. Exactly.
He ain't coming back for peace. He's coming back for war, folks.
And what is that sword? That sword is going to be a sword of fire. See, he said we baptized the earth the first time in fire. That was Noah in the flood. This time when I come back, I'm using fire. And the book of Revelations describes that the fire is going to be so hot, it's going to melt their skin right off their bones.
Ow.
Think about Terminator. Remember the first Terminator when Sarah was holding the fence and the bomb dropped and her skin fell off her bones? That's
Yeah.
the imagery. Yeah, that's going to happen. Nuclear fire.
Well,
Yep.
is it a nuke from our nukes, or is it a nuke from God's personal nuke that he's going to send? That's the question.
Yes, and no. So we the ones making all the fucking nukes. So ain't that some shit? So when
Right.
Babylon falls, it's gonna fall by its own nuclear weapons that we sold to one of these other fucking countries, because they all gonna turn against us. They're all gonna turn against us.
Well, it ain't nothing we ain't already dealt with before.
Well, and the powers that be notice is gonna happen. Why you think we spend so much money on our military budget, so much more than our top 20 allies combined? Why?
Right.
Because we know what's gonna happen. They don't had the Bible just like everybody else that had it. They read the shit. It's right there in plain English. It's right there. This is what happened.
Yes,
And
sir.
it's gonna happen. And they're scared to fucking death. So that's why
Yes, they are.
Yep. The rich fuckers, they don't want them pitchforks coming for them. They living high on the hog and they want to keep doing it. This the uber rich that got 90% of the wealth.
And look, dude, let's keep it real. At some point, look, I'm a firm believer in, capitalism as an idea, and the real true idea of uh fair trade, free and fair trade. But at some point, there becomes a point where the amount of money that you've accumulated for yourself just becomes disgusting.
Well, it's so much that it's way more than you could spend.
Yeah, it's useless
in your lifetime, even in your grandchildren's lifetime. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about this in one of his books, and he says 87% of this country's wealth is frozen in place. It'll never move.
That's
crazy.
I buy that.
But if you think about it, that's some deep shit. Here's what black people, oh shit. Here's where black people get it twisted. Because we don't understand racism, we just want to say, oh, because the top 10% of people are white, or the top 1% are mostly white, it must be all white people who are benefiting from this. Bullshit. We don't live in a democracy. We don't live in a capitalistic society. We live in a fucking plutocracy. That's what we live in.
A plutocracy.
A plutocracy. That's what we live in. And that's what we see. That's why all of the wealth is just like the monarchy was, just like the empires was. All of the wealth is in a small group of people's hands, and everybody else is starving, basically. And it's getting worse. It's not sustainable. It's never been sustainable, no matter what you call it. I read a book years ago called The Plutocracy's End that described this shit. And that shit is playing out. That shit is playing the fuck out, man. Democrats, Republicans, it really don't fucking matter, man. They all work for the plutocrats. The plutocrats are pulling everybody's strings.
Haven't they always, though?
That's the magic trick. That's the prestige. Look at this hand. Don't pay attention to this hand. You poor motherfuckers. You're never going to be able to work yourself into wealth. And then the lie that got created was education is how you move to wealth. Bullshit. Education did not create the middle class.
It's interesting.
And there's no proof that it ever did, or that education has ever created any major change in anybody's income. It's never done that.
Well, it's like I try and tell people all the time, and I firmly believe this. This idea of equality that we've been sold in America is a lie. It's a fairy tale. It's a fable.
Yes.
It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as equality.
And it's never existed anywhere on the planet.
Ever. Thank you. All it is a nice, swell idea to keep the fucking the police pacified.
It's a fairy tale, like you said. It's a children's story. It's Santa Claus. It's the Easter Bunny. It's that for grown people.
Yep. There's no such thing as equality ever. There never will be. And the fact that people are falling for the shit is absolutely insane.
Because it's human beings are naturally competitive. Survival of the fittest. That's how humanity has progressed all of these millennial or however long we've been here, through competitive nature. Hell, Christ himself tells you, I didn't come to bring peace. I came to bring division, he says.
I came to bring war.
I came to bring division. I'm going to separate the son from the father, the mother-in-law from the daughter-in-law. I want division. Why? Because some people are better. Some people are going to get it, and some people ain't going to get it. That's the principles of the Bible, all through the Bible, Old and New Testament. Noah survived because he listened and he did what he was told, and he was smarter than the dumb motherfuckers around him who didn't want to listen.
Ain't that something?
And they drowned. They were stubborn, and so stubborn up to them that the water was above their fucking necks, and they were still not believing until they drowned.
Ain't that something?
It took him 100 fucking years to build that boat. So he was trying to plead with these people for 100 fucking years, man. And they still didn't believe him. But what did he do every day? Peace didn't make him build that boat. He did hard work. Him and his sons had to go out and find that weird ass gopher wood or whatever the fuck that is, and go find them trees and make tools and shape that shit. That's hard fucking work. And they were doing their regular jobs too, by the way, because they were farmers. They weren't carpenters.
Yeah, fuck that gopher wood.
That got to be some hard ass wood. I want that. Hey, if I ever hit the lottery, I want some gopher wood floors, man. That's it. Got to be impenetrable.
No, that's right.
They're gonna be like, yo, you want cherry? You want oak? Nah, I want gopher, man. Give me some gopher wood. I guess that's the wood that the beavers was using to build. The gophers was using to build dams and shit, or whatever the hell they were building back then. I don't know, but that's got to be some strong ass wood.
Absolutely.
We don't even know what the fuck. We don't even know what the fuck that wood is today. Where them trees grow at? But Noah figured the shit out.
I don't. It may not even grow anymore. He may have fucking deforested.
Used them all. He used all of them to build that damn ark. He may have. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if you go over there to the continent or go over there to the Middle East or that area, and you might find some trees we ain't never seen before. If the Israelis don't stop blowing everything the fuck up, there might be some trees still left over here. Them destructive motherfuckers.
I think we need to stop getting involved in that shit over there too, man. I'm tired of America policing the fucking world and the American people getting stuck footing the bill for it.
I agree with that. I mean, we've only been doing this for a couple of hundred years. The world has existed for thousands of years. So I think the world can survive without us micromanaging everybody. But that's that fear, man. That's that greed.
That's
that same greed
that's what
that
happens
came.
that's what happens when you're trying to maintain an empire.
That's my point. And that's what Rome. Go back to Rome. We always got to look at the previous empires. Rome was a paradise, man. Why did they need more?
Well, and if you
Why?
think about it, when did Rome actually fall? When they were spread so fucking thin that
They couldn't maintain
even,
it no more.
They couldn't protect their own borders no more.
Yep. Ain't that what America doing? That's again.
In a nutshell.
The spirit. It's comes back around. Nothing new under the sun. Same thing with the English did it. The Spaniards did it. They all crumbled doing the same shit. Why can't you be happy with what you got? America?
You always want more.
Right. Rich people, that's why they got 90% of the country's wealth, 87%, damn near 90. Why? For what? You don't work, you don't do shit. You're fat as fuck.
Status. That's all that matters is status. How people
But you get to a point where the money, it ain't even changing your status.
But I still need people to perceive me as something I'm not.
But this is an incalculable amount of money, man.
But
we can't even.
Racism, sir.
Well, exactly. I mean, yeah, Dr. Claude says it. Wealth, power, and resources. But you got so much. You already can make everybody do what you want to do.
But really, I don't have enough, sir.
It's unreal, just that level of thinking, to think like that constantly.
Hey,
I've got everything. I can get anything I want at any time, and that's like having a genie that grants every wish, and you want another one.
I couldn't imagine waking up every day of my life and having to recognize my blackness, whatever that is, every day before I get up and take on the world. How do you put what's it like to get up and put on your blackness coat first before you do anything else?
That's an interesting question. Hold on a second. I'll answer it. Hold on. I've never been asked that one. That's good. Hold on. I got to plug in.
Hey, dude, if you've noticed, I've been really the last few years sitting and listening to a lot of stuff, and I'm to the point now to where I can actually. That's why there's a lot of content creators in this space that they don't like me.
Oh, they don't like me either.
Because look, I've listened to enough people speak that I see through the bullshit now.
Well, that's
and I have the capability of just sitting back and listening, something a lot of these other motherfuckers don't know how to actually do.
So yeah, that question you pose, I don't do it. But I know what you mean, because there are black people that do it. Mm-hmm. They gotta put on their black face, and I don't see myself that way. No more than you think about breathing. You just breathe.
Right.
Don't you? You don't wake up and think, oh, I got to start breathing again. No, you do it automatically. So I don't.
But sir, if you don't have to think about your blackness every day, then that means you must be white. And the reason why you don't think about it is because the society you live in was built for you, and you don't have to.
Well, some people would say that. I've been accused of, oh, you ain't black enough. Especially when I first moved to the South, I would hear that a lot.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, yeah. I was white. I was acting white. I talked white, according to them.
You fried chicken like you're white. You put raisins in your potato salad. There ain't nothing black about you, sir.
I thought I was just speaking English. I didn't know there was a black.
No, you got to speak Blackanese.
Yeah, my grandfather, who was a Southern man, he raised us. He would say to us, and we said words incorrectly. I mean, you get your ass beat. Like, if you kept doing it purposely, he didn't like that shit. And he's like, I paid too much money for you to go to school, for you to come speak like them country ass niggas down south. That's what he would say. I ain't that. I left the South so my kids wouldn't speak that way. He was talking about his grandkids and me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was offensive to him because he was that first generation of blacks who came out of the South, the migratory workers, and they migrated north and for better opportunities. So this thing that we call hood today, that wasn't hood when I was coming up, and I grew up in the fucking hood. We didn't consider that hood. My grandmother had a word for it. It was niggerish, was the word she would use. You acted niggerish. Today we call it ratchet. That's what my grandmother would call niggerish. And you don't have
Sir,
to be in
that is racist, sir.
you don't have to be in you don't have to be in the inner city, supposedly, because that's what they try to attribute it to. No, you see it all over the country. People who have never been to a fucking city in their life behave this way.
That sounds like white man talking points. Why are you sitting here pushing that white supremacy shit?
Came from my grandfather. I guess he was white with his black ass, but
God damn, your grandfather must have had a Klan robe.
yeah, right.
You wore that shit proudly too, didn't he?
But they don't know the old folks. I was raised by them old folks, so I interacted. My grandfather, I was 37 when my grandfather died. So,
Well,
like, I try to explain this to my parents' generation, the baby boomers. You too young. You don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck do you mean? I was 37 when he died. I knew this man.
dude,
He raised me.
you obviously never had a private discussion with him ever once in your life. He never gave you any life advice or any ideas on how to do things a better way or anything like that. He just
Well,
left you.
that's what
He
they
left you
say.
to your devices and just watched you fuck up and laughed about it.
The women in my family would have you believe that. Yes, they would, because they say that shit, and they hate me, man. They fucking hate me.
That's because
That's why
you don't allow those lies and that rhetoric to be fucking said without
man. Look,
pushing back.
I hate women according to them, and I'm like, who do y'all come to first when y'all have a problem?
I
Me.
hate fallacious women. I hate fucking disingenuous women. I hate
These
liars. I hate whores. I hate fucking women that are selfish and deceitful and fucking
And these are my aunts. These are my sisters. These are my cousins. These are women I've grown up around all my life. And these ideas that they have, I'm like, where the fuck did y'all get this shit from? I came up in the same house as you. We had the same grandparents. I say to my aunts, your parents raised me. Where did you get this shit from? My aunt is a
they got it from the same place you got it.
my aunt is a diehard fucking Democrat. I'm like, how? How
And
could
see,
we come up?
I bet, tell me, does she sing that party switch fallacy too? Oh well, the party switched back in, blah blah blah. The Dixiecrats
Yeah,
became the
I've heard that, but
Republicans.
it's worse. I mean, she's one of them women, a baby boomer, and she goes, works on the election boards and all of that shit. And the Democrat, I asked her a simple question. She never answered it. What have the Democrats done specifically to help black men?
What you should ask her is
And she
you should ask her how does it feel to fraudulently rig an election?
So I never got an answer. The response I got back was, well, you think Trump is going to be better? What the fuck does Trump have to do with what I just asked you? What the because they always want to deflect. I answer my
Ask her now if her wallet was better when Trump was in office.
I did ask her that. I did ask her that. No answer again. Well,
She
Trump,
gonna die on that hill. She gonna
you're
die
just
on that hill, dude.
of course. You're just a circular arguments, remember? So it's just keep coming back to, well, you're a Trump supporter and you think Trump is so better. I haven't said one word about Donald Trump or Republicans. Not one word. None. All I'm asking you is what have the Democrats done?
And if
Please,
if
I'll
you're happy
wait.
and if you're happy with the results of the election you helped be a part of rigging.
I'm like, you have black nephews. You have a black husband. You have black men in your life. What the fuck have they done for any of us our weight?
They
And
gave her the ability to have a bunch of modern day slaves around her. That's what they did.
well,
A bunch of dogs that'll bark at will, that'll jump when they're told to jump and sit when they're told to sit.
and again, they that's the guy in the cracker, that's the hyena clan. They want men around them who can be little pit bulls and do what they say and sit and shut up and 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 get a Scooby snack every now and then. They're happy. That's the kind of men that they want. And then they complain about those very men.
Well,
Well, I
it's
gotta
because
do everything by myself,
women are never happy, dude. You can never do enough when it comes to, especially those type of women. There's always something more they want.
and that brings us back around to Eve. Think about this. Think about this shit right here. And I want everybody who's listening to me to listen good. Eve had fucking perfection. She had paradise. She was married to a perfect man. Adam was so fucking perfect. He didn't even have a belly button. He was perfection. Perfection. He was built in the likeness of God. God breathed into fucking Adam. Adam was perfect
Sir,
physically.
that is racist. The black woman is God. Can you get back? Can you get back on topic, please?
So, so, so Eve, he was eating perfect food every day. She was living in paradise in a perfect place with perfect weather, perfect food. Like you just pointed out, it's never enough. It's never good enough. Even her pregnancy was perfect. How do we know that? Because what was the curse that God gave her? That
Birthing
she would have
pains.
pains in birth. So that means before she got cursed, she didn't have pain during birth. Hmm.
See,
Yep.
that's the thing is, were there children birthed in the garden before they were booted
Yes.
out?
Yes, there were. Yes, there were.
So that means they had to abide by the same rules, right?
Everybody was following the rules but Eve. She got everybody kicked out of the fucking garden.
Ain't that a motherfucker?
Uh-huh. They will destroy the fucking earth. They destroy paradise. That's
Well,
their
and
nature.
that explains why some of these motherfuckers are willing to even sacrifice their own sons just to get the bag.
Yes. Yes. Yes, because nobody they remember in the hierarchy, in their mind, they're next to God
It's
in their
crazy, dude.
hierarchy.
Look, dude, I'm gonna tell you what, Israel. The worst thing that could have ever happened to this guy was the Black Manosphere 2 years ago come down on him in its entirety and try and cancel him, because the one thing that you find out when you got an entire community that hates you coming after you is you find out more about that group of people than you ever wanted to know.
And I sat back and watched it. I studied it. I'm like, this is unfucking believable. Because I'm sitting there, I'm like, hey, wait till I get my chance. Y'all hated him. Y'all hated Kevin. Oh, y'all gonna really hate me.
Oh, dude, they did. Look, man, I'm like a fucking a chameleon, man. I confuse them because I can come in, I can play nice. You know what I'm saying? But then for some reason my tone never changes. But when I start pointing out facts and truth, then all of a sudden we're not playing nice no more. Now all
Oh
of a
yeah, no
sudden
facts
we
is
went
the
from
facts in it.
oh,
They don't
yeah,
like that. No,
yeah, dude. All
no.
of a sudden we went from having fucking headgear and pads on while we're trading
No, you
punches
gotta
to
take off the
now it's
gloves now.
bare knuckle. No, it
Now
ain't
I got
even
to
gloves.
cut.
It's bare knuckle now.
Now I got to cut you.
Like, whoa. Can we get a warning before you pull me out of the fucking boxing ring and put me in the octagon?
Now I got to cut you. That's what they saying. Now I got to cut you. You done took it to another level now. When you want to bring, how dare you bring out a
Oh, dude,
fact?
but one of the most fulfilling things, one of the most fulfilling things to happen is when you back them in a corner with their own fucking logic and they can't get out
Well,
of it.
that's why they hated Kevin because that's what he did masterfully every fucking night. He would
Dude,
just
I did
play.
that the first time I went on This Might Be Risky. I took on an entire panel full of women.
This is
I'm
why
by myself.
they hated Kevin because he did it to him night in and night out. And I would just sit there. It's like eating popcorn, just wait for it, got him. And they would never see it coming night after night. It was astounding. But Genghis Khan said it best. Genghis Khan said it best. I am the punishment of God. And if you had not created great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you. Genghis Khan. That's me.
Ooh.
That's me. So, like I told Embrace the Grace one night, fuck your punk ass daddy. Oh man, she almost lost her damn mind.
What'd you tell her?
Fuck her punk ass daddy.
Oh, dude, you know that fucking hit her right there in the feels.
And guess what happened? She went into boo boo who cry baby mode, and all of the simps on the panel came to her rescue. No, V, no, you went too far, V. You should have said that. No, wait a minute. I thought we was Americans. I thought I had freedom of speech. Ain't that what y'all always telling me? I
Oh
got
no,
freedom.
it's only freedom of speech when that speech agrees with whatever narrative they're trying to push.
Of
Because you know,
course.
the First Amendment only protects popular speech. You know, the
Yeah.
speech that doesn't need protected.
How dare how dare I say that to a white woman? All these black men came to her rescue. It was a fucking astounding to
God,
me.
dude, I wish I would have been there with you because I'd have had your
Oh,
back.
I
I'd have
ate
told,
that shit up
I
too.
would have told that cracker bitch to go. First off, I would have told that cracker bitch she needs to eat more crackers and less fucking other shit.
It was astounding to me. And I told these dudes later in the back chat, I say, y'all need to be ashamed of yourselves.
Too many of
And if you ever
too many of them simp for them women. That's why I don't
and
even
if you
like
ever
women.
wonder why women do what they're doing, y'all the ones that want to be the little passport bros and run, and you want to run down the
Well, it's
12
because
city
they
blocks.
enable it. That's why they do it. They enable it.
And that's what I was trying to tell them.
You can, in
When
one
I
hand, sit and try and scold them, and then in the other hand, sit and praise them and tell them that what they're doing is someone else's fault
And
other
that's
than
what I
their
told
own.
them that night. I said, y'all in the back chat, I said to them, they will never take you seriously.
Nope.
I said, this is, and what you don't realize, they're quicker to fuck me than y'all. Cause they at least they respect me. They might not like it, but they respect it.
And look, what you just said, Israel. That's why there are a lot of black women and black men that have respect for me. Why? Because I don't waver. I don't flip flop depending on what panel I'm on and what the direction of the discussion is going.
Yeah.
And I'm always honest about it. I keep shit real, and my hate isn't just fucking directed towards one person. I hate everybody equally. If you're a fucking moron, I got hate for you. If you're a piece of shit, I got hate for you. If you're a self-entitled fucking douchebag that thinks that I owe you something, I got hate for you. If you're a motherfucker that uses fucking every single excuse to to get out of your own, to get out of accountability, I got hate for you. If you try to use fucking racism and white supremacy as your fallback, end all be all fucking, checkmate to the conversation, I got hate for you.
Oh, I got one better for you. What the fuck is wrong with white supremacy? What's wrong with it? Doesn't everybody want to be the best? What's fucking wrong with it?
Aren't a lot of these people that sit and push white supremacy, do they not try to emulate white people all the time?
That's what I say. They try to say, "Oh,
All they got
this European standard of beauty." I said, "No, no, 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 no. It's not a European standard of beauty. It's a black woman's envy
Yes.
because you think those women are better than you. So
Yes.
you try to emulate them. That's been going on since slavery. In
How you
slavery, the little mammies would do what? When the mistress was out of the house, what would they do? Try to dress up in her clothes, to put her wigs on, to pretend to be her, get close to master like she could. So that's been here again, nothing new under the sun. It's been here the whole fucking time, man.
Yep.
But they hate me, man, because I give them the truth. And Lena took me on a girls panel one night. I can't remember the girl's name, and they, had a great conversation with one of the girls, the host of the show. But it was random girls. I guess her viewers was listening in, and they would come up and try to challenge me, and and I was talking about the red pill shit, and the girl was like, so it sounds to me like you're saying you invented the red pill. I
No.
said I invented and I said technically the movie writers invented the red pill. I am the first person to use the analogy and link it to relationships. Yes, I am. And yes, if that's what you mean by I invented it, then yes, ma'am, I did. Now, I had already given the host of the show the link to my Instagram page. And she had went on my Instagram page and she says that picture with his hand in the two red pills, I'm looking at it right now. And it's from 10 years ago. So he's telling the truth. He's telling the fucking truth. I said, sweetie, the picture is older than 10 years. The picture is really 15 years old. That's just when I posted it on Facebook. But before that, it was on Flickr. I said, it's 10 years on Facebook. So the girl is saying, well, he ain't lying. I'm looking at the post. I'm looking at the screenshot of the post. I'm looking at it. She's telling the other girl that. And I don't believe it. But you can look at what I'm looking at. The girl is telling her. You can look at it. It's here. I'm looking at it. I don't know this man. I ain't met him before tonight. And this is what he said is fucking true.
Well, you know what a lot of these B dubs don't like about me is when I point out that this fallacy that they have created for themselves, where they seem to think that since black women or black men don't want to deal with their shitty ass attitudes, their ratchetry, and their lack of accountability and their inability to cooperate with people. And I point out, you do know that white men don't want that either. They ain't dealing with that
Well,
shit either.
not only does the white man not want it, the white women and other groups of women don't want that shit around them either. So pay attention to what's been happening this last year. The girl goes over to Dubai. They straightened her ass the fuck out, right?
Yep.
That black girl.
And the
Another one,
queens lose their mind.
they went over to Italy. And it wasn't men in Italy who checked her. It was the women who checked her ass.
And the
She
sisterhood
got
lost their mind.
that girl lost her mind because she couldn't believe it that a woman would treat her like this. That woman said, look, this is my fucking hotel. These are my rules. You ain't gonna follow it. I'm gonna call Big Shirley out the back. Big Shirley came out of the back and smacked the shit out of her and made her sit the fuck down. That was
They're
all women
lucky.
who did that.
They're lucky it was Big Shirley and not Fat Sweaty Betty.
Now it was another one that happened recently this past week. It was a girl from she was South African girl, went over to China, and them Chinese people straightened her out, and she boohooing on the internet about it. That's about to go viral. Watch. That's about to go viral this week. You're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about when you hear it. Um, but no group of people want to deal with this shit. The only group of people who ever dealt with it is black men. But other than that, nobody else, women or men of any race, wants to deal with that shit. Nobody thinks that shit is cute. So we got a taste of it too when the Brazilian women started coming out, the Thai women started coming out, the Filipino women started coming out and talking shit directly to the black women. Here is your problem. They said just what you said. You're unruly, you're uncooperative. Nobody wants to put up with. That's why y'all have a problem with your men.
Yep,
Nobody wants to deal with
the
it.
ones that are cooperative, you shame and
Mm.
call pick-me's.
Well, you can't call it now. So what do you want to say? The population of the world's women are uniting against y'all. Everybody's wrong. Before it was just black men is wrong. Now it's everybody is uniting against them. No
But
matter what their race or
that's because white supremacy has taken over the entire planet, sir.
yeah, of course it's the white man's fault. It's Santa Claus' fault. It's the snowman's fault. You did the shit, man.
I know,
It's your
and
fucking
I am,
fault.
and I lean into it and
You
embrace
fucked
it.
it up for black women, man. It's your fault.
That's all
And
right.
that's what they see. When they see you when you come on a panel, that's what they're gonna see. When I come on a panel, they're gonna attack me. But if we're both on a panel together, they don't know who the fuck gonna attack. They're like, which one do we go after first?
Yep.
Because, but at some point, and it's gonna, like I said, Jesus himself couldn't convince some of these women. The disciples, these are great men in history. Throughout the history of the world, these are some of the greatest men to ever walk the earth. Could not convince these bitches. There's no hope for you and me. We might save one or two, but the masses, by no means are we gonna be able to do it. So why do it? You're better off getting together with a group of men. Now, historically, this is where the pro-blacks get it wrong. Historically, black men have always worked with men of other races to
Yep.
accomplish things.
It isn't until they
We
started
did
letting
business.
women take control of their community that everything fell
Uh-huh.
apart.
We
Women have
did business.
look,
We
the
always
woman.
did business with
Go ahead.
white men.
Mhm.
Always. We always did business with Arabs and every other group of men. We
That's because
always because
that's
that's
because
how
men
commerce
understand.
works.
Yeah, men understand in order to have a successful economy, you can't just sell your goods to your people. You
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work that way. In order to have a successful business, you have to
It's
be
got to go outside of your community.
yes,
I
everybody
don't
has to
care.
want what you're selling.
And it doesn't matter how big your community or how populated it is. You still got to go to another because they got goods you want. They got shit that you don't have and you're going to want it, and vice versa. But women don't understand that. They think things just magically appear and things, the light switch, you could just turn it on and lights just come on and it's magic. No, there aren't a group of fucking white men and black men right fucking now.
Magic.
Is a group of white men and black men right now in your city and in my city making sure them lights come on, making sure that fucking water works. These women don't understand that. They think it's magic.
No,
Or
sir.
they don't even
That is
worse yet.
that is a black queen that created that man. She birthed him and brought him onto this planet, so she is the one who is keeping them lights on, sir, not you.
Yeah, the other thing they forget is black queens got their heads chopped off too. Hmm. Yeah, they got their heads chopped off. They got their asses whooped. They had no real power,
Well,
except in pagan cultures. That's the
the
only
only,
place they had power. In civilized cultures, they really didn't have power.
the only way I
Not
know
really.
of to kill a viper is to take its head off.
Exactly. And that's why I tell men, stop fucking arguing. Say what you gotta say, and that's the end of it. I'm not gonna argue with you. There is no
You
argument.
know just as well as I do, there is a learning curve to having these discussions with angry people.
Yes.
And the
And
biggest
that's
one
why
is learning not to argue with them, like you said.
I'm waiting for us to get to 3.0. That's what I'm waiting for. We're stuck in this loop right now, arguing, and we have to move past it because nothing will get done. Kevin Samuels used to use the example of the Bear Grylls Island, season 2. He used to always mention that as as a reference point. The women, they would have killed themselves 6 or 7 times if men hadn't rescued them. While at the same time, the men damn near built the internet by the end of the damn season. So the men were successful, and all these educated women from different places, mind you, in different races, couldn't get it together. These were doctors and lawyers. These weren't regular women. These were supposedly the most educated of the most educated. They were making stupid ass decisions, and everything is by committee. Men don't go naturally by committee. What we do is we establish a fucking hierarchy. That's the first thing we do.
Well,
We do it as little
we
we
understand
do it as little
necessary,
boys.
Israel, because there has to be a system of control and a system of order to follow when everything comes to chaos.
Yes. So think about the Constitution. When the builders of this country or the builders of the Constitution got together in Philly, right? There was a hierarchy amongst those men already. right? So when they got chaotic, somebody was able to shut it down. I. We got to make some decisions here. What are we gonna do? That's what had to happen. But if you don't have the hierarchy first, nobody does that. Everybody's just yelling equally.
Hey,
But that's
speaking of
what
the
the women.
Constitution, how is that? How is that a document that's written and it's constructed out of white supremacy and with the sole intention of only making this country great for white people, when they literally used the Iroquois papers as one of the documents they used as a reference to draft the Constitution?
Well, what's funny about that is John Hancock, one of the signers, right?
Yeah, he's the one with the
Uh,
big name for those that don't know.
right. He was a black man. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
But there weren't black men in Congress back then, sir.
Mm. Ain't that funny?
There were not any black noblemen. You are not going to convince me of that.
Yeah. And guess where guess what most of them came from? Wilmington, North Carolina.
Oh, you're lies. Lies.
Mm. Yeah, it hurts. I
North
know.
Carolina is the most racist and slave-ridden state in the damn country.
Yeah, Wilmington is like an hour away from Charleston, where the slave trade was, where they were auctioning off slaves. Yeah,
Isn't that
and then
where they sold Kunta?
yeah, it was in between Jamestown and Charleston. Yeah, slavery was all around them. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Now, who told on Cooper? I meant to bring that up early. How did Cooper get caught? The women told on him. The woman told on him.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out why there's a bunch of people still trying to portray a fictional story as nonfiction.
Funny,
Why are
ain't
we
it?
acting like why are we acting like Roots is a documentary?
But like I said, if you read the Willie Lynch letter, it's right out of the book. It's amazing how the book is describing the same shit. And people now, what did they do when you bring that fact up? They want to question whether the book is real. They want to question it.
That was the white man's book. Why you believe in that white man history? That's
So then,
whitewash.
so then I bring up what books aren't white men books. I mean,
Well,
the first,
my
the
answer
first
is
book,
why
the
are you
first
okay
book,
with everything being blackwashed now?
the first book written on the printed on the on the printing press was what? The Gutenberg Bible, right?
I think you may be
Uh-huh.
correct on that.
The Bible, the same Bible that the black men translated. Really, really. So really, that's what we're saying. I mean, they say stupid stuff because they don't know history. They don't. They have no understanding for history whatsoever. None.
That though, dude, that's another thing you'll see on this Anton stream that I show. A girl that comes in trying to uh, say that she's got facts and that she knew people and this, that, and the other, but can never give you the facts and where she got them, or she doesn't even know any of the names of these people that she claims she knows.
Of course, it's always anecdotal information. I know somebody, my mama, my daddy, my grand. Here's a favorite trope that black women love to tell, and black people in general. This fantasy that they're nostalgic for all of these old men. And oh, my grandfather had his own business. I'm like, oh, okay, really? Where is that business license today? Where is any paperwork from that business today?
And why'd you lose it?
Now, what I remember, businessmen, when they got their business license, they would take their first dollar in the business license and put it in a frame and hang it up somewhere.
I thought that
And
was universal.
yeah, that's universal. And then when the business closes down, a lot of people would they would take that out of the frame and put it in the Bible, in the family Bible.
Yep.
That's where records was kept. So why can't you show me any documentation on this mythological business that your grandfather had. What was the name of it? What was the name of the business? Was there a business card? Was there any documentation? No, there wasn't, because it's bullshit. It's now your granddaddy might have had a side hustle. He might have been doing that shit, and a lot of them side hustles was illegal.
Yep. Because we're all guilty of doing that as men.
So there wasn't no paperwork to show that illegal business that grandma and grandpa had running numbers or whatever the fuck they was doing, side hustle. But he wasn't no businessman.
Shout out to Grandpa and Grandma avoiding taxes.
But these are these tropes and these lies. What business? Where? Your grandmother was the candy lady in your little neighborhood.
Hey,
That wasn't no
pimping
business. She had that was an illegal business she had going. And she had to mark up the shit. That's why convenience stores still do that to this day. She was selling it to you for a higher price so she can make a profit.
I
And
think
most of
I think the idea of pimping would resonate better with people. With instead of calling it pimping, we refer to it as a collection of female personalities.
But I hear these stories, especially here in the South. I grew up in a place where there were real black businesses. In fact, the only time I saw a white business is when we went out of the hood, so to speak. But when you were in the hood, the candy store, the local store, the ice cream parlor,
Yep.
all of that was black
Dude,
business.
it's still like that in the
Well,
hood.
now it's like Arabs, it's other people who have moved into those neighborhoods. But you're right. But
Yeah, you'll have your gas stations and generally your check cashing places that are owned
well, I
by
mean,
either
even those
Arabs.
businesses that were historically black, like the local bodegas, they call them now. The
Right,
bodegas,
like where I was from, you'd have like all the little corner stores in the hood were owned by black people and still are.
right, right.
All the local restaurants in the hood all owned by black people. All the barbecue
So,
spots all owned by black people.
but when I came down south, I didn't see that at all.
That's
And then
wild.
30 years later, when I go to some of these small towns, I still don't see it. When I go to those small towns, it's like stepping back in time. It's a fucking fascinating to me how how stuck in a time warp these fucking people are, man. I'm like, are y'all serious?
No,
It's
it's not a
astounding to
time
me.
warp they're stuck in. They have created so many mental barriers and roadblocks for themselves they literally have prevented themselves from being able to move forward of their own
Well,
accord.
they got complacent, and what happened during that time, my grandfather explained it to me, and he was telling me about the migration, and what he said is the most radical of us left. Who stayed behind? The most complacent stayed behind. And what did they do? They bred with each other. So that's why they see northerners as being rude, and we're not rude, we're just matter of fact. That's
Well, if
what
it wasn't
northerners
for
are.
Northerners, slavery would probably still be going.
No, it most definitely would be gone.
And remember, all you blackety black folks out there, the Jim Crow era was only the Jim Crow South, and that was only, I think, what, 5 or 6 states in the South.
Hmm. That would
This
have been
whole
North
this
Carolina. That would have been Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia. There's one more I'm leaving. Who am I leaving? Maryland would be in that too.
well, that's the other dishonest fallacy that keeps getting pushed that I'm tired of is that Jim Crow covered the entire country, and that is the farthest thing from the truth.
Well, like I got into an argument with Jay about that one night, and it was amazing. I never met nobody who had never heard of the Louisiana Purchase.
What?
And He even went as far to say he wasn't taught that in school.
Oh
I
yeah, I
said,
remember
Jay,
that. I was there that night.
I said, Jay, then how did they explain where your state came from? How did they explain where the state next to yours
That
came
was the
from?
biggest land purchase they ever made in this country.
Right. I said, how did they explain where the rest of the country came from to
Isn't that
you?
isn't that how America paid back their debt to France for the revolution? Was buying that land off of them?
I mean, this shit was amazing. And giving Frenchmen free passage and land was part of that deal when they came to the United States. Oh, socialism. Oh, I better not say that. Better not say that.
That's why I get
But
tired. That's why I get tired.
but my point was he had never heard of this. He had no understanding of this. I said, Jay, I went to school in South Carolina. I was educated in the South too. We learned about this shit. What are you talking about? How you never had American history? You never had any kind of history class? How did they explain where the country came from? Where the fuck did the cowboys and Indian shit come from?
We
That
stole
whole
it. We
that
stole
whole
it.
that whole migration to the West, conquering the Western frontier, Bonanza on TV. You're not aware of any of this? You never seen Kung Fu, where Kane was walking across America during that time? So are you telling me none of this shit? You're oblivious to all of this.
You
Is
know
that what
what?
you're telling
Real.
me?
If you really think about it, what was done to America and how fast it was civilized is a fucking modern miracle.
But
Because
guess what it took?
they managed to make America a frontier land, basically a savage world at the time. Managed to modernize it. What took the old world thousands of years to do, they did it here in just a couple hundred years.
But guess what? Right? Not even a couple of hundred. I'd say 100 or less. But I mean that's a good point you're making. But what's that goes to my earlier points. Education didn't build this country, the middle class,
Men did.
because how did we conquer the West? With a lot of fucking guns and bullets
A
and
lot of
free
blood,
land.
sweat, and tears.
That's how the West was conquered. Martial law and guns.
That's a fact.
That's the truth.
You know what? I would love to have that George Floyd debate with Jay now. Now that the new body cam footage has come out.
But I have these conversations with these young people, and they have no fucking clue the history of this country. But you want to tell me about fucking Africa? Are you shitting me? You don't know shit about America, but you want to tell me about Africa, and you've been in America all your life.
Well, they only care about Africa when it's an argument about uh, racism or systemic racism or white
Oh,
supremacy.
I was on a panel and I got into that conversation,
That's
and
the only time it matters.
I pissed these people off. Let me tell you, these pro-blacks, because I
Why don't
told
they
them,
care about today's slavery going on in Africa?
like I stopped exactly right. But I told them, I said, stop talking about Africa. First of all, it's a made-up fucking word. You're not African. Yes, we are. And I said, no, you're not. We come from different people. Genetically, we are not them. In fact, genetically, we're more related on a family tree closer to white people than we are those fucking Hamites over there.
Oh shit! You fucking caused a whole shit storm.
Oh, these motherfuckers almost lost their mind, and I proved it to them. And they got fucking mad at me. I said, "Where do you
Dude,
think white
look,
people come from?"
all of us are so far removed from the old world that our ancestors came from that I don't know why we even try to equate ourselves to them at all, white or black. Because we aren't even a part of that. We aren't a part of those people, their bloodline, or that culture anymore.
But they don't understand. They don't understand time periods. They don't understand the fucking time periods of when they just think everything was ancient. I mean, when in ancient? What ancient time period are you talking about? They don't understand that. I think you would just think Africa, people just living in Africa, and like those people didn't migrate too from different places. Is that what you think? Have you never looked at any of the maps from the old world? They're available. They're
No, sir,
readily available.
that isn't what they think, sir. They think a bunch of white men that had no idea where they were going went to Africa, a foreign land they had no idea about, went up on shore, ran across the fields with great big fucking butterfly nets, catching black people.
Not only that, the same group of black people, because it was a specific people. It wasn't just random black people. It was the same group of people from all over the
Yeah,
continent
yeah,
of
wasn't
Africa.
it a specific bloodline?
Yes. Yes. So this is what I got into an argument with Red one night, or he was trying to argue in my chat, and I had to shut that shit down. I said, stop going by what they fucking told you, because what they told you is a lie. So if you understand that, then don't you understand they lied about a lot of shit, not just one thing?
Well, you got to
Not just
understand,
one thing.
Red's grown up in the culture, though.
And this is what I was trying to explain to him. I said, Red, just listen and learn right now. Oh, I know it's the Bantu. No, before the Bantus is what I'm talking about. They were called the Siddiqui. The Siddiqui founded Nigeria. They founded Ghana. They founded Mali. And along as their migration path, they brought other tribes with them. It again, listen and learn. I got a book on my Instagram that describes this very thing. It's on the. I couldn't think of the title of the book, like I can't the Yoruba. Uh, it tells the history of that. That was the Siddiqui. They called themselves Siddiqui. That would be modern day Mali. That's where the Mandingos come from. Because there was a split in the tribe. Some of them called themselves Mandingo. Some of them called themselves Siddiqui.
Interesting.
Oh yes, it's a whole book on this. They don't read. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Stop reading American books. Read some other books sometime. They're all in English. Read other books that come from other places.
Yeah, English has
Learn.
become a world language now.
Of course. So take advantage of it. Read what these people documented themselves. Oh, the oldest Bible was found in Ethiopia because the people who migrated there took the Bible there. That's how it got to Ethiopia. Look, black people are Ethiopians either. They aren't Egyptians. Hell, the Egyptians that we call Egyptians today aren't Egyptians. Those are fucking Babylonians and Persians who conquered the Egyptians and called themselves Egyptians later. No history. They don't know history. They just make up shit and repeat and regurgitate lies, and it confuses them. They don't know what they're talking about. Go look at the old maps. Where the fuck do you think white people came from? What were they called before they were called white people?
I don't know. What were they called?
Edom.
Edomites?
Edomites. Yeah. So you go back to Rome. Start in Rome and go backwards. Romans were called what? Before they were Romans, they was what? The Greeks.
Okay.
Before they were Greeks, they were called the Macedonians. Before
Correct.
they were Macedonians, they were called what? Idumeans. Before Idumeans, they were called what? Edomites. They
You
just
mother.
change their names every 100 years or so, or a couple of 100 years. They just change it as they migrate and split off into other tribes. The names change. So, in coming forward, the Romans became what? The Spaniards. They came the Vikings. They became the English. They merged with other people that they were conquering, and it's the same group. It's the same group of people. They just changed their names. And then we believe these mythological bullshit things. Look at the map. All you gotta do is Google right now. Google a map of Edom, the kingdom of Edom. Google a map. It's gonna be where? Right below Israel, right next to Judah, right next to Moab. Who the fuck was Moab? The Chinese people that we now call Asians. They were Moabites first. They migrated. All you gotta do is look at the maps. The maps show all of this. It shows the kingdoms of the old world. And they're the fucking these maps, you can find them in a Bible. If you ever find a Bible or biblical maps, it shows these maps. Because Bible means what? Bibliography. Bibliography means what? Biblios. Biblios means what in Hebrew? Historical record.
Oh, snaps.
Yeah, you looking at the map? You looking at it?
No, I'm
Oh,
not. No, I said oh snaps to what you were saying.
oh, I thought you was looking at the map too. That's where you saw it for yourself. But you see it, it's there. They was your cousins, stupid. You got the same ancestor. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We're all fucking Shemitic people, as we call Semitic now. The so-called Jews want to try to claim they're the only Semitic people. Semitic is really means Shemitic, meaning we come from Shem. That's Abraham was the father of many nations. That includes white people. That includes the Arabs. That includes the Chinese. That includes you Negroes. We
Oh, that's
all
not
are
that's fucked
Shemitic.
up.
We're all Shemitic people. We all have a common ancestor. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We all come from.
How dare you, sir? How dare you compare?
So
How
again,
dare
tell
you
me how
compare?
we're
How dare you
related.
compare black people to those evil, colonizing, white supremacist fucking crackers?
Ain't that something? Yeah, we
How dare you
actually.
say we share the same blood?
Yeah, what did Killmonger say in Black Panther? Hey, Auntie.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that's why I found that so funny.
You ain't shit.
Hey, Auntie. That's what you next time you say to a black person, a black woman. Hey, Auntie. Same shit.
You ain't shit, ain't shit, ain't
Same
shit.
fucking shit. So yes, that was your uncle. Edom was your uncle.
Put that shit in your pipe and smoke it.
They get mad, man, because they don't know. White people just came out of the mountains. And they evolved from some Neanderthals. Okay, then show me the in between. Show me where's this in between modern day human and Neanderthal. Where are they? Where are those people at? The half Neanderthal, half man. Show me that guy. Where he at? Bullshit. So what happened was was all of the other tribes got mad at Edom and they rounded them. They conquered the Edomites and they put those people in the mountains of Russia, the Caucasus Mountains. And then guess what? They wasn't going to stay up there on the mountains. They came down those mountains and they developed what? That was the Idumeans. And they became the Macedonians. The same people that we put up there in the fucking mountains. I mean, we ran off the Moabites. That's why they moved further east. They moved further east. Before we called it Asia Minor. Why is it just called Asia now? Because they adopted that name. Because they were first in Asia Minor. The Moabites. They have common ancestry too. We was always mixing in shit with each other. Always. When you read the history and the stories, and see, the Bible doesn't go into depth on these characters, Nimrod and Harad and all of them. Them motherfuckers was deep in Idumean blood and Moabite bloodlines. And when you read the actual history of those people, and a lot of these people they were cousins of each other, or some kind, they had ancestry lines too. I think Harad and Alexander were connected some kind of way. Now, I'm not an expert on that topic, but I believe that from my understanding, they're connected some kind of way. I mean, come on. And some of these people went by different names in different lands. We didn't have a one language. We had multiple languages. We were multilingual people. We had different dialects, and we called different people different things, but it's the same person. Esteros, Estad, Diana, same person. Isis, same person. Helen, same person. Same God they was worshiping.
Huh.
All the same God. All a common and why? Because when if you believe in the Tower of Babel, right? God scattered everybody so they would speak different languages, but he didn't stop them from drawing the same pictures. They already had that culture. So being that they was worshiping that character previously, when they went to the new lands, when they got scattered, they kept worshiping what they were worshiping previously. They just changed the name and same picture. Same picture though. Across cultures, across time. I find that shit funny. And don't get me started on Hitler. Did Hitler really have the wrong idea?
I don't
Was
know.
was he really that bad of a guy? In in hindsight of what we know today, how many women and children have been killed in the last 30 days? Hmm. Maybe Hitler was meant to save these people today in this timeline. Had Hitler lived, those people wouldn't be dying right now. We don't think like that. But no, this certain group of people wants us to believe Hitler was the devil. Hitler, who he knew who they was. Where is the oldest Hebrew temple located on this planet right now that still exists today? Where is that located? Germany. Ain't that funny? It's called the Augsburg Cathedral. They turned it into a damn museum. They do tours in it every day. So you think Hitler didn't run across that temple? And he saw that these people who are calling themselves Jews, but they are not, as the scriptures said, Hitler had access to that. And he started killing them. Hmm. Different perspective, right? Different perspective. That's funny to me.
Possibly.
That's very funny to me. And where
Possibly.
did what I always ask Jewish people, I love this when I talk to them, where are the other tribes of people? Why are you only calling yourselves one tribe? Israelites with 12 tribes. Where the other 11 tribes at?
That's
If
a
you
good
were the Jews,
question.
if you were the Jews, where are the other 11 tribes? Where they at?
That's a good question.
And we know for a fact by historical records, the Jews were always associated closely with the Levites and what's the other one? Levites? No, the Levites were the priests. It was, God damn it, Benjamites, the Benjamites. So the Benjamites in the Jew in the Jews was Southern Kingdom. The Levites were the priests mixed in with all of the tribes. So then when they got started being conquered by other groups of people, the Persian, the Babylonians, they got rid of the priests and sacrificial law. They started getting rid of that and implementing their own religious practices. So the Levites went and joined southern kingdom. So then those three tribes made up the southern kingdom: the Levites, the Benjamites, and Judah. So now they want the Jews today and the Israelis today want you to believe some kind of way that the Benjamites and the Levites that were with them just disappeared. That's what they want you to believe. That's what you would have to believe. Not even to mention that their skin colors changed some kind of way magically. We're not even gonna tackle that part. But where the other two tribes at? Where the other 9 tribes at that went north? Hmm, where they at?
I don't have the answer to that.
Ain't that some shit? But they do. They've written books on this topic. They know exactly where those people went. They know because they know they aren't the real Jews. That's why they call themselves Jewish. Jew like. They know they are not. They know the truth. Them some evil fucking bastards, man. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Us Americans did some evil shit too. We're still doing some evil shit. As you pointed out, modern day slavery. The sub-Saharan slave trade has not ended. That slave trade is still going on. And it started in 1492 and continues to this day. And America co-signs it. Our taxpayers, our tax dollars help support it. Hmm. But we want to lie. We want to pretend that that ain't happening because we got an iPhone. They blind us with trinkets,
Chinese shit.
iPhones, and shiny shit, Apple phones and Apple watches. So we ignore the slavery that the motherfuckers that over there mining the damn minerals to make the fucking technology work. We ain't questioning where that comes from. We ain't questioning it. Where these Jordans come from, where those Chinese people in those sweat camps, those prisoners in the prisons are forced to be free labor in China to this day, making fucking Jordans for us. We ignore that shit. Hypocrisy at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. If it was about cheap labor, why are we in China? Wouldn't we be in Haiti where the fucking cheapest labor is? What labor market is cheaper than Haiti? Not even Africa is cheap as Haiti. Haiti was decimated, especially after the last earthquake. Shouldn't we be over there building fucking factories and shit? Ain't that where the cheap labor is? If we're going to be about capitalism, no, we're about slavery and bullets and shit. That's why we're in China, and that's why the Chinese are over there in Africa heavily. But we can't be fucking honest as Americans. We can't be honest with each other. We just turn a blind eye to shit. Guess what? AI is gonna wipe us the fuck out. The working class is about to get wiped the fuck out. Not 20 years from now, not 10 years from now. Over the next 4 to 5 years, the middle class is gonna get a fucking gut check. AI is gonna grow it at an exponential rate.
That movie Wally's about to happen in real time.
Oh, it's a lot of movies that predicted this. I mean, hell, Terminator movies, fucking Idiocracy with Terry Crews. I mean, I could just name movies left. I mean, they all once you connect the dots. I mean, they're all painting a picture. AI is not good. Why are we doing this? Malls are already closing before AI. Malls are gonna get shut the fuck down. Walmart is gonna be like Amazon. You're not gonna be able to go into Walmart. It's gonna be order only. It's going to be all delivery. Same thing with fast food. That started already. COVID was a test run. That was an excuse to see if these restaurants and businesses could survive without people going inside. If they could send employees home without operating these mega monstrous buildings for no reason. So guess what? It was successful. It didn't slow down because any paradigm shift, anytime you have a paradigm shift, the world never goes back to what it was before the shift. It's never happened. Think about 9/11. Before 9/11, you can go into a plane, uh, you could walk your relative down to the terminal. You didn't have to take off your shoes. You didn't even need a picture ID to get on the plane. Didn't need none of that shit. Now, since 9/11, all of that shit is a standard today. And it became a standard in less than 10 years. It almost instantly became the standard. So, what do you think AI is going to do? That's why I said cut that 10 in half. It's going to be 5 or less. Mark my words. They already got a McDonald's down there in Texas that's fully automated. No humans are in that motherfucker. It's a fully functioning McDonald's. They got those in Japan too, by the way. In Japan have had it for years. You go to McDonald's in Japan, you order from a kiosk or an app, and your food slides down on a system of conveyor belts. You go over there to China, you go in stores that have no humans in them. And whatever you pick up is automatically billed to an app that connects everything: your social media, your banking, your everything in your life is connected through this one app, WeChat. Everything, your ID, everything is connected. That's what they want here. But internet isn't fast enough here yet to make it happen. But that's been the plan. I remember when I was a store manager at Radio Shack in early 2000, and they already had a schedule for 3G, 4G, and 5G. They already had a schedule. We are following that exact schedule. They were talking about it back then. But people are oblivious, especially black people. Technology is never our friend. It always hurts us because we're the last to utilize it. You can go back to the cotton gin. The cotton gin destroyed black people's economy, and they had to regroup because they got behind it. The tractor, all of those modern. When we went from an agricultural society to an industrial society, black people, it hurt us as a group because we don't keep up with it. The same thing is about to happen again. AI is doing that now. Hell, pretty soon you ain't even gonna need a preacher in church. They're gonna have an AI preacher. AI already can write sermons. It already can write sermons and create a voice that's in your pastor's voice.
Interesting.
That shit is real right now. Somebody showed me they asked me was I a Tupac fan. I said, yeah, I love Tupac. And they played this Tupac song. I'm like, I never heard that song before. Where did this come from? And they said this ain't Tupac, this is AI. I said, get the fuck out of here. They used AI to create a new Tupac song using Tupac's voice. Sound just like Tupac. I mean, you would have thought Tupac, if you really didn't know Tupac as well as I do, you would have thought it was a Tupac song. I'm like, this ain't no Tupac song. Who the fuck is this? I thought it was somebody imitating Tupac. No, this was AI. That shit sounded real. That was last year. TV is always preparing us for what comes next, TV and movies. So you remember the movie Enemy of the State with Will Smith and Gene Hackman?
I do.
What did Gene Hackman tell us in that movie? He told us the capabilities of the United States government. They, and they had this technology. They had a computer system that was the size of a mall underground. That was 30 years ago, he said. I could only imagine what they have today. That's what he said. When did that movie come out? In the 90s? So we're
I
20.
think it was a late 90s, early
It's like
2000s.
98, 99, right?
Yeah.
So that was 20 something years ago. So imagine what they can do today. They can do shit we ain't even thought of. But
Man, why you gotta go and ruin my morning like that?
hey,
That's just too much real.
we thought Back to the Future was what the future was going to be like. Only thing we ain't got yet mainstream is flying cars, but flying cars exist. There are plenty of prototypes for flying cars. They haven't mastered self-driving cars yet. That's going to come first. Minority Report, I Robot with Will Smith, another Will Smith movie. What happened in Minority Report when he got the new eyes? When he was walking the mall, all of the retina scanners was scanning his eyes, and they was trying to sell him shit based on his previous purchases. We have that now. Your phone can read your eyes. It can read other biometric uh things that are uniqueness to you. Think about it. We've all done this. When you've had a conversation and then all of a sudden you start seeing ads on Facebook based on that conversation.
Yep.
Right? That they've been testing this shit. They've been to supermarket science.
Hey,
They know
but we're all crazy.
they have a high probability of what you're gonna buy based on past behaviors. This is the power of the crowd. So, but if they've been studying, they've been having think tanks, hundreds and thousands of them studying this shit for decades. So they know our behaviors to a high percentage. It may not be 100%, but you're 80% likely to buy this product if I put it here. So next time you go to the supermarket, see if they got the pepper by the eggs. They started putting the black pepper next to the eggs. Why? Because you're more likely to buy it. They've studied that, and that's true. If you think about it, it makes sense. What do you put on your eggs? Salt and pepper. Nobody really runs out of salt, but you always run out of pepper.
Yeah.
And what are you most likely to put pepper on? Your fucking eggs.
That's a good question.
Eggs. What do you put put black pepper on more than eggs in your house? Grits, maybe? But no, you still eat.
Gravy.
Who the fuck eats grits without eggs?
Well, I'm just
Nobody.
saying you got pepper gravy that you dump a lot of pepper in.
Yeah, I mean, of course you're going to use salt and pepper for most things, but specifically pepper. You know,
Yeah, that's what I'm
you can
saying.
always
Pepper gravy, like your
yeah.
pepper sausage
But
gravy.
guess what? The pepper was already near the gravy aisle.
Right.
It was already there. So why did they put the pepper by the eggs in the cold freezer part? I thought it was strange when I first started seeing it. And then I saw a documentary on supermarket science and I started thinking about it. I said, oh shit. What used to be by the front register, a bunch of candy and shit for women, right? Why is that? Because women are the largest consumers, women and kids. So you put a lot of candy and women shit by the register. If it weren't true, you would see man shit over there. You see tools over there, and we used to see batteries by the registers. They don't put them by the registers no more because men buy batteries, women don't. So now they moved the batteries to like a big kiosk where you got to go and get all the batteries now. But and they replaced it with more shit women would buy: tampons, chapstick, iPhone earbuds, candy, little toys. That's all by the register now. M&Ms. Ain't no
Right.
man shit over there. They're studying the fuck out of us. They know what we're gonna do likely before we do. They know if they show you in a commercial 11 times, you're 9 times more likely to buy that product. So we think it's an accident that most of us use Tide or Gain to wash our clothes. No, that's by design. They got other laundry detergents that are just as good, but they don't advertise as much as Tide and Gain. So they programmed us to buy Tide and Gain more likely than not. Hold on a minute. What is this here? We got a guest. Who we got? Wait a minute. Did you get booted?
Yeah, I accidentally booted myself.
Did you get booted? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I accidentally booted myself. I'm gonna have to hop off here anyhow, man, because I got to get a couple things
Yeah, I need
done.
to take a nap.
Ready to wake up, and
I
I need to
gotta I
take
gotta take a
home.
nap because I
Yeah, I
gotta
do
get
too.
going at 11 o'clock. I gotta go to dialysis. So let me take my nap too.
Yeah, make sure you charge your phone, man. That way, while you're doing dialysis,
Oh,
you
it's
can actually.
charging now. I'm using my backup now. So and I got a charger that I take with me. So I'll be good.
Let's see. I got
All
that
right, man.
stream.
I'll holler at you later.
Yeah, I got that stream scheduled for 10 o'clock.
10 a.m.
Yeah.
I may not, depending on how long you go, I may come late because I'll be going to dialysis around that time.
Right.
All right, I'll holler at you.
All right, man. Take it easy. Great talk, though, man. I appreciate it every time.
Yeah, man. It was fun, man. Long time no doing it. We'll do it again
You know it.
later.